I did it.
That's 3 times in a row it caught me.
Alright, if you want to go press the button, do it, stop, or...
All of us just died.
I was trying to run away.
What happened?
What the? That's a spot that taps us.
Or not, he's coming back to fight me. Uh-oh. I can't pin him. I can't pin him from the front, Chonky. Help me, Chonky. Chonky, help. He's gonna kill me. I'm gonna die. Oh no, there's a big one. There's a big one, Chonky. Okay, hold on. Before I... Are you buying cigarettes? He is glorious. I'm going to sell as much of this to him as I can before I arrest him. Because we know for a fact he is 3JQ, which is the person we were tipped off about. Yep, there it is. Contraband is cigarettes. I hope that's not the cigarettes I just sold you, sir.
You communist number 5.
Passed him going 90, and I drifted into his lane.
Oh no.
Oh no, you don't. Oh no, you don't.
Oh no, you two.
Well.
Joseph!
Oh no.
0.1 liter of gas. I mean, I guess we'll take it. It's gas, but... Son of a... Well...
Hold chat. Hold. Yep. Hold. 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 Hold it. Ow. Don't you laugh at me. Out here getting laughed at by a hamster. This is outrageous. Somebody go to Joseph and clip it. Clip it. No, don't clip it, chat. I'm taking the vlog down. Clip it. Clip it. I'm crying right now. Holy cow. All I did was hiccup. Yeah, but squeaky hiccup. You squeak. I'm being made fun of by a hamster. It was glorious. Send help, chat. It was glorious. Okay, so...
Franchise.
No, the cheese. Not the cheese. So, if we walk on this side, which shows as not having any bombs. Good to know. We can go past it without being blown to smithereens.
You got it?
Oh, I'm a strong man. I'm a big strong man.
You ain't that strong.
I was strong enough. I just, got annihilated.
I'm a big strong man.
Well, hello. Oh, where am I? There I am. Hello, everybody. Welcome in, Otter Chaos. Congratulations on first. We're running a poll. We're running the poll, the GAT poll. We gotta vote on what it is we're gonna do because I'm so torn. So, first one is dive again. That's for Helldivers, and the factories must run. That is Satisfactory. I'm so torn. So for those that aren't aware why I'm torn right now, we were going. The plan for today was just Satisfactory, which I love to death. Very fun game, but there is a catch that wasn't anticipated. Right now, there is some kind of glitch that was going on Helldivers 2, and we are applying a horrifying amount of pressure on the bots because of it. Like, I did one dive this morning, and we went from, like, 40% liberation on Charon Prime, the planet that we were fighting on, to by the time I was done with my single dive, we had liberated the planet. So it was just a blitzkrieg. Like, 45 minutes, the planet was almost completely taken, so it was like an hour and a half, 2 hours, something like that, from what I can tell, to take the planet. Absurd. And now the community is trying to, like, figure out how to coordinate a push against the bots to try to push for Cyberstan to take advantage of this. And it's so tempting. You haven't played in months. It is quite good. I enjoy it. You've only ever played against the Bugs Remnant. My goodness. You've barely even... That's like the least interesting faction to fight. You've barely even scratched the surface there. But I also don't blame you. That is what a lot of people go in to play. Glass Cyberstan. I mean, we look like we're set to potentially do that if we keep the push up, because holy moly. The amount of pressure being applied on planets right now is obscene. Like, Fact Bay right now. Okay, so it's not just the bots. I think it's a server-wide thing. They must have busted something. They being Arrowhead, of course. Arrowhead must have broken something in the code. Because right now, we are putting 13% pressure on Fact Bay, which is absurd. So normally, you're talking like... So normally, the highest you'll see is like 4 or 5% on a planet, and that's if like the entire population of Helldivers is dropping on that one planet, just slamming into it as hard as they can with everything that they've got. Like, you're throwing the kitchen sink out of the ship at that point to get 5%. We just had 30% pressure on a planet. Like, it's ridiculous how much pressure we're applying right now. The bots and the bugs are getting butchered because of it. And I so want to participate. Martell has 7% right now. Fact Bay 11%, 4.4% on Grand Errant, 3.3% on Boar Rock. Like, this much pressure being applied on this many planets right now is ridiculous. And that's not with that many divers on any planets. Like, I think the Martell's got 17,000 divers. So to give you an idea, like, whenever we were doing the 4E Prime push the other day, with typically, like, I think most of the time we were sitting at low, like, if we were at a low deployment, there was, like, 40,000 divers on the planet. And even then, we were only doing, like, 4 or 5% pressure. And now, Martell has 17,000 on it and 7% pressure. Fact Bay has 7,000 with 11% pressure. It's absurd. The bugs and the bots are just getting slaughtered alive. Like, they have no chance right now. It's kind of ridiculous to look at. And people are just trying to blitzkrieg and take as many planets as we can, as quickly as we can, before the devs can figure out the full fix. Because they said they fixed it, but I'll be real honest, it doesn't really look like it. It looks like some of the planets are having like a normal amount. But there's a lot of them that are just getting crushed right now. I'm looking at the map right now. Yeah, right now it's pretty bad. They're getting their teeth kicked in. Hence why we've got the vote going on right now, because I'm so torn. I'm so very torn. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. How did I not see this? Just Another Guy gave 10 gifted subs last night while we were collabing with Rico, but we weren't even streaming. The madman. And I know he was giving some to the others too. I didn't realize he had done that. I just noticed that. What the heck? That dude was a good dude. Just Another Guy. What a swell individual. Man was in there just being a wholesome fella and also just kept throwing random subs at people, and we were like, what's going on? I didn't know he had given any to me though. Like I said, I wasn't streaming. Huh. Well, if Just Another Guy, if you hear this at any point, thank you. Thank you, good sir. Very much appreciated. Remnant, you played once with Rico and once with Stephanie? Those are the maps that they chose? Well, if you want to play it again and play against something that's not bugs, let me know, because I'm primarily... So I am what I would call a major order diver. I follow the major order wherever it tells me to dive. That's where I go. But my preference is bots. I love fighting the bots. They're fun. Like, it'd go bots, squids, bugs. That's the order for how I like fighting. But I follow the major order. I go wherever that goes. So if the major order says, go kill bugs, I go kill bugs. Alright, it's looking like that vote is going for Helldivers. So it looks like we will probably be doing some Helldivers and trying to help take advantage of this push that's going on. But I suppose I have dilly-dallied long enough. So we shall get the ball rolling. So let me pause that. We'll open with prayer, then we'll get into our Bible reading, and then we're going to go kick some butt. Send them back to the Radio Shack where they belong. Heavenly Father, we come to you today, and as we do, we ask that you open our hearts and our minds. You provide us wisdom, guidance, and discernment, that we may better understand the lessons that it is that you intend for us to take from today. No matter where they be found, whether it be here in the good word, or it be in a conversation we have, something we see, something we hear, whatever it is, just grant us the insight that is necessary to not only understand, but to make use of it and to grow as Christians. We ask that you continue to provide a refuge for us, a place, a stronghold where we can gather in your might, where we can refresh and renew ourselves. We live in a world full of temptations, tragedies, and enemies all about us that would see us torn down and led astray, led away from you. And we just ask that today you grant us the strength that is necessary to overcome each and every one of them, that we may continue our walk alongside you. But we also ask that you lay your healing hands on each and every one of us. You know our personal struggles, whether we have admitted them out loud or not. You know what's in our hearts. You know our needs better than we do. And we just ask that you grant us those needs today. However, above all, we ask for your mercy and for your forgiveness, for we are not but sinners and fools, each and every one of us, and that your will be done in our lives. In your heavenly name we pray. Amen. All right, so I got that. All right, so our verse of the day today. 1 John 3:18 from the King James Version of the Bible. My little children, let us not love in word, neither in tongue, but in deed and in truth. Indeed and in truth. A good reminder. Now, though, carrying on with the book of Psalms, with Psalm 102. My apologies. There we go. Okay, let me unpin that message, since that's what we're going to be doing after all. We're going to be hell diving today. 102, a little bit longer than our last couple of ones. We actually had quite a few short psalms, so interesting to suddenly be back into a rather substantial one in comparison. A prayer of the afflicted when he is overwhelmed and poureth out his complaint before the Lord. Hear my prayer, O Lord, and let my cry come unto thee. Hide not thy face from me. In the day when I am in trouble, incline thine ear unto me. In the day when I call, answer me speedily. For my days are consumed like smoke, and my bones are burned as an hearth. My heart is smitten and withered like grass, so that I forget to eat my bread. By reason of the voice of my groaning bones cleave to my skin. I am like a pelican of the wilderness. I am like an owl of the desert. I watch, and am as a sparrow alone upon the housetop. Mine enemies reproach me all the day, and they that are mad against me are sworn against me. For I have eaten ashes like bread, and mingled my drink with weeping. Because of thine indignation and thy wrath, for thou hast lifted me up and cast me down. My days are like a shadow that declineth, and I am withered like grass. But thou, O Lord, shalt endure forever, and thy remembrance unto all generations. Thou shalt arise and have mercy upon Zion. For the time to favor her, yea, the set time is come. For thy servants take pleasure in her stones, and favor the dust thereof. So the heathen shall fear the name of the Lord, and all of the kings of the earth thy glory. When the Lord shall build up Zion, he shall appear in his glory. He will regard the prayer of the destitute, and not despise their prayer. This shall be written for the generation to come, and the people which shall be created shall praise the Lord. For he hath looked down from the height of his sanctuary, from heaven did the Lord behold the earth, to hear the groaning of the prisoner, to loose those that are appointed to death, to declare the name of the Lord in Zion, and his praise in Jerusalem. When the people are gathered together, and the kingdoms to serve the Lord. He weakened my strength in the way, he shortened my days. I said, O my God, take me not away in the midst of my days. Thy years are throughout all generations. Of old hast thou laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the work of thy hands. They shall perish, but thou shalt endure. Yea, all of them shall wax old like a garment. As a vesture shall thou change them, and they shall be changed. But thou art the same, and thy years shall have no end. Children of thy servants shall continue, and their seed shall be established before thee. Alrighty. So, let's see. Let me swap over to here. Alright. Let me start setting things up. I got those, got that. Alright, there we go. Let me get the game started up. And we shall get into Helldiving. Hold on. So they just put out a message on the server about this. And it looks like they may have just put a kibosh on that. Hold on, hold on. Hold on, let me check something. Let me get that set to full screen so you all can see. Alright, okay, so... Okay, hold on. So let me read this announcement that they just put out. Okay, about those liberation rates. Today we updated our backend and we have encountered an error that is affecting planet liberation rates, causing them to skyrocket. While we know this is fun, we also know that it is breaking the galactic war mechanic itself. In short, this is harming the game experience, and will have detrimental effects on the war mechanic in the future. We have made the decision to pause the galactic war temporarily until this is fixed. We are already starting the process, but we do not have an ETA for this fix. You will still be able to play Helldivers 2, but cannot make any contributions to liberating planets or advancing the war. This is our mistake, and we own it. We're not going to revert any of the damage done by this error, however, so your major order victory is still secure. We will keep you updated as soon as we have more information. Thank you for your patient. Thank you for being patient and understanding. Dang it! Well, they put a kibosh on it. Well, I guess then we should probably play the other one. I guess we're. Dang it. That being said, they are correct. We have basically secured our victory because the bots are now pushed back, and their objective was to take Julheim and Dumatir, and now there is just no chance of it. Like, the liberation rate's still going up, but I guess we'll do one drop.
Mission coordinates locked.
Mostly because I want to get my personal order done. But and then we'll swap over and we'll play Satisfactory. But I guess so much for the plan. I was kind of afraid that they were gonna put a kibosh on it. I just was hoping we had a little more time. I'm curious what they're going to word it as for lore in the game, like what the lore reason is that this has happened.
Launch initiated.
But it is what it is. So much for the plan to try to blitzkrieg Cyberstad. Now I hope that the dev doesn't take this and like overcorrects and makes it to where, like, when changing things up on the back end, I hope that they don't try to overcorrect and make it to where like there's just ridiculously low like suddenly we're not applying any pressure, you know? I really hope that that's not the direction that they go with this.
Sending down support weapon. Deploying equipment package. Firing orbital
Throw that in. Looks like it's probably a friendship bunker, so I won't be able to get anything from here anyway, but dirty rat.
Throwing grenade! Have a taste of democracy!
Lost and sending replacement.
That was unfortunate.
Request approved. Reinforcements
What a
on the
dirty
way.
trick you've played on me. It landed upon.
Ready to liberate! way of life!
Outrageous.
Cancel that. Objective located.
Administering freedom.
Throw that in there just to stir it up a little bit while we go check that fist. Alright, y'all got super samples over here. No. Darn it. I kind of figured as much, but yeah. Pretty sure I just gave that bot a haircut.
Found something!
Now we're gonna work on turning this Sam on next. Actually, hold on. Let's see. Where is that base? Right there? Okay. First, we're gonna run this bomb in there and give him a gift.
Hell bomb arm! Clear the area!
Hi, boys. Hold this.
Outpost cleared.
Let's go.
Mag's empty!
Tactical asset near your position. Sending down equipment package. Objective completed.
There we go. Grab that. Alright, go check that little base that we nuked a minute ago. Make sure we're not missing samples there. And it's gotta suck for these bots to get killed by weapons that are largely predating their the existence of their civilization. Like, I'm using revolvers and crossbows. Where'd that other jetpack go? Oh. Crap. And now this is starting to take me away from my target, but I see a fist. That means I have to investigate the fist. No. What if there's super samples? Like that. Super samples.
I found something.
Alright, there we go.
Administering freedom.
Really close to
Orbital
the
barrage, clear the area. Eagle 1 rearming. Be back shortly.
Bag's empty.
Come here, you. And at least it didn't take me too far away from my objective, so I take it.
Sub-objective nearby. Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
I love orbital Gatling barrages. Partially just down to the fact that they reload so quickly at fire for as long as they do. It makes them a powerful tool. Especially for clearing out the chaff.
Super Earth's finest. Back in action. 30 minutes remaining.
There's always one. Where are you? There's always the one that's just like, I'm hiding and I'm going to call and I call for reinforcements. Dirty, cowardly robots.
Hellbomb, armed!
Mission is progressing. Deploying equipment package.
That's one way to get rid of the other crowd that's chasing you. Obliterate them all.
Dropping a pin.
Inside and outside. How did you survive a hit from a revolver?
Mag's empty!
No one saw that.
Found something!
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
No.
Mag's empty!
Ooh.
Found something!
Gonna knock that thing out now, because goodness gracious.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Yeah, I don't think I threw that far enough.
Never mind. Objective located.
Delivering payload.
Found something!
Eagle 1 leaving combat zone to resupply.
keep getting distracted away from my target, but like LiDAR station. Gotta do it, you know?
Tactical asset near your position. Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Clear the area!
Eagle back in the
How are you still alive?
Helldiver lost. Sending replacement.
Uncle Dan, welcome
Request
in.
approved.
I hope you're having a
Reinforcements have been
blessed
launched.
day, my friend.
Democracy has landed!
What's up, toasters? One I'd been aiming for, game, but it was right.
Helldiver lost. Sending replacement. Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Hell done! Bag's empty!
Deploying equipment package.
Still got 19 minutes, so we're still doing okay. We're a little behind schedule because of some of the shenanigans that just went down, but son of a gun.
Mission map updated. Liberty dispensed.
Tagging map.
Ah, okay, I'm guessing that's that surface to air shooting them down.
outpost.
Democracy's on its way.
Hellbomb, armed! Clear the area!
Spot outpost destroyed.
Here comes the cavalry. Eagle 1 returning to destroyer for resupply.
Ah, crap, that is. Okay, I was trying to figure out if behind that was a factory strider, and unfortunately, that is precisely what that is.
Main objective near your position.
Which is not good. Yeah,
Reinforcement budget running low.
that's why that's not good.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
I'd say so, Blake. The game's mostly running without issue.
Sending down support weapon.
Mag's empty.
Deploying equipment package.
Must defend prosperity. Mag's empty.
Eagle back from the nest.
I'd like to take all freedom. My body for Super Earth.
Son of a gun. Degenerate bot. Oh, good. We got this glitch. Okay, at least we're still shooting in the direction that it's supposed to be. Sir, could you kill yourself right now? Thank you. He got stuck on that, great.
Get some! Get some!
Did we get it? Thank goodness.
Eagle 1 rearming. Be back shortly.
You piece of... All these accursed pieces of scrap metal.
Mag's empty.
Varcon, welcome in. Apologies on the delay. I'll give you a shout out in a moment, my friend. You miss the gameplay, but don't miss the stress. I mean, so for me, it's not really stress. I just kind of get irritated at times whenever some of the more silly shenanigans occur, where I start getting done over. But for the most part, it doesn't bother me. It's a fun game. It helps when you have a proper squad, but.
Firing orbital barrage, clear the area.
Here comes the cavalry.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Okay, so I'm going to assume that Eagle 1 was a little off target.
Point me to the enemy.
May pick it up on sale, but not sure you'd be on enough to pay full price. Fair. Fair. You may be waiting for a little bit, I'll be honest. The game is rather popular. So I don't think that they're going to be putting it on too significant of a sale too often. But that's just me. You never know. They may do it.
Dropping a pin.
I mean, yeah, they do have the winter sale. I mean, there's the summer sales on Steam as well. They may put it on sale then. You know. The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of that individual trying to pop a flare directly in front of my face when I have a loaded revolver.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining. No. Additional reinforcement funding approved. Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Hi there, friend. Ooh, the tank's still up. That one should have stuck it. Yep.
Sending down equipment package. You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Democracy needs me.
No. I don't want to be here anymore. I'm leaving.
asset near your position. Objective critical stratagem available.
Hellbomb armed! Clear the area!
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Tagging map.
Extraction is available.
I don't know why they had 3 Hulks on one outskirt position like that, but goodness.
Deploying equipment package.
That's a light. Okay.
Mag's empty.
Five minutes left. Liberty speed your step, Helldiver.
Crap. Yep, we gotta step it out then. If I'm gonna clear these last 2 posts. Here's what we'll do here. We're just gonna do our patented hit and run strategy.
Spot outpost Hellbomb armed! Clear the area!
Here you go. Merry Christmas. Bye. Run away.
The Teletime outpost scrapped.
It would be an occupied extract.
Dropping a pin.
Deploying support weapon.
I appear to have made some friends. Hey, game, thanks. Bruh.
Sending down equipment package. Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Of course I didn't stick it. Why would it?
1 minute remains. Destroyer departure imminent.
For prosperity! Bag's empty!
Eagle set for
Orbital
the
barrage
dead.
incoming. Stand clear.
Here comes the cavalry. Stay down.
Super destroyer leaving low orbit. Emergency extraction
How
shuttle
unfortunate
deployed.
for you, Rebozo.
Bag's empty!
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Have a taste of democracy!
Of course one of them did. There's always one. Without fail, there's always one. Oh good, it's an MO.
T-minus 1 minute.
Oh, hi there.
I'd like to taste freedom!
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
There's just no end to them.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Freedom forever! Bag's empty!
Pelican 1 approaching pickup. This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Hellbomb armed! Clear the area!
Oh, hi there, bud. Here, hold this.
Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Oh, I'm so glad he popped a flare so that way his friends can fly into that hell bomb for me.
Today you've carved another foothold in a long climb to liberty.
That had to be a terrible moment for that bot to realize. Like, he lands, pops the flare, looks down as I step into the shuttle, and it's just a hell bomb backpack armed. It's like, that's not good. What a shame that we didn't get to do some more pushing while the glitch was going on, though. But we got our our personal order done for the day. The major order is basically a guarantee at this point because of everything that happened. Which means we did it, boys. We didn't only just save the gas mines, so we get gas landmines now, but we also saved the moderately feeble young adults that were at risk, which everyone knew we were going to save to begin with. That we saved the children last time. We saved the feeble young adults this time. It's a guarantee. If you make us choose, we're going to end up saving the civvies whenever it comes to stuff like that. That seems to be the code of conduct with Helldivers. Oh, this is the heavy anti-gas armor. Meh. I don't really want it, to be honest. Let's see, what are we looking like on samples? As per usual, our main issue is the rare samples. It's not the super rare samples, it's not the common samples, it's just the rare samples. And we only got 2 ship upgrades left. The advanced crew training and cross-platform capability. This will probably be the last one I get to, cross-platform capability, because it's one of those ones where it's like, I don't really have that much use for it. The mortar sentry getting prioritizing targets that are marked could be useful during defensive missions, but that's about it, you know? But advanced crew training will be the next one. That way we can get the Eagle fully upgraded, and then we'll work on cross-platform last. That'd be the plan, at least.
Targeted territory since its mysterious appearance. It has been described by Ministry of Science officials as...
Oh yeah, they're talking about the balloon. Also, Rebozo, you missed it. While you were at your 9 to 5, there was a glitch in the system, and the divers have taken advantage of it, and now it's been changed. So now we don't get to take advantage of it anymore. But like, we were able to blitzkrieg Carball and Charon Prime in no time at all because of a glitch that resulted in us applying way more pressure than we were normally able to. But now we can't apply any. The dev was scared. They were afraid that we were going to reach Cyberstan in like a day. So they put a kibosh on it. Sad day, to be certain, but... Of course, I'm wondering, what does that mean? If we can't apply any pressure, like, does that mean we can't stop? That we can't stop this invasion campaign on Alamac? And that means that the... Like, does that mean squids are going to get a foothold and just be able to, like, speed run Meridia? Because we won't be able to do anything about it until they fix it? I wonder. But, for now, that's enough of that. We were going to play more of it, but since they patched that issue, a tad unfortunate and all that. Let me get stuff set up. Okay. I mean, so the bigger issue in that regard will still just stay the fact that what happens if they do capture it and then, or even if they don't capture it, but they're just able to sit on it for straight 12 hours, farming the points towards gaining their movement, you know, to get the black hole scooted. Because now we can't do anything about it. Like, we can't apply any... We can't contribute to the scores anymore. So, like, what does that mean for us? You know? Let me change our category. There we go. Okay. Yeah, right, there we go. Okay, now to remember what I was doing last time. That seems a bit loud. That might be better. Alright, so we've got our concrete production, we got our copper production, we've got all the iron production, except for, well, not all of it, but you know what I mean. I'm wondering, if I remember correctly, this thing has become significantly less necessary, but... Oh, holy moly. Oh, my face. Okay, what were we working on last time? We were working on basic steel production. Holy moly, what's got my allergies going? Dang. Ugh. Ouch.
Yes.
Chat, send help. I'm having... that's so much... I just keep sneezing. Oh. You know, it's funny, we still haven't seen someone as dumb as that fellow that was shooting bows in his house.
On the trampoline. She's thinking about it.
Man even had the shades and the fedora on. I can't believe that that could have possibly gone wrong.
It's raining.
12, 13 Mississippi. Now you gotta hit the pin.
Wait!
Ugh. I'd make 26 of them. We need way more than 26, so.
Oh. Go! Go!
No, just do it. Oh my god!
Go! That's pretty neat.
And how many of those do we
The
need?
kids
50
are
of
gonna
those?
love this. Oh! Oh, son, are you alright?
Cual mamá cumpleaños.
Okay, so there's no point in having two things on there, I guess, because they just, the way they've got it set up.
No head first diving.
Oh my god.
That poor fella. Mmm. That had to feel good. That lady looked like she needed a new pair of pants after that, if I'm honest. It occurs to me we already have some of these, don't we? Yeah, we already got 60 of them. So we don't need 150 of these, we need 90 of them.
Oh no! Oh my god. Oh.
Oh,
Run to first base, go, 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 go!
nice.
Watch out, I'm coming. Here we go. Go where?
Okay, whoever's got a hold of the camera in that video sounded like they were about to actively die.
I'm the next Michael Phelps, you guys.
And,
Go to the stairs.
How old am I? 14.
Hello! Get so fun!
Oh my god.
You didn't hear it. The pit stop.
Oh my god. Oh
We're
my
dead.
god. Oh. We're dead!
Why did the guy just immediately... We're dead! Big Hippie, welcome in. How you doing today, my friend?
Sunset. Whoa! Whoa! Yes! Yes!
Like you're 45.
Pizza.
It's there, isn't it?
No, it's on the floor behind you. I'm raised I'll ever be. Oh god, I got that on video. I got that on video.
Moving away.
Ooh, nice.
That didn't work at all.
Oh, what an elegant dismount. Alright. Never have enough screws. Always making more screws.
I'm gonna have to make a production line for making screws at some point. Because that feels like probably the #1 thing that I spend time doing in this game. Whenever it comes to making stuff right now. It's just, what do I need? Screws. So many screws.
Go. Oh, Chrissy!
I've got one more dance.
Don't wreck me.
Here we go.
Dad, watch out!
Oh, crap!
Oh, crap! Oh! There she went. Ah, nice. Still holding on though. That's what counts. Oh, why would you do that to her? What a foul thing to do. She's an old lady. Falling on her hips like that could seriously actually hurt her. Can't just do that. Nice.
Put him up! It'll work. What?
I don't know what was supposed to work, but I don't think it worked.
Happy birthday to you.
Go. All you had to do is put your other foot on and you had it.
I did it.
Yeah, you did it, but you didn't put...
Oh, that was on their camera. Okay. I thought there was a bug on one of my screens. It was just like, what the? Where'd you come from? Hello, Android. How are you doing today? Right now, we're just working on getting some modular frames spun up and watching some videos of people failing.
Lusitania hits the Titanic.
Ah, an elegant dismount.
Oh.
So I'm relatively new at this game. I've not gotten beyond, like, what is it? Tech level 4, I think? I'm basically close to my highest level right now. Just trying to get my steel productions spun up. This is like my first proper run of the game. I've done one where I played it a bit to kind of learn. Like, you know, figure out some of the basics and whatnot, but this is like my first proper one.
Then swing off.
So yeah, no, I am not a vet at this game. I still have quite a bit to learn, in fact. Like, this is our current facility is the first one that we've ever had that's actually got sustained power.
She's sitting.
Since we've got a coal plant spun up. And now that we've got a coal plant spun up, that's why now we're working on acquiring steel production. We're gonna break off one of our production, or one of our lines of coal. Because if I recall correctly, I've got an iron vein that's over near the coal. So I should be able to set up a local steel production there. Nothing crazy. But
trying to
be
work
something.
the zero turn.
Fair. I'm looking forward to trains. I want trains. I very much want them, but we haven't gotten that far in yet. Once we finish spinning up these modular frames, I'll show you what we got. You can kind of figure out where I'm at.
Milestone reached. Coal and iron can be combined in the foundry to start steel production. Project part number 2, the versatile framework, can only be created via automation, not at a crafting bench. Delivering these to the space elevator is essential if we are going to complete phase 2 of project assembly and save the day. Fix it, and humanity is relying on you.
Alright, thank you, Ada. Alright, so this is our primary facility right now. We've got concrete production, we've got copper production, and we got iron production here, splitting it off into iron plates, regular iron, and iron bars, or rods. We've got our earlier power system, which is just our biomass burners, which we're keeping as a backup for now, just in case. And then, if you run off this direction,
Oh my god!
show you our newest facility.
Go drink half of my drink.
Make them serve, honey. Make them serve.
You got moved back.
And this is our newer facility, which for now is just nothing but coal.
Yeah, guy. Oh! Ryder, you okay?
Yeah!
Yeah, buddy. Oh.
So that's our facility for the moment. That's where we're at with it. And thankfully, we were able to set this up, but we've got, as you can see, an excess coal production situation here. So, if I recall correctly, I do have an iron vein around here somewhere. Oh yeah, up there. So the next plan is to get a mining system set up there, start extracting iron over here, and now that we've got steel production unlocked, we'll run the iron down here, break off coal from this one, and use it to, and turn that excess coal into steel. Yeah, here it is. There's our iron vein. So yeah, that junction there, I'll break off a third line and run it that way probably, or just kind of depends on how I get the iron drilling up here set up. We'll run it this way, drop it down there, and then we'll have steel production, which will be nice now that we've got that. So.
It's okay, it's gonna try again.
And we don't technically have our space elevator right now because I took it apart.
Look at it, right back to the same hole.
Boundary, there we go. So we're gonna need 10 and 10. So we're gonna need one of these, one of these.
Oh no, it's in the water! Run!
Oh yeah, no, I've not gotten anywhere near that far in. This is about as far as I've gotten before. Like,
You can do it!
well, we'll go take a look at the hab and try to figure out where it was what was the furthest I've gotten into this game. I can't wait to get explosives again, though. I know I had explosives, and I want them again because this whole area being gassy is not entirely preferable for me having to transit through here anytime I want to go over to my coal area.
Oh, you are in so much trouble. No more. Awesome. I'm so scared for him.
Me too.
That's good enough.
I know you know. You don't.
Travis, you alright? Bro, I don't know how to do a cartwheel.
So I got that. We need 10 rotors, 10 modular frames. Screws. As per usual, screws are what we're lacking. Some things never change. Sounds like Cog's back.
Hey, oh yeah, go for it.
Alright, let's go.
Oh. Oh my. Oh my.
Get our footing. Oh yeah.
Hey, head up here. Let me get a picture.
Trying to ride a tandem.
Alright, got those. Clear that out.
Oh god. You gotta go faster. Oh! I knew there'd be a good reason to film it.
When does it get stopped?
Alright, let's go get our steel production set up, shall we? I completely forgot to check where we, what progress point we were at with the hab, but oh well. Or the hub.
No, it isn't actually. No, it is. I'll just...
I mean, I've done that a few times. So I would not judge you on it, Android. Like I said, I have done it a few times already, just experimenting and learning and trying to figure out what I'm doing and what my plan is, but...
Say cheese.
Oh! Not cool! Not cool!
Production, foundry...
Oh my goodness!
Oh, oh.
Yeah.
Are we training for? Oh, bro.
Oh, there they went! Watch out, don't run over him,
Oh my god!
Daddy, 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 daddy. 1, 2, 3.
Ready, set, go.
That's better.
Hey, man. How you doing?
Okay, so I'll set that to steel production.
Oh my God.
Hayden, this one's yours too. Oh my God.
Okay, now we just gotta figure out getting the iron ore down here. Is going to be our best spot to bring this downwards.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Probably here.
Oh my God!
He's gonna fall into the TV.
Oh my.
Uncle Angel is not doing his job. You have one job. Look behind you.
What are you doing?
Corner, just a small bite. No, sorry.
Ready?
Yep.
Good job, Brian.
I'm on the foot.
You need to leave get your window.
Was that supposed to happen? Pull it.
Got it, you got it, you got it, you got it! Ah!
It's not. Oh! What the? You alright? Yeah. Oh! Oh! Kind of like that.
Alright. Now we just gotta set up the power. That dog is so upset.
Haley, that's not how you're supposed to do it.
Oh, is this a pure rank? Oh. We're gonna have a lot of iron.
Oh, your phone.
What was he doing?
Glorious.
Oh, Joshua. All on film.
Oh! Round two.
Michael's not watching.
There we go. And now we've got some basic steel production spun up.
Now just swing.
And that also means that now this is also flowing a little bit more efficiently because there's something for the excess coal to do. Still not 100%, but you know what? I'll take it. And I've got steel, which is the most important bit. Downside, I'll still have to come over here to get my steel, but get them.
Take your bitch for a ride.
Yo! 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 Oh, you're gonna fall! Mill him. Oh my goodness, it's all over the stage!
I feel like it's something bad.
Need some more iron rods if I want to make more storage. Noted. But for now, that's a good spin up on our steel production. We've went from not having any to now we've got an automated system over there producing it, which means now I don't have to worry about making it myself for a bit. Which will be nice. Because on our last run, we were making steel, but we were making it by hand.
She's gonna break, let go!
Okay, yeah, so last time we'd gotten to here, and I think we'd gotten... I think all we had unlocked was this. Was the expanded power infrastructure, I think. Oh, and advanced steel production.
How did you get there?
Okay, I'm ready.
You know you're not. Ow! My ear.
Vehicular transport. I haven't done anything with that. Enhanced asset security. I do want that Xeno Basher, I won't lie. That'll be nice to have. Those are going to require phase 2 of the project. So I guess we may want to see about getting our space elevator rebuilt. So let's see, what do I need?
Hey, how fun! It like snaps. Oh. Go!
Just kidding. So on a more serious note.
Most of these are easy. We've already got enough iron plates. We can easily just grab the rods that we need. So let's see.
Back in the day. More like a basketball player than a baseball player.
There we go. Got enough iron rods now. Got enough rods, got enough plates. Gonna need wire, gonna need concrete. So wire's the only one that we'll have to make because we got the concrete made already.
Use this all on. You put all your.
Oh my god.
Oh god. If you fall backwards and hit your head, I will be mad at you.
Start hammering away at that iron, or at the making the wire.
Oh, hey, relax, relax. Omar, keep on paddling. We're done.
Go! It didn't work!
Look how high I can kick my leg. Go.
I'll let her do it. Go on.
Take it, buddy.
Happy birthday, dear Uncle Rusty. Happy birthday to you. Abe, are you okay?
Go, 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 go.
Goodbye.
Okay, so I must have had a stroke whenever I was grabbing the copper, because for some reason I didn't grab near enough, even though I knew how much I needed.
No way. No way.
I think I blanked out there. Crafty building time, indeed, Varcon.
You're so annoying.
Okay, so let's see.
Apparently shouldn't lean on the railing, huh?
That'd be enough. If I did that math quickly and correctly in my head, which is unlikely because I'm not a mathematician and am quite bad at math. But
Yeah, let go. Oh, okay.
I'm gonna close my eyes.
Oh, man. You alright, dude? Yeah, I'm alright. Yeah. On your mark, get set, go! Oh, he beat y'all back. Oh, Steve!
what on earth was wrong with that man?
Faster, faster. Run, run. Oh, Travis.
Hey!
So us teachers would never ask you students to do anything we wouldn't do ourselves.
Holy crap! What is happening? I didn't know you're. She's. Oh
my god!
Let her go.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've had dreams about this game now, because I've heard this sound in my dreams. I can't remember precisely what was going on in said dreams, but I remember this ting 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 sound. So, it's infected me. There's no escaping now. I'm doomed.
Oh my god.
Oh, they're going over. There they go. Yeah.
Oh my god! The dogs are waiting.
Dreaming about handcrafting, I need to automate more. Well, it takes time to automate now, doesn't it? We're working on it. We're getting there. We're getting there.
Stand up, stand up.
Uh-oh, look how close it is.
You've already
Now the question is, where is a good spot to actually build this thing? Maybe over here? Let's see, are there any...
And she's down, and the shoe is still in the wall. Now that's funny, Benny.
Now that's funny.
Alright, here's probably a good spot. This is nice and flat. We'll just clear out the the plants and whatnot. We should be good to go.
Go. Oh my gosh.
How dare Mother Nature get in our way? Doesn't she know that this is a good spot for me to build a space elevator?
Don't wipe out.
See, there's the terminal.
You're supposed to.
There we go. So, for phase 2...
Good morning, family. Wanted to thank
smart
everyone
plating, and then I
who came
don't
out Friday
recognize
night.
the other two. My question is, what to get next? Industrial storage containers do sound nice, I'm not gonna lie.
Sorry.
Sounds really nice, actually, especially because that means I should theoretically... because that's a connected storage unit, even though it has 2 input and output spots. Theoretically, that means I could make a warehouse setup where the production, or the lines are built above me, so I can walk under them and still readily access my storage wherever I need to. Then I don't have to do the whole, you know, whole thing I do where I'm like walking in between some of these things where I'm like trying to grab from them. It's not as noticeable over here just because of how I have it set up, but over up top. Plus that's double the storage capacity, which would be nice. So like here, instead of having these here, I'd have them up there, and then I could just walk under them. That'd be nice. There's also gotta be a way to speed these things up. Like, this concrete production is pitifully slow. Oh, that's why. I guess if I want to fix that, I'm gonna have to improve the line that's moving them. Which is gonna take a good bit of metal. Because I need reinforced plates for all the twos. I'd also at some point like to start considering making a like a proper warehouse unit. A place that's just devoted to storage and like and organizing my equipment and whatnot. That way I could declutter these and work on setting up more automated production lines.
You got it, bro. You should do it. Oh, bro.
Rich, I told you gonna fall. You okay?
And
I owe it out to you. Yeah, baby.
Alright, got that. And then we go do something like this. It won't fit because of the bioprocessors.
Touch your knees to the ground.
Oh my god! I hope I got that.
I could probably rip these down without too much concern. But before we do that, let's try...
Bouncing. Bounce, 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 bouncing.
I did it!
Okay, that brings us down to 300 megawatts being produced. We're only consuming
Are you okay?
100 or so with a max of 169, so we could tear these down without too much worry then.
Oh my god!
Okay, so we'll set that up like that.
Yeah, here's my wallet.
This mailbox right here says Bob. Oh.
You okay?
Set that to make rods. Never.
She missed the ball.
1, 2. No.
Watch yourself.
Alright. Then how I wanted to do this, but I didn't think this through before I started.
The wall? Double rock this thing. I told you not to rock it.
Wiggle.
How high am I?
Well, at least that'll save me some trouble with constantly having to make a million screws. Because that was getting old. That was getting real old real quick.
Oh! Get that?
I should probably make a man. We've been without one for too long at this point, honestly.
Be a man! Be a true man!
There's a recipe in this game that takes screws completely out of the equation. That would be beautiful.
Oh, God, I did it again!
It's behind the tree.
So far, my experience with screws is just, oh man, now I need more screws every time I turn around. Or you can get cast screws and steel screw recipes and just make a bajillion. That also would work. No.
The remains researched belong to a plant-like organism hosting the larva of a flying crab, the most mature of which hatch when threatened. Hatcher remains can now be made into alien protein, and additional research may reveal options for improving Pioneer safety during exploration.
Chris, you go ride.
Deuterium research.
The metal has been named Deuterium after Fixit's greatest CEO Katerina Parks. It has been added as a viable alternative to gold in industrial applications, specifically in advanced electronics due to its superconductivity, malleability, and corrosion resistance. The mycelial networks of these fungi possess unusually resilient hyphae, which show potential for making a strong but lightweight natural fabric. Additionally, it has similar medicinal and pest control applications to mycelia on Earth. This fruit, dubbed the pearlberry due to its tendency to stay light in color even when ripe, is compatible with the human digestive system and has been added to the object scanner. Further research is available. This mushroom, dubbed bacon agaric due to its uncanny resemblance to raw bacon, is compatible with the human digestive system and has been added to the object scanner. Further research is available.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Stuff into biomass. Oh wait, I didn't want to do that.
Research completed. Alien protein can now be turned into biomass or alien DNA capsules. In addition to being used for research, the invaluable alien lifeform data in these capsules can be traded for Fix-It coupons at the Awesome Sink. We guarantee the best capsule to coupon exchange rate anywhere on this planet. Research completed. Fabric recipe unlocked. New micellar research available.
Oh, no!
Here you go. Go.
Okay, got our 10 fabric. What did it say else that we needed? 50 watt, or 50 cable. And that'll get us our parachute back, which will be super nice because I'm used to having that, and when I don't have it, I run off of tall things and then realize as I'm falling that I don't have it.
Nice fish, guys.
Parachute unlocked. Fix-It appreciates your willingness to descend rapidly to perform your duties, but damaging Fix-It property is a breach of contract and will have unpleasant consequences. Improve descent efficiency by combining the forces of gravity and drag with a parachute.
Nutritional processor. I don't know what that is. I haven't tried making one before.
Faster, faster! Run, 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 run! Oh, Travis!
I was wondering why this video was taking so long. No, we've just made a good bit of progress in not a huge amount of time. Which is unexpected, but... Okay, so what do I need to make a parachute? Because I got it unlocked now, and I gotta make it. 20 and 10. Okay.
On your mark, get set, go!
Oh, I'm moving.
Oh!
Finally.
Go.
Are you okay?
Best day of my life!
The whole thing's gonna fall. Oh my god! and I filmed it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll take it. We may be at a point where it's time to start doing some exploration. Because
Because we haven't actually explored that much, I think. And no, we haven't explored much at all. Just our immediate vicinity, basically. Guess I can remove these stamps because we don't need any of them anymore. As we're now actively exploiting those ones at least. Alright, chat. We're gonna do some exploration. Figure our area out a little better. Man, the game's running kind of poorly right now. I don't know what's up. Just because I'm pretty sure I've got it on like the lowest graphical settings. Let me check.
I heard that.
No, we've got it on medium. I gotta set to max.
Go on your knees. Get on your knees. You're good. You're good.
It broke.
I'll be real honest, that looks like a cave where there's gonna be stingers, but we're gonna investigate a little bit.
Oh no.
About the Xenobasher though, I'm hesitant to go too far in. Well, you're not a stinger.
Back up, buddy. Uh-oh.
Don't fuck my shit up.
I got you.
Okay, hold up.
I've had an interest in cruise ships all my
You're not
life,
being
and
used
I've been
anymore.
fascinated
Apparently
to
you
watch the
couldn't be bothered
industry
to,
evolve and grow.
to
In
censor
North
that.
America, there are plenty of cruise
So we're gonna
vacations
watch
to choose
this video
from
instead.
the ultra luxury to the budget, all of which have their own market demographic along with massive modern ships. But there's always been one outlier in the mix here. A cruise line that has been sailing out of Florida for decades and has rebranded multiple times following bad press,
Unknown
most
chemical
recently
element
changing their
collected.
name
This
to
non-metallic and
Margaritaville at
multivalent
sea.
element
So
seems
I
to be
traveled to
present
South
only in a
Florida to
solid
find
state
out
and
what
exhibits a
sailing on
most
board
pungent
this
smell.
somewhat
It is
infamous cruise
fortunate
line is
Fixit
like,
helmets
and
are of
how
such
the
high
oldest
quality.
cruise liner
Research
sailing
it in
out
the
of a
map to
North American
establish
port
classification
fits
and
into the
potential
modern industry.
application.
This is North America's worst cruise ship. Margaritaville at Sea has a long history of ultra short and ultra cheap cruises. The company's lineage dates all the way back to 1999 with the creation of the Imperial Majesty Cruise Line, a budget cruise company that offered 2- and 3-day cruises. The line ultimately rebranded following the retirement of their very old ships in 2008, with the new name Celebration Cruise Line. They purchased an old ferry that had been converted into a cruise ship and renamed it to the Bahamas Celebration. The line continued to operate these very cheap cruises until 2014, when disaster struck. The Celebration was departing Freeport, Bahamas, when it collided with underwater rocks. The ship was able to return to port, but clearly taking on water. All passengers were evacuated and the flooding was contained. However, the ship was declared a total loss. Passengers who were on board were not happy, and the company received a lot of bad press from this event. So much so that by the next year, the same executives have formed a new company called Bahamas Paradise Cruise Line. In doing so, they purchased a former Carnival ship and renamed it the Grand Celebration. They also purchased the Costa Classica and renamed it to the Grand Classica. Now, this new cruise line continued to operate with varying degrees of success. They carried on with the ultra-budget business model with these older ships. Following the pandemic, though, it seemed as though their occupancy was extremely low, sailing some voyages with under 200 people on board. By this point, it looked like they were interested in yet another rebrand, and they apparently found the right partner for that in December of 2021, when it was announced that Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville brand would partner with Bahamas Paradise Cruise Line for a total rebranding. Now, this was essentially a branding-only partnership, as the cruise line would retain ownership of the vessel and keep the original executive team. The financial terms of the deal were not disclosed, but the companies did announce that the remaining ship in their fleet, that being the Grand Classica, would undergo a multi-million-dollar renovation. Margaritaville already had a partnership with Norwegian Cruise Line, with their restaurants on a few of their ships, but they decided to pull all of them in favor of this new direction. Now, the Grand Classica is an interesting ship on its own. She was commissioned in the late 1980s by Costa Cruises and completed construction at Fincantieri in 1991. She continued to sail under the Costa flag for many years to come, navigating the waters of the Mediterranean and eventually Asia. In the year 2000, Costa had planned an extension for the ship and commissioned the construction of a massive 146-foot midsection. The plan was to cut the entire ship in half, slide in this new section for added capacity and length. But the shipyard who was contracted to complete the job essentially went bankrupt, and this huge section was ultimately just scrapped. Now, the ship did see some other incidents, like in 2005 when it suffered a pretty large fire. In 2008, the Classica collided with an MSC ship off the coast of Croatia, suffering only minor damage. The same could not be said for its second collision 2 years later, when she temporarily lost power in a busy Chinese shipping lane and collided with a cargo ship. The result was a massive gash in the side of the Classica's hull. So yeah, the ship had a storied career, and by 2018, the vessel was brought to North American waters and began her second life as a cruise to Freeport, Bahamas, and back. It became one of the oldest major cruise ships to operate out of an American port, and one of, if
This
not the
unknown
smallest to
chemical
do so,
element
at
was
just
in reality an
53,000
unusual
tons
mixture of
and
solid
722
sulfide and sulfate
feet long.
materials
But
from
even
which
after its
sulfur can be extracted.
multi-million-dollar renovation and
Sulfur's primary use
transformation
lies
to the
in fertilizers,
Margaritaville at
which we
Sea
have no
Paradise,
use for.
yes, that's its actual name,
Instead,
the
this
ship was
element
given a
enables access to
no-sail
more
order
volatile
by the Coast
obstacle
Guard in
clearing
July
and
of
pioneer defending
2022,
tools.
after they found, quote, several issues that put the safety of the passengers and crew in danger. Knowing all of this, I was very hesitant to book our voyage on their only itinerary, a 2-night, 3-day trip from the port of West Palm Beach to Freeport, Bahamas, and back.
Okay,
We
so
booked
that is
what
a
would
really
essentially
good way
be
to get
their
a bunch
version
of
of
the,
a mid-tier cabin, which is a lower-deck
biomass
ocean
is
view
off of
room,
the
and we
alien.
received cabin number 4145 on deck 4. At first glance,
Alien
you can tell
protein
this is where a
produces
lot of the money from
an
the
immense
renovations
amount. That's
went,
good to know.
as
That's
each
good to
cabin got a fresh look that is admittedly pretty clean looking. I like the large TV in the corner, and the bed linens actually feel pretty nice and were also clean. There's also a nice side chair and a small desk area. We got a mini fridge, more than enough closet space for a 2-night trip, and of course a porthole. The artwork in here was nothing special, but was definitely on brand, as was the wallpaper. However, then there's the bathroom, which did not get the same treatment as the rest of the room. Just a new coat of paint, a new floor that already looks very worn, and an awkward picture frame. Everything else is basically the same as the Costa Classica, and that's apparent from the 90s-esque vanity and sink, which has a design flaw that won't let you turn the faucet handle all the way to cold since it collides with the mirror. It also has a tiny shower with an exposed dirty drain. By day 2, there was a pretty strong sewage odor that was emitting from this drain, and it all just felt really gross. The finer details within the main space were also suffering from its age. primarily with a major lack of any plugs. We only had one North American socket under the desk, but also surprisingly a USB-A and C port above the desk. Water was in the room, but at an extra charge, as was a bottle of wine. The ceiling in our closet had some mysterious splatters and possibly mildew or mold growing on it, and the rail for our bathroom sliding door I don't think has been cleaned since 1991. There's also just a few quirks about this cabin that date it back to a different time, and while it wasn't unlivable, I think a further renovation could be a benefit for all the cabins here. But we were also traveling with our friend Michael, and he had a cabin on the other side of the ship, also on deck 4. So we went to go see what his room was like, which on paper was the exact same category as us. But his room also had a few quirks that completely puzzled us. Like, his cabin for some reason had 2 seats rather than our 1, but a smaller bed overall. Unlike our cabin, his did come with some charging ports on at least one of the bedside tables, as well as a full blackout drape. His bathroom floor was also, for some reason, different than ours, but just as warm. Though his cabin was also just missing a mini fridge, and when we put a black light on it, well, it wasn't great. Most concerning of all, though, was that we noticed the smoke detector above the bed was completely sealed over with tape. Something you'd see in like a $40 motel room, and it's not the most compelling case for a safe ship. Anyways, this general room layout applies to the vast majority of the ocean view and interior cabins on board. But there are 2 other categories, those being a junior suite set up in a somewhat small living room and bedroom layout, and the Grand Terrace suite, the only category that actually has a balcony on board. There's only 10 of them on the ship, so they're by far the most expensive. Food on board was honestly not very good at all. There are 3 complimentary eateries on board, those being the main dining room restaurant called Finn's, the 5 o'clock somewhere burger bar, and the Port of Indecision buffet. Why it wasn't called the Jimmy's buffet? We will never know. Almost everything I tried from the buffet was aggressively average or just terrible. The only dishes I actually enjoyed were the rice-based ones. Everything else, like the lasagna with corn in it for some reason, and the breaded fish were just not good, borderline terrible. Selections there were also pretty lackluster, and most of it just didn't look very appealing, like the pasta bar which had pre-cooked pasta just sitting out in the open air. They did have a panini section that was made to order, and they were pretty okay. I would say everything else tasted slightly lower quality than a good airport lounge. Around back was the burger bar, which prior to our voyage used to be at an extra cost. Now they're complimentary, and our burgers there were also okay. The patties were actually pretty decent, but the buns were very stale, though they were somehow still better than what I had on the Celebrity Solstice. Finally, there's the main dining room, Finn's. We ate there both nights, and I think the consensus was that all of our meals were below or just average. There were really no standouts, but the shrimp I had was pretty good despite it being a little uninspired, and the Jimmy's jambalaya was also pretty okay. Michael's pasta came out cold, which was really a theme for all of the food on the ship, and on our second day, I ordered the blackened salmon, which was ironically the most flavorless salmon I've ever had. We would have ordered other dishes to try out, but to our surprise, you can only order 1 entree per person. Anything additional would be at an extra cost. So on top of the complimentary options on board, there are also 3 other upcharge food venues. Those being Frank and Lola's Pizzeria, the Margaritaville Coffee Shop, and the JWB Prime Steakhouse. Since there was no casual complimentary snack options in the hours when the buffet was closed,
not know why
we
this
opted to pay for a pizza one night, and it was actually pretty good. It was around $12, and it was by far the best thing we had on board the ship for the whole voyage, partially due to it actually being hot. Across from that is the coffee shop, which has a variety of coffees all at an extra cost. They also have desserts for $5 each, as well as ice cream and gelato.
Kind of frustrating,
Michael got a bowl of their alcoholic chocolate ice
to be
cream
running
that
so
didn't
poorly
really
to
taste like
to have
chocolate,
the graphics
more like
turned
crushed
down
up
this far.
cinnamon toast crunch. It was really weird and not very good. Michael and Emmy both got coffees on both days of the voyage, and the consensus came to be that the quality
exactly
was
like the most,
unpredictable, with a slight chance
graphically
that you'll end up with an
demanding game in human
undrinkably
history.
milky drink. Finally, there's the JWB Prime Steakhouse, which we had planned to go to, but after hearing some poor reviews, we decided against it since it was $60 a person. Now, bars, as you can imagine, are plentiful. Most of the bars are mixed in with the larger public venues like Euphoria and Keys on the Water. There's also a few up on the pool deck, but the very best is the 5 o'clock somewhere bar, where it's actually a decently themed atmosphere, perhaps the best on the entire ship. This was a cool space, and at 5 p.m., I don't know if this was a coincidence, but they actually played the Jimmy Buffett's 5 o'clock somewhere song. That's genuinely fun and a creative touch. Now, I'll talk a little bit more about the actual design of these spaces later, but as for the drinks themselves, well, they're expensive. We got a few during our time on board, and all of them were very pricey. We did find some friendly bartenders later in the trip who gave us generous pours, but at most bars, you can find similar mixed drinks that are smaller than a salt shaker for $17. The quality of them ranged from good to just okay. But what is there to do other than getting drunk? Well, not much. If you take a look at their daily activity list, the actual activities are pretty sparse. Most of them are just things you can already do around the ship, like play table tennis. The majority of the rest are all music related, with a few DJs and a few live performances. But there's also just some that are truly baffling, like the Margaritaville TV Jimmy Buffett concert video. We were morbidly curious and decided to go check it out. What we found was a room playing exactly what it described, just a projector set up playing old Jimmy Buffett concerts. Except the venue's music playlist was also playing at the same time, so it was just a horrible mashup of two music tracks playing over each other. Equally as weird was the character meet and greet with the ship's mascot. I don't know what it's actually called other than Your Favorite Parrot, which might actually just be its name. It only makes one appearance through the whole cruise, and only for 45 minutes. Now, the actual entertainment was pretty okay. The headlining event, though, is two major shows, Caribbean Heat and the new Radio Margaritaville Live at Sea. Both were more or less jukebox musicals, with the latter being their new flagship show from the recent renovations. Considering this is all Margaritaville themed, I was expecting a lot more Jimmy Buffett action. But instead, we got a lot of unrelated music through the decades. Like in the 70s portion, they just played Lizzo. The last song of the show was Margaritaville, but this was a little confusing since I know I had seen a stage show that seemed a lot more Jimmy Buffett themed. Well, it turns out there originally was a show that did that, but it has now been replaced by this. Now, you might have noticed that the theater this was all being shown in looks very small. And it definitely is. It's also one of the last places on board that really shows the Costa origins, with its walls adorned by quite beautiful Italian mosaics. Now, looking at all of this from a design perspective, the Paradise is wearing a pretty ugly livery, and in true Margaritaville style, it has large Jimmy Buffett quotes painted on the side. You'll also notice that this is one of the last few ships still sailing in North America that has its lifeboats towards the top decks. Most cruise ships now have them lining a promenade deck around 4 decks above the water. This isn't the case here, as the only public deck closest to the water is all the way up on deck 10. You might also notice the lack of any balconies. As I mentioned earlier, there are only 10 of them on the entire ship. The rest of the cabins and public spaces on board all get their light from these rather small portholes. And I found that to be an issue in the larger spaces that are meant to be gathering points for a lot of people, as they all feel very dark and closed off. The larger windows on deck 8 are much better, but the whole lobby area feels very dark, as is the buffet, which is already very tight with a weird table layouts and windows that are facing directly into lifeboats. It doesn't help that most of the furniture is all a dark red and beige, just adding to the dreariness of the space. The majority of this furniture is literally from the Costa Classica, so a lot of it is damaged or heavily worn. In fact, there's a lot of references back to the Costa Classica, with its logo still on a few signs, the elevators still announcing the decks in Italian,
The crystalline mineral was a previously
And
unknown
perhaps
variation
most
of
obvious,
quartz,
on the
with
funnel
uniquely
itself.
large and
Notice
flawless
that big
crystals,
C on the
normally
funnel?
only found in
Back
synthetic
inside,
quartz.
I did like the openness the
industrial
large windows
application
gave
of this
inside
mineral
keys on
will
the
follow
water,
that
a
of its
rare
synthetic
place to see out of
counterpart,
full
specifically
window.
in
Likewise, the
communication and
Hemisphere nightclub
exploration
was actually
technologies.
really fun in the evenings, with a lively nightclub scene and even a pool table, which I loved.
Mercer
But par
sphere
for the course with the
analysis
ship,
completed.
the table was kind of
Established
just
local
broken.
planetary
It's supposed to
signature of
cost
massage
$2 a
2,
game,
AB,
but sometimes
B,
the
in
balls
the
would just
local
get
Mercer
stuck
sphere
or fall
signals,
down the wrong
allowing them
holes.
to be tracked
When we
by the
boarded,
object
someone had
scanner.
already broken a
Mercer
hole in the
spheres can also
side to
transmit
essentially
data
hack the
between
game and
specific
get the balls out. So given the machine was just broken most of the time, we just did that. On the last night, one of the security guards
Arguing the
figured out this
existence of
hack and
intelligent
called down a
alien
man
life,
who proceeded
while
to
Fixit
abruptly
has figured
collect
out the
all the
method,
balls from
all
our
of the
active
original
game
data is
into
still
a Coors Light
untranslatable.
bucket, said game's over, and left. Anyway, the rest of the indoor public spaces all retain a lot of the original design characteristics, like the wood paneling, the ceilings, and the furniture. The stars on the water bar is almost completely unchanged from the ship's Costa days, and was actually my favorite bar on board. There was also a flex space from what I think used to be the ship's library. Today, I guess it's still considered a game room and library, but with the worst selection of both activities. There's maybe 5 deteriorating games and like 25 books, though most of them are in Italian and not exactly the reading material you think would be a page turner on your 2-night cruise. There's also some shops with tacky cigarette shelves and gold by the foot, music being played on personal speakers, and a photography studio that lets you take your picture with the backdrop of Club 33 in Disneyland or the staircase of the Titanic. There's also a spa with a surprisingly well-equipped gym, but not much else. The relaxation room is right beneath the very loud pickleball court, which isn't very relaxing. Speaking of which, up on deck there isn't a whole lot. The Paradise only has 2 pools and 2 hot tubs. The main pool deck is pretty sparse, with a decently sized square pool with some seating around it. That includes day beds underneath a very long and weird catwalk thing. Towards the aft of the ship is the second similarly sized adults-only pool, though it's really showing its age with a tiled entry and very limited seating. It's also surrounded by 5-foot steel walls that block any ocean view, though I will say the 2 hot tubs that are directly its aft do provide some pretty decent views. On the deck above, you'll find the running track, but that entire deck is fitted with AstroTurf, which I don't really get, and it's pretty slippery up there if it rains. Things are not much better below though, as the teak deck around the aft pool is in very rough condition and could be pretty hazardous for someone walking barefoot over it. And that's a very common theme I've found across this ship, the severe level of wear and tear this vessel has sustained. The Paradise is now over 31 years old, and in a lot of ways outside of the physical design, it shows. Many of the larger windows around the vessel have clearly been replaced or repaired over time, and besides them looking very dirty, some just don't have their UV protection on, and that causes smaller spaces inside to become very warm when the sun is on them. A great example of this is the gym, which should be set cooler than any other space on board since people are being active inside. Instead, it's far warmer than any other space due to the heat from the windows. Plus, it doesn't even have any accessible drinking water. Likewise, many spaces suffer from a lack of adequate air conditioning. Really, the whole ship suffers from spaces that are rough around the edges, and in many places, it just looks dirty and stained. In that spa area, there was green moss growth on the saturated stained carpet under the windows. And there really is so much more, from Emmy getting locked in a public bathroom stall, to the very dated look of said bathrooms, the stained carpets everywhere, to a taped on fire sprinkler. There are just too many things to note, but really none of this is that surprising since this was a half-baked renovation for a ship that has had 30 years of guests abusing it. Really, it all feels so cheaply put together, and while this ship claims to be a Margaritaville resort on the water, very few spaces actually provide the same level of theming as you would find at a Margaritaville resort. Everything else is just the spaces they inherited with a slight color change, some added Jimmy Buffett quotes, and some tropical stock photos. It feels very corporate and like nobody actually cared. That's best exemplified by this artwork hanging outside the specialty restaurant. I mean, someone seriously thought this looked okay to hang in a public space. It's embarrassing. This really hinders the experience as a whole, and it doesn't help that you're being bombarded at every chance for an upsell. On the first day you board, that upselling begins at the terminal as you're whisked over for a photo op and pitched on various shore excursions, premium dining, and drink packages. Once you get to the buffet for lunch, you're asked numerous times if you want to buy drinks, or better yet, get a whole package. Everything else is just done on the cheap. Throughout our entire cruise, I was wondering where I could find water, and it turns out for a cruise that is all about relaxing and drinking your cares away, it's very hard to actually hydrate. The only way you can get water is either from one place at the buffet or at the bars, which they'll proceed to give you a plastic cup and a plastic straw. That's actually very aggravating to me, since during our muster drill, which was a chaotic episode in of itself, where they said they would prioritize women, children, and the sick first, like it's the Titanic.
People, women, and children will have priority in boarding.
They also said they would strive to be an industry leader in preserving the environment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we at Margaritaville at Sea are completely committed and to preserving the environment. Our goal is to be the industry leader in these endeavors.
Which is just such a stark corporate load of crap. Those words mean absolutely nothing. This is a diesel-powered ship with 30-year-old engines where they serve plastic cups and straws. I literally don't know how they could be any more worse in that sense. Now, like I mentioned at the beginning of this video, the Margaritaville at Sea Paradise only sails to one destination, and that's Freeport on the island of Grand Bahama. Now, I love the Bahamas and many parts of it, but this was by far the worst cruise port I have ever been to. Margaritaville actually owns their own terminal there, and it just so happens to be in the middle of nowhere. There are a few touristy vendors at the port, but other than that, it's essentially just a staging area for paid excursions. Otherwise, it will be, no joke, close to an hour's worth of a walk to get to a nice beach. So it's basically pay a high price for a curated excursion or facilitate your own transportation, which will also likely be quite expensive. Not sure how helpful this is for people looking for an affordable vacation. Okay, so let's actually break down the price of what we paid and what this whole experience actually costs. So for our lower decks ocean view cabin, we paid $452 USD for 2 people. Now you can get cheaper than that, with voyages and an inside cabin during a last minute cruise being as low as $282 for 2 people. The higher cabin categories though get much more expensive, with the cheapest balcony suite being over $1,600 for 2 people. I think that's a pretty terrible value for what you're getting here. Getting a luxury room on a ship that is the most bare bones is like getting a Lufthansa business class seat on a Spirit Airlines flight. The rest of the experience will not match what you're paying, especially when there are so many other ways to spend that money on a much more superior ship. Now for the value on the lower tier rooms, well, it's actually kind of interesting. It's important to note though that the ultra low fares when browsing the website are a bit deceptive, as they're priced per person, and in both our cases, for the cheapest voyages I could find, the port taxes and fees were more expensive than the base fares. So with our $450 cruise, I kept thinking about why this product exists. At its core, this is a vintage cruise ship that has been branded as a floating island, one that brings you to paradise, that being Freeport. But I really see this more like a budget airline. Now, you're either in the market for at least one of 3 reasons by choosing to do this. Either you're looking for the absolute cheapest way to get on a cruise ship, you only have a short time off of work for a micro vacation, or you want to find the cheapest way to get to the Bahamas. I actually take issue with all 3 of these reasons, since there's actually cruise ships already out of Florida that are cheaper than this, like MSC, which also sails 2-night cruises out of Miami to Nassau, a far better port port of call and arguably a more convenient departure port. The total cost for a cruise aboard that would be $338 for 2 people, which is actually $100 cheaper than what we paid. Now there's something to be said about the quality of MSC as well, but there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that a voyage on the MSC Divina would be far superior than this. That also aligns well with those who can accommodate a 2-night trip as well. But if you're willing to stretch your budget and vacation time, you can find the cheapest cruises aboard Royal Caribbean for $598, Celebrity for $675, and Carnival for $687, which is somehow the most expensive of all of these for a much worse product. Regardless, my issue with the pricing for Margaritaville is that it contradicts the reasons why someone would want to go on this. If you have a tight budget, but also want to cruise and see the Bahamas, you're not really getting either of those. You're in port for the majority of the daylight hours, and even when you are moving, you'll probably wish you weren't. When you arrive in Freeport, you have no choice but to spend more money to experience the actual island. And it's not like seeing it from the ship is all that picturesque. If you care more about partying and enjoying some food, then stay at an actual hotel and go to a local bar where drink prices and quality will be way better than what you'll find here. You'll also skip the stressful embarkation and debarkation process. It really is like Spirit and Frontier, where the ultra low-cost fares seem appealing, but if you want to actually do anything or go experience the destination, then you'll need to spend hundreds of dollars more to do so. We ended up paying another $250 just on a few drinks and pizza. So at that point, why are you making the sacrifice of the quality of the ship, cabin, and food when there are better options out there? Now, in fairness to Margaritaville, they do offer some unique deals, like a cruise and stay package, where you can take the transit to Grand Bahama, stay for as long as you want, and then take the cruise ship back to Florida. They also introduced the Ultimate Paradise Pass, and for $900, you can cruise on the ship for an unlimited, non-consecutive amount of times through the year. It's a very interesting system, acting essentially as a season's pass for a cruise ship, which is an industry first. Okay, so let's give the Margaritaville at Sea Paradise an actual numbered score. I call my system Jake's Is It Any Good score, and it's based on 5 different categories, each out of 10, for a potential perfect score of 50 out of 50. Let's start with the staterooms. Our cabin was decently sized with comfortable appointments, though as we've learned, not all are the same, and there are a lot of old and tired looking fixtures, mainly the bathroom, which was small and kinda disgusting. It's a 3 out of 10. Food was honestly the worst part of the experience for me, with breakfast and lunch offering slim choices and bad quality. Dining room food took a long time to be served, was bland, uninspired, cold, and left me hungry afterwards. Even the upcharge offerings weren't very good, so it's a 2 out of 10. The ship itself has not been designed to operate in the modern cruise market.
It's doing
and that's honestly most
great on
apparent
cruising
since
still.
Costa drastically upgraded her sister ship, and even then scrapped her in 2020. It's a 1 out of 10. The experience, however, does have some upsides. Regardless of the bombardment of upselling and the bad smells and the just overall lack of Margaritaville on a Margaritaville cruise, the crew on board were actually some of the best I have ever met on a cruise ship, and we did make some friends with a few passengers at the club. I'll give it a 3 out of 10. Finally, there's value. With the context of this being one of the cheapest cruise ships you can possibly go on, it does put everything into perspective. But at the same time, you're just on a polluting ship that you can do very little on that goes to a place that you can also do very little on. I think there are better options out there, and because of that, I'm giving it a 5 out of 10. That brings the total score to 14 out of 50, which, yeah, that's pretty bad. It's by far the worst out of anything I have yet to review. Despite my horrible score, my concluding thoughts are honestly not all that negative. It does help that I went with my incredible partner Emmy and my good friend Michael, and I'm glad that we got to meet a few people on board. I am genuinely leaving with some good memories from our trip, like our time playing our janky pool in the nightclub for hours and hours until staff came and took all of our balls. As a person who takes interest in ocean travel, it was cool being on the oldest cruise ship I have yet to travel on. I mean, it's borderline a converted ferry, like a floating dive bar, really. But I still like that. And really, you're not even moving through the ocean most of the time you're on board. Now, these are probably not things Margaritaville at Sea wants me to take away from this, but those were the only highlights for me. Everything else was below average or just bad,
Scared you, did I?
mostly due to the state of the ship.
All
and
I
really,
did was
no matter
stretch,
how
my
many
friend.
times they
No
send it
need
in
to
for
panic.
light renovations, it won't fix the problems. The vessel needs a complete refit, probably in the range of $110 million. But that would make absolutely no
Research
sense to
shows
do,
potential
as the
for
ship
processing
itself
planetary
is probably
nutrients for
worth less
pioneer
than
benefit.
$25
Nutritional
million.
inhaler
So I
research
don't know where
available.
they'll go from here. Maybe another new ship will be brought into the fleet to replace this one, or maybe the company just won't be able to find a continuous stream of people willing to spend money on this micro cruise
all we
experience.
did
From
was
my
stretch.
perspective though, this really
he
is
panicked.
North America's worst cruise ship. My name is Jake, and thank you very much for watching.
Medicinal
Nutritional inhaler recipe unlocked. Using this inhaler will restore health, and also gives your skin a radiant glow that is connected to well-being and probably not radioactivity.
And probably not radioactivity.
The Disney Magic was Disney Cruise Line's first ship, and it was the original flagship for the entire brand. However, the ship is now over 25 years old, and the Disney fleet has grown to become a very different company, employing a very different design philosophy today. But there are still lots of people who are very much fans of these original ships, and Disney still charges top dollar to sail aboard them. So let's take a cruise aboard the Disney Magic and see if a ship designed
so
all the way
let's
back in the
see.
mid-1990s still holds up today, and see if it's worth the money.
I guess next we'll work on enhanced asset security. That way we can get our Xeno
Alright, so Disney
bashers
Cruise
that
Line
we're
started
better
from
equipped to deal
unusual
with
circumstances.
local
Without going too
baddies
deep
when they
into
try
it,
to
as I
chew
already
on
have
us.
made videos on it in the past, Disney started out in the cruise
The
line
rats.
industry, opting to do a partnership with Premier Cruise
Like,
Line.
look at this
A
thing.
popular
Look at
cruise
it. It
line that
deserves
pioneered
to be
the industry
bashed.
with tasteful luxury, unique themed
But all I can do is
experiences,
zap
and
it.
dedicated children's facilities all on
We
board.
must improve
Many of
this
these features
situation.
set them apart from the others. Now, I covered their fate on a whole other video on my main channel, but basically Disney disbanded their partnership and the company imploded over a lack of investment. Disney, however, wanted to return to the seas with their own product, one that stood out from the rest. So the company began to assemble what would later become Disney Cruise Line, and hired Art Rodney, the president of the ultra-luxury cruise line Crystal Cruises. As for design, various divisions of the company, including the Disney Development Company, as well as other outside naval architects, began pitching ideas of what this new cruise line would look like. Ultimately, the guiding design principles came down to Disney's CEO at the time, Michael Eisner, who wanted a look that invoked a timeless profile of ocean liners of the past. Famed naval architect Nigel Ida sent over general designs, which was ultimately chosen and adapted by architectural firm YSA. The Disney Magic as we know it today was finally created, and it indeed invoked classic design cues from iconic ocean liners like the Queen Elizabeth, SS United States, and the Normandy, all combined with a modernist flair to create something truly unique. With its deep blue,
Here
yellow,
we go,
white, and red,
making lots
the
of
profile
wire.
meets the criteria of a sleek ocean liner, all mixed with modern elements like a two-story wheelhouse angled outwards. The exterior paint paired with the elongated bow was to give the impression of sheer curvature in the vessel's length, something that's found in most classic ocean liners. Rounded portholes would dot the hull and superstructure, with balconies tastefully inlaid above. The stern would have characters hanging off the side, while its horn would be specifically tuned so it could play When You Wish Upon a Star. Within, the ship was fundamentally different than others out there. The concept of multi-generation...
Okay, that's it.
From enormous
I forgot
nuclear
that I had another
reactors
video
to
queued,
international
so.
pipelines and mega dams, nothing shows the power of construction quite like an energy mega project. With massive scale and even bigger impact, these schemes quite literally power our world. Sit back, relax, and get ready to take in some of the biggest energy mega projects from around this planet. It's an immense project. Since 2005, Finland's been constructing the largest nuclear reactor in Europe, alongside a facility that could solve the problem of what to do with spent nuclear fuel. When you think nuclear, the Nordic nation doesn't immediately jump to mind, but if all of its planned projects come to fruition, then by the end of the decade, the country will be second only to France in terms of the percentage of energy drawn from nuclear systems. After more than a decade of delays and cost overruns, 2022 will see the world's happiest country switch on one of the planet's most advanced reactors,
being much more
potentially
willing to use
kickstarting
nuclear
a new
energy,
age
which
of
we need to
nuclear
get on
power.
board with. The fact that we don't is utterly ridiculous, and is solely down to a bunch of scared housewives that don't know the first thing about
Finland
nuclear energy.
actually has a long history with
Fear
nuclear power.
mongering us
Its
into
first reactor came
to not
online
doing
in
it
1977,
because,
and by 1980,
one time
3 more
something
were
went wrong in
operational,
the Soviet Union.
providing a third of Finland's
Absolutely
total energy needs.
ridiculous.
While these reactors are among the most efficient in the world, running at a 95% capacity factor for the past decade and continually being uprated over their life cycle, growing demand and the seasonal fluctuations of other renewable sources like hydro and solar has left the country relying on imports from Russia and Sweden to make up the balance of its energy needs. To lessen its reliance on foreign energy and help meet its goal of carbon neutrality by 2035, the Finnish government approved the construction of what was meant to be the world's first third-generation pressurised water reactor, or ERP, at its Olkiluoto nuclear plant known as OL3 in 2005. With an initial cost of $3.9 billion, OL3 was to nearly double the plant's existing output and provide 14% of Finland's energy needs when it became operational by 2010. But while OL3 was the first EPR to begin construction ahead of other next-generation reactors in France, China and the UK, complexities surrounding the design, defects in safety systems and contractual disputes led to over a decade of delays, and in 2018 China's Taishan 1 became the first EPR reactor in the world to start operating. Despite these delays and the cost swelling to over $10.2 billion, OL3 was granted an operation licence by Finland's Radiation and Nuclear Safety Authority in 2019, and in March 2021, 116 tonnes of uranium began to be loaded into the reactor ahead of its final testing phase. Once it's connected to the grid and the reactor begins commercial production in early 2022, the countdown will be on until OL3 begins adding to Finland's spent fuel stockpile. Nuclear power is an incredibly clean way to produce energy, but it does create a byproduct, and it's the one problem we've yet to truly solve. After 3 to 6 years, irradiated material is no longer able to sustain a reaction as a viable fuel source, and new material must be brought in to maintain the reactor's efficiency. But while it's unable to generate electricity, spent fuel remains highly radioactive and needs to be isolated for hundreds of thousands of years to prevent it causing harm to people or the surrounding environment. Although spent fuel can be re-enriched and re-enter the fuel cycle, the main way we currently deal with radioactive waste is to simply store it in pools or sealed dry storage facilities while it slowly decays. While these methods keep spent fuel contained, it's not a viable long-term solution as the system is heavily reliant on mechanical and human intervention, and even under the strictest conditions it can be vulnerable to attacks of terrorism or natural disasters, the kind that led to the events at Fukushima in 2011.
That's why we need to be focused
With
on
an
building
estimated
up our recycling
250,000
capabilities.
tonnes of high-level waste already in storage around the world, and with no long-term strategy of dealing with it, many countries have chosen to completely rule out nuclear power when it comes to meeting their growing energy needs.
Okay, hold on. So I want to take a look at that list of countries and shame every last single subhuman one of them. Every country on this list. So let's see. We got Norway, Ireland, Denmark, Germany, Italy, Austria, Greece, Spain. We got Portugal. We got, what is that, Estonia, I think? We've got the Philippines. We've got Australia. We got New Zealand. We got, what is that one, Malaysia? Or no, I think it's Malaysia, not Indonesia. Indonesia is the other part of the islands. Every single one of you are pathetic, desperate little third worlds pretending to be otherwise. Your refusal to acknowledge nuclear power because you are too incompetent to handle anything more complicated than fire make warm means that you shouldn't be acknowledged as people in my book. Until you can fix that, until all of you can stop crapping the bed for 5 seconds, every one of those countries. I respect Africa more than I respect these countries, because Africa can't make the nuclear reactors. These are countries that all can, but choose not to because they're imbeciles.
In an attempt to solve this, since 2005, Posiva, a joint venture between Finland's 2 nuclear power providers, has been constructing the world's first deep geological repository for spent fuel in the billion-year-old bedrock not far from OL3. Funded
And I will stand by that
collected
statement.
from consumers through electricity sales, the $1 billion project,
Those
which is due
countries
to
should
complete
be
in
ashamed of
2023,
themselves. I would
will
be.
see a series of tunnels extend half a kilometre below ground, creating
I'm not
a
thrilled with
permanent
how our
disposal
country
facility
handles
for spent
nuclear
fuel.
power either.
Now,
But
while
at
burying
least we're
nuclear waste
trying.
might sound alarming and may cause concern to environmental groups, the process at Onkalo is so much more than simply burying the problem. Based on a Swedish disposal method known as KBS3, irradiated material is placed into boron steel canisters and enclosed within corrosion-resistant copper capsules before being buried in individual holes and backfilled with bentonite clay, entombing it forever. Once buried, no further mechanical or human intervention is required to contain the radioactive payload, essentially eliminating one of the biggest barriers many countries have when it comes to adopting nuclear power.
Don't make excuses
With the
for
capacity
them.
to accommodate the last 50 years' worth of Finland's accumulated spent fuel, and the needs of its existing reactors until at least 2120, at
Every
which
one
time
of
the
those
facility
countries
will
should be ashamed
permanently
of themselves
sealed,
for their pathetic
Onkalo appears to
caterwauling.
provide a viable long-term solution to dealing with nuclear waste.
The fact that and some of those countries are countries that currently have nuclear reactors that are turning them off. And it is solely down to the fact that it's literally just boiling water. That's all you're doing. But because there's one extra step that they have to do, which is the re-enriching process, every single one of them is like, no, it's too difficult, I can't do it. Okay, then have a nuclear reactor and give the spent fuel to a country that does have the capabilities. At the very least, stop being completely and utterly, not even, I was going to say completely and utterly useless. I think that that is an insult to the countries that are useless. Because the countries that are useless at least aren't backtracking us in their uselessness. Every country that has a nuclear reactor that turns it off is backtracking humanity, and the country should be sanctioned on the spot. The moment that if your country even starts talking about like, oh yeah, well you see, we should probably turn off our reactor. Nope, 50% tariff on all energy going to your country on the spot. Everyone needs to do it. Just on the spot. You mentioned it, 50% tariff on any energy-related export to your country. I'm talking oil, I'm talking coal, I'm talking anything. Heck, put it on the wood, too. I don't want them burning wood in their houses. No. Quit being ignorant animals. Just accept that we have already found what is the best way forward for us as it currently stands. Until we figure out fission and all that, the more powerful older brothers of nuclear power. Until we can get to those, nuclear is really the only way forward. And anyone who starts talking about like I genuinely, if you come to me and try to claim that you're talking about wanting green energy, and then you talk about something like the wind farms or solar farms, on the spot, I know you're one of two things. You're either a lying, conniving little snake, or you're almost brain dead. You're only those two options. You're either too stupid to know that you're an idiot, or you are lying through your teeth and know that you are lying through your teeth. Because if you're not, like, the people that are like, oh yes, green energy, but no nuclear. Okay, shut up, face the wall. You're, like I said, you're either too dumb and you shouldn't be allowed to continue on, or, and more likely, you're lying through your teeth. And if you're lying through your teeth, once again, turn face the wall.
Described as a game changer for the
It's
industry by the director of the
ridiculous.
International Atomic Energy
No
Agency,
respect for any
the
single
lessons learned
person
as
that
on
has anything to
Halo
do
are
with
being
that.
shared with other countries, and
No
regions
mercy.
with suitable geological characteristics are being considered for similar disposal sites. Having seemingly solved the biggest drawback of nuclear power, and with a sixth reactor already planned to begin construction next year, Finland looks set to play a leading role in the widespread adoption of nuclear technology as the world continues to transition away from fossil fuels.
Thank goodness for Finland in that regard, because someone had to be the sensible adult in the room. It certainly wasn't going to be
if
anyone
you're
else
based in
in
Europe like me, and
except
you like
maybe
the warm
France,
like me, then
which is
you might have noticed your
terrifying.
heating bills going up by quite a bit lately. The continent's in
Nothing
the
more
grip of an energy
terrifying than
crisis
France
caused
being
by rising
considered the
demand, gas
reasonable
supplies
country.
that are lower than normal, and a shortage of renewable power. But there's hope. The completion of this massive construction project could, in theory, help solve the issue straight away. But this is no ordinary energy scheme. It's not a power plant or a
yes,
hydroelectric dam.
well, I
Instead,
am
it's something
being
that at first glance
overly exaggerative in my attacks on those countries. They're not actually needing tariffs or anything like that. That's just, hyperbolic. But it is pure idiocy. You're being an imbecile. If you're moving away from nuclear energy, you are inherently doing something that is extremely dumb. And I have no respect for it.
seems a little more, well, basic.
It's, a pipe.
And yet it's impacting millions of people, creating tensions between some of the world's most powerful
Though I am
countries.
serious about
one of those areas of disagreement.
I'm not over-exaggerating when I refer to people that are quote-unquote green energy but are anti-nuclear. I stand by that. You are either so stupid you shouldn't be allowed to reproduce, or you are evil and lying. So that one, I'm not being, that's not hyperbolic from me. I'm dead serious on those. You're one or the other. You either have no clue what you're talking about, or you're lying through your teeth.
The Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which we continue to believe is a threat to Europe's energy security.
And continuing to make global headlines.
Fears are growing in Europe that it could be a cold winter.
This is how a simple pipeline became one of Europe's most controversial construction projects. Now, we know what you're thinking. Why on earth is the B1M doing a video on a pipe? Well, there's actually quite a bit more to it than that. Nord Stream 2 is a brand new pipeline that's going to bring an additional source of natural gas from Russia to mainland Europe via Germany. Having another supply of this fuel at a time when it's becoming ever more scarce sounds ideal, but there's a problem. It's all built and fully plumbed in, but they've had a bit of trouble turning on the tap, so to speak. Before we get into those details, let's rewind a bit. Running parallel to the original Nord Stream line built almost a decade ago, the $11 billion Nord Stream 2 stretches over 1,200 kilometres and crosses the economic zones of 5 countries, making it one of the longest offshore pipelines in the world. It's formed from around 100,000 pieces in total, each weighing 24 tonnes. Oh, and there are 2 of them. It's a twin line. Once operational, it'll provide 55 billion cubic meters of gas per year, enough for 26 million homes, with the capacity to handle around a third of the EU's future import needs. Construction started in 2018, and by late 2019, it was almost done. Using the
It is
world's
beneficial
largest
during
construction
encounters
ship
with aggressive
called
fauna
Pioneering
and has been
Spirit, the
tested
crew was
thoroughly.
laying up to 3
The
kilometers of
engineer's
piping
noble
every
sacrifice
day.
for Xeno research
Sections
will not
were
be forgotten,
welded and tested
whoever
on
they were.
board before being added to the main pipe and then lowered down to the seabed.
So we need iron rods.
It was also
more
built
wires,
in stages, which
more
meant several
modular
connections
frames,
had to be
and
made
another
at
Xeno
sea.
zapper. What do we
Now,
need for
to
a
avoid
Xeno
water
zapper?
flooding into the pipe, some sections had to be
Cable
lifted back out and
reinforced.
connected on the surface, in a process that's imaginatively called an above-water tie-in. But some of the most impressive work was done back on land, particularly at the German end. Here, 2 700-metre microtunnels were constructed, connecting the receiving station to the pipeline as it nears the shore. This involved digging an entry shaft at the station and dropping a tunnel boring machine inside. That then burrowed towards the water, laying pieces of pipe as it went. Once under the seabed, the machine was dug out and removed before the land and sea pipe sections were connected. Over on the Russian side, Nord Stream 2 only had to go a few kilometres inland to connect to an existing pipeline that brings in gas from the Arctic YAML fields. This all means that Nord Stream 2 is considerably shorter overall than the current pipeline that goes from Russia to Germany through Ukraine and the so-called Central Corridor. It's the new route though where all the controversy is. It might be a shortcut, but it also bypasses Ukraine. That's a country that's been in conflict with Russia since 2014.
Russian troops moving swiftly to take control of military bases in Crimea.
But the first shots in Moscow's occupation of Crimea have already been fired.
To what America is officially calling a Russian invasion of Ukraine.
It's a country that relies a lot on the current pipelines for income, and it's a country that's set to lose out under the new scheme if Nord Stream 2 becomes a priority line. Since 2016, deliveries via Ukraine have decreased substantially, while gas coming through Nord Stream 1 has increased. There's also fears that this could give Russia too much power and even control over the European energy system, as it would see its gas exports to Germany and the wider grid double. Some critics have warned that it could be used as a geopolitical weapon, a suggestion that Russia has denied.
I believe this is a weapon. I believe that it's wrong not to see that this is a dangerous.
When did he make this video? It's uploaded 7 months ago, but the way they're talking about this is years ago. I'm pretty sure Nord Stream 2 was completed by now.
Not only for Ukraine, but
wasn't
for
that the one that got blown
Europe.
up during the war?
Already over a third of the continent's gas comes from Russia, which is financing half the scheme through state-owned Gazprom, with 5 European energy firms covering the rest. Concerns about Europe becoming too dependent on Russian gas is what caused that 2-year delay between late 2019 and 2021, with the US threatening sanctions.
Yeah,
Other opponents of Nord Stream 2 have
solution would be
included Poland
nuclear
and
energy,
other Eastern
but the
EU
Europeans
countries.
are cowards.
However, an agreement was made between the US and Germany in July 2021 that allowed construction to finish. But in November, the certification process required for the pipeline to open was halted by the German regulator. Due to this unexpected setback, gas prices went up even further. A new German arm of the operating company now has to be set up before final approvals are given. All the while, those worries about the scale of Russia's influence haven't gone away. For whatever might happen next, and despite the understandable opposition,
Are you talking
Nord
about the
Stream
video?
2 is still an impressive feat of engineering that really underlines
So
the
we're
impact
watching a
construction can
video.
have on
It
so
is
many
up in the
people's
top
lives.
left corner. It's not
Of
very
course,
big.
many countries are currently investing in renewable
And
energy and
it's,
making big commitments.
It's a bunch of the world's biggest energy mega projects. Guys talking about big energy projects that have been done. Right now, he's talking about Nord Stream 2.
To go green over the coming decades, all of which will reduce the influence of Russian fossil fuels. But until we can switch off the gas for good, and with demand still increasing, we're kinda stuck with it for now. It might not be the answer everyone wants, but others say it's what Europe needs for the time being. That is, once its flame is actually lit.
Yeah, it did. Okay, so we need 4 more of those. But welcome in. How are you doing today?
This is where they are building the largest nuclear fusion reactor in the world. Right now, I am inside the assembly hall of the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor in the south of France. And just behind me back there is where scientists and engineers are working to replicate what happens inside the sun. Now, this is so much more than just another energy project. It's a $22 billion science experiment between a whole host of nations all coming together to try and change how we generate power on this planet.
ITER's mission to create a new carbon-free energy source couldn't be more urgent. Global energy use is projected to nearly double by 2050, and we've got to drastically cut our use of fossil fuels. Some scientists hope that controlled nuclear fusion could be the holy grail of energy, but there's a catch. As it stands right now, no reactor has ever been able to produce more energy through nuclear fusion than it takes in. ITER's aiming to be the first, and if it's a success, it could quite literally change the world.
Which is why it is so important that we continue to work on it. It'll also be a key item for
nuclear fusion,
our ability
the energy
to go
which fires the hydrogen bomb, and the sun. Could this be the pot of gold waiting at the end of the rainbow? To provide energy which is cheap, clean, and inexhaustible.
In November 1985, General Secretary Gorbachev of the Soviet Union made a proposal to US President Ronald Reagan to form an international coalition to develop fusion energy for peaceful purposes. A year later, the EU, Japan, Soviet Union and US all agreed to design a nuclear fusion facility called ITER. Today, that effort's grown to include thousands of engineers and scientists across 35 member nations.
Scientists plan to use this 23,000-ton reactor to, basically in layman's terms, create a tiny star here on Earth that's then used to power the world. Now, if that sounds like a really big deal to you, it's because it is.
The nuclear reactors you're probably familiar with use a process called fission, where atoms are split apart and energy is released in the form of heat and radiation. That's the same process that powers those terrible atomic bombs and the nuclear power plants we have today. It's driven by elements like uranium and plutonium, which can be hard to get hold of and end up as dangerous nuclear waste. Nuclear fusion, however, is the process by which atoms are fused together using elements that are abundant on Earth, like the hydrogen isotopes you can extract from water. Heat generated from nuclear fusion reactors can be used to produce steam that can power turbines and generators to create electricity.
Yep, that's why I said earlier, nuclear power is literally just
carbon-free
water.
energy that isn't dictated by whether it's sunny or windy. The problem is, achieving efficient, scalable nuclear fusion here on Earth is still really hard to do. You need a machine that can withstand temperatures 10 times hotter than the core of the Sun and twice the force required to launch a space shuttle. That's all to say this thing has to be really, really durable, and that's where the insane levels of concrete and engineering that you see going on here all come into play. Here's how it'll work. Hydrogen atoms are injected into this vacuum vessel, then a giant superconducting magnet around the machine is turned on, and the voltage strips the electrons from their atoms, forming something called plasma. It's a state of matter that's sort of like gas. Hopefully you're still with us. That plasma is then heated to extreme temperatures of up to 150 million degrees Celsius. The atoms then fuse together and release a huge burst of thermal energy in the process. That nuclear reaction produces 4 times as much energy as nuclear fission, and 4 million times the amount of energy you can get from burning the same amount of coal, oil or gas. The ITER tokamak will be the largest and most powerful fusion device in the world, with 1 million components and 10 million parts. Those parts are all made and assembled by ITER's member countries and then shipped here to this 445-acre site in France. It's kind of like building a Lego kit, just 10 million times more complicated.
I'm Colette Ricketts and I work as the Deputy Head of the Project Control Office for ITER organisation. It's my job to make sure that all the bits that are needed to put together the Lego kit that is ITER show up on time. The right colour, the right shape, the right time. I'm the Grand Master of the Lego kit.
With so many heavy components needed to make the machine, 104 kilometres of roadway have been specially modified into something that's now known as the ITER itinerary.
We've built bridges, we've widened roads, we have police convoys to get our components through. It's a massive undertaking just to move a component.
Everything then comes here into the massive assembly hall. Parts are put together and these enormous cranes on the ceiling above my head lift it up and over into the reactor.
At its core, we're still building the same facility we were building and was imagined decades ago. But of course, every week something changes because we're on a global platform. Pandemics, Brexit, political elections. So then we reschedule, we reorientate our program. I spend most of my time saying, well, that was the plan, but nothing goes to plan, and this is how we're going to adapt.
Now, I'm a self-confessed construction geek, and ITER really is the ultimate construction project. If you thought getting one national government to build an infrastructure scheme was hard, try doing it with 35 nations, all with different languages, cultures and building practices. It's a pretty nuclear level of project collaboration, and tools from Think Project are helping to make it all happen.
So it's the coming together of these nations who recognise that there's a problem with the environmental conditions, recognise the potential of fusion to solve the baseload energy problem, and are now working together in the most amazing collaborative way. I think there's something like 45 native languages at the ITER head office. It's an amazing
What makes you say that, Darius?
Behind all the concrete, magnets and metal,
Are
there's
you
a lot of
referring
different
to
people
the,
building, shipping and assembling millions of
lack of
specialised
war
parts.
progression right now?
And all those different people contributing to ITER need contracts to
less
get
him
paid
being
and make sure
angry.
their work is being accounted for. Think Project manages contracts for nearly
Less him
400
being
users
angry,
across
more
30 organisations and those 35
everyone
nations.
kind of being
It's
in a
not
spot
the most
because
glamorous part of
code
the project, but it's the glue that kind of keeps the whole thing together. The stakes are high for ITER, and staying organised is essential. There's been a lot of money invested in this, and it's a crucial moment in our energy transition away from fossil fuels and towards renewable sources. The immense project is scheduled to first power on in 2025, when they'll hope to create plasma. Eventually, the goal is to create, at least for a few seconds, what scientists call net energy,
Increased
where
automaton
more energy is
presence?
produced than used. Once that small task is done, the next challenge will be to actually funnel the energy made through fusion into
Let
our
me
existing
check
power
the-
grids. But that's still a couple of decades
the
away
wars
and will
thing,
likely be
'cause
taken up
that
by
doesn't sound
other
right.
reactors.
That doesn't sound like what was going on
ITER
earlier.
isn't the only group trying to harness the power of nuclear fusion. A growing number of coalitions and private companies are racing to figure out how to make fusion power commercially viable and competitive with the price of fossil fuels. The new US infrastructure bill has a number of provisions for nuclear energy research and production. Once someone cracks the code, commercially scalable carbon-free energy production would dramatically reduce the world's dependence on fossil fuels. But it'll take time, and lowering the costs of renewable energy might help us get there first.
The possibility of a future that is good for our children and our children's children with a good standard
I
of
don't know.
living
Unless
demands
something has
fusion.
radically
There's no other
changed
solution.
since earlier, whenever I was on. I don't think that's the case, because...
Standing here at the very centre.
I assume you didn't see what was going on this morning. They had a back-end code break, and we were able to take like 3 planets in a few hours, to the point where the bots are extremely unlikely to be able to beat us on the major order that we've got currently. So they had to turn off the galactic war progress, or they're working on it. So
Of this reactor that could quite literally change the world is a really powerful reminder of just how impactful the construction industry can be. You know, none of this would be possible without the sector that's so...
From enormous nuclear
that's not what I
reactors to international... This is one of the biggest energy megaprojects in North America, but you've probably never heard of it. That's because it's a type of infrastructure that doesn't get as much attention as power plants or dams, despite being equally hard to build and just as crucial to the world's power supply. With the global
like a
energy
proper
crisis showing no
factory
signs
to
of
build
stopping,
these.
gas prices stuck at record highs, and shortages made worse by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Ensuring there's enough of the stuff to go around has become a bit of a challenge. But when this enormous new facility in Canada completes in a few years, it could provide a much needed new source of fuel that'll reach far and wide, as well as providing a huge economic boost.
The single largest private sector investment in the history of Canada.
Gross. He brought
An
Trudeau.
industry where competition between countries is fiercer
The
than
weird
ever,
circumstance,
and with
seeing
renewables on the
Trudeau
rise,
without wearing
is this Canada's
blackface.
chance
Must have
to
been one of
become
his
the next
one of his better
energy
days.
superpower? Or has it missed the boat? Okay, so let's get right to it. What exactly is this mega project, and why does it require digging up such a huge chunk of this stunning landscape? Well, it's all taking place in the small town of Kitimat, and the consortium behind it goes by the name of LNG Canada.
Do a big expansion.
LNG stands for liquefied natural gas. And yes, we know what you're thinking, and yes, you're right. Fossil fuels are bad, and Canada is supposedly a world leader in renewable energy. So why is it building something like this? Well, Canada is one of the world's biggest producers of natural gas, but unlike the US, Qatar or Australia, it doesn't have any way of exporting it overseas.
The gas industry, of course, sees a huge amount of gas underground in a place called the Montney Basin, it's sort of northeastern British Columbia, and they're thinking we need to get this stuff to market. We need to be able to make some money from this. But the problem is that there's not a big population center nearby. They need to get it somewhere else.
Hence why Canada is now building its first LNG scheme, set to cost more than 40 billion Canadian dollars in total. A task that, as these pictures clearly show, is more than a little bit complicated. But hang on a moment, let's take a step back before we go any further. Isn't natural gas a gas, not a liquid? Yes, it'll still be a gas when it comes into this new terminal via the Coastal Gas Link, a new 670-kilometre pipeline that runs all the way from the source up in Dawson Creek. Yes, that is the name of the town where the gas comes from. But if you want to send gas to another country or continent, there's an ocean in the way, and it's too far to simply build another pipeline. You'll need special tankers like these. To make it safe for transport, and so you can fit as much of it as possible on board, the gas has to be converted into a liquid. Then it's placed in these huge tanks and shipped over before it's turned back into a gas at the other end. It sounds simple when you summarise it like that, but the actual process is far from straightforward, and the same goes for the construction. Now, you'll be pleased to know that we're not going to try and explain what every single component on this site does and how it's being built, because that will clearly take some time. So instead, we're going to pick out a few highlights. Firstly, what are those things that look like huge cages covered in pipes? They're the process modules, 35 metres tall and weighing over 4,500 tonnes. This one was the first to be installed. Its job is to act as the entry point for gas coming in from the pipeline and to send it on to be treated and processed. These giant structures were all manufactured in China and carried over on ships. To get them from the port to the site, they had to be placed on the back of large transporters and carefully moved by road before being lowered onto specially built foundations. It wasn't a one-off task either. In total, more than a dozen of these modules are going in. Next, there's the absorber column. It's used to remove carbon dioxide from the gas before it's liquefied. Weighing over 800 tonnes and measuring 54 metres long, it's the largest single piece of equipment at the site, requiring several hours and 3 cranes to install. But the one thing you really can't help but notice when looking down from above is this. The massive tank where the gas is stored before it's piped onto those ships. 52 metres high and 92 metres in diameter, the colossal container is one of the biggest of its kind in the world, with a domed roof that had to be lifted into place very slowly. The lift was done using fans, which gradually pressurised the tank and raised the roof over 3 hours. Once in position, welders fixed it into place, and the air pressure inside could return to normal. With construction now over 70% complete, the terminal is set to come online sometime in the middle of this decade. And as for where all this gas is likely to go, well, Asia is the main target. It's the next closest continent to Canada's west coast. Many countries here are dependent on gas that has to be imported, and others are still burning coal, the worst of all fossil fuels. Yes, natural gas is a fossil fuel too, but it's not as bad as coal, so technically it is a lower carbon form of energy. But is it really going to get countries like China to stop using coal?
China is still importing large amounts of LNG, but they're still building coal plants. They don't necessarily use it for electricity. It's often used for domestic consumption, or it's used for powering industry. So as far as getting off coal, well, that may be one of the possibilities that may happen, or it could just be that China, places like China, will import LNG and still burn their domestic coal because coal is cheaper.
So what about Europe, which has had to scramble over the past year to fill the gap in its gas supplies left behind by Russia and its war in Ukraine?
Europe's energy crisis, one that could tilt not just the continent, but the entire world into a possible recession.
According to Shell, one of the 5 companies behind LNG Canada, 2022 saw LNG imports to Europe increase by 60%. Surely then, one of the world's biggest gas producers suddenly becoming an exporter is good news for Europeans. Well, first off, they're in the opposite direction to Asia, which would mean very long journeys to reach them. Also, despite needing more of it in the short term, Europe is pushing hard to get off fossil fuels for good as soon as possible. And right there, you have one of the potential problems with this whole project: the timing. When it finally gets up and running, many nations are going to be looking at much cleaner alternatives to natural gas, and the chances are that overall demand will be lower by then. Canada will also be coming up against competitors that have already been doing LNG for years. Another issue is the cost, which has grown significantly, not on the LNG terminal, but with that pipeline. There's also the impact on local communities, the First Nations. LNG Canada says it's working closely with them on the main site, but there have been disagreements further inland.
Coastal GasLink pipeline was originally estimated to cost about, around $6 billion. The latest cost estimate is $14 billion, and these are Canadian dollars. And then at the same time, First Nations, the Aboriginal people of the Montney Basin, have been concerned about the impacts of drilling and forestry on their hunting and fishing rights.
The industry had to make an agreement with the government and the First Nations that limited the amount of drilling in the basin, and that could push up the cost of supply as well. All in all, LNG Canada represents something of a gamble for the companies involved, and to some extent the country. It's undeniably impressive from a construction point of view, and it's offering something that's clearly needed at the moment all over the world. But as is often the case with these mega projects, whether it ends up being worth the costs, both financially and environmentally, remains to be seen.
I think I'm gonna have to radically reorganize some stuff here.
This dam is absolutely huge.
Is he talking about Three Gorges next?
The reservoir behind it will be roughly the same size as London, while the dam itself will be twice as tall as the Golden Gate Bridge. Welcome to the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, an epic name for an epic feat of engineering.
Okay, so it's not Three Gorges.
It's decades in the making and forms part of the country's so-called economic miracle, largely because it has the potential to lift millions of people out of poverty. But it could also be the dangerous spark that ignites a whole new conflict in the region.
Egypt, Sudan and Ethiopia are at odds over who controls the world's longest river.
A fight for the Nile. This is the largest dam in Africa, so large it has its own classification. It's a mega dam.
Mega what?
Once complete, it'll produce over 5,000 megawatts of electricity, more than double Ethiopia's current output today, and its reservoir will hold 74 billion cubic meters of water. The numbers here don't get any less overwhelming. The dam itself is made of 10 million cubic meters of roller compacted concrete and is set to include 2 power stations, 3 spillways and a saddle dam. The main dam itself will be 145 metres deep by 1.7 kilometres long, while the saddle dam supporting the main structure will be an astonishing 4.8 kilometres long by 45 metres high. There'll be two outdoor power stations on either bank of the river, with the capacity to generate roughly 2,000 to 3,700 megawatts of power. The first step on the journey to build something as enormous as this kind of sets the tone for the rest of the project, the casual diversion of the Blue Nile River in 2013. Now, as dramatic as that sounds, it's actually pretty common when building dams. Here's how it works. Most dams are built over rivers, but to pour concrete you need a dry working area. So diversion channels or tunnels are formed around the side of a dam's location for the period of its construction. If you're going through hard rock, then explosives are normally used to clear a path, while soft soils and rocks are excavated. Once there's a dry space for workers, foundations are laid. They have to be strong enough to withstand the weight of the dam and the enormous water pressures acting on them. As we said, the Renaissance Dam will be 145 metres deep, almost the height of a skyscraper, and that 74 billion cubic metres of water behind it will create a lot of pressure. Those foundations absolutely cannot leak, so the soil and rocks in the ground below the dam have to be strength tested and are sometimes removed and replaced with stronger materials. Once a dam is complete and in place, the diversion channels around it are blocked and water typically builds into a reservoir behind the dam structure. That's exactly what happened at the Hoover Dam on the Arizona-Nevada border. Water is let through openings in the dam as necessary and often harnessed for hydroelectric power. The immense scale of the Renaissance Dam has likely required special on-site concrete batching plants to be established close to the worksite. They help to increase efficiency and can ensure more control over the delivery of materials, something that's essential once you've started a big concrete pour. But a lot of the construction details for the Renaissance Dam have been kept under wraps, and that's all due to the somewhat fragile political nature of this project. You see, the dam is being built here on the Blue Nile, just 30 kilometres upstream from the Sudan border, and it's caused fierce debate over exactly who owns the Nile and the water flowing in it.
Egypt's President Sisi says the Nile is a question of life, a matter of existence to Egypt.
It's worried that its share of the water will be reduced when Ethiopia starts to fill the massive dam.
There is no Egypt without water. We either have water or there is no future for us.
Further downriver is Egypt, and Egypt's pretty much entirely built around the Nile. An astounding 85% of the country's water comes from just this one source, and some 95% of the country's population live within a few kilometres of this famous river. Canals from the Nile irrigate farms and support cities, agriculture and fishing. The Nile has breathed life into this desert region for thousands of years. And if something were to happen to jeopardise that water source, well, the consequences could be disastrous. And Egypt knows this. Now, to design any kind of dam, let alone a mega dam with a reservoir the size of London, you need a pretty solid grasp on engineering and maths. While the way you learn to solve equations at school may have been a bit daunting, today's video sponsor Brilliant.org teaches subjects like maths, science and engineering in a hands-on and visual way. Each course is broken down into short, bite-sized classes, which makes it easy to make regular progress. And there are daily rewards to help keep you on a learning streak. A solid understanding of geometry is key to anybody working or aspiring to work in construction. With Brilliant, you can quickly learn the fundamentals like finding the area, or advanced topics like Polomino tiling. Whether you want to learn a new skill from scratch, brush up on the stuff you might have forgotten from school, or just learn for fun, Brilliant.org is a great way to test your brain power.
It's going to be interesting going back through here,
key
and
skills
I'm
at the same
thinking
time.
I'm probably just going to have to essentially
try
tear
a free
everything
30-day
down
offer by visiting Brilliant.org
redesign
/the B1M or by clicking the link in the description. The first 200 people to sign up will receive a 20% discount off Brilliant's annual subscription. Now, let's get back to the Nile. Tensions in the region are high, and this dam seems to be at the centre of it. Egypt was even reportedly prepared to bomb it to protect their stake in the Nile. So why would Ethiopia risk a potential war, all for a shiny new dam? Well, its government is hoping this megaproject will actually help lift the entire country out of poverty. Half of all Ethiopians today don't have access to electricity. The dam is going to change that. The country is already on the fast track to achieving its economic goals. Ethiopia has become Africa's fastest growing economy, in part boosted by massive investment in infrastructure. During this period of transformational growth, Ethiopia has managed to reduce the number of people living in extreme poverty dramatically, from over 50% of the population to 31%. It's been called the Ethiopian economic miracle, and is becoming a model for other African countries. Major infrastructure projects play such an important role in this process. For its part, Ethiopia has argued that the effects of the dam are going to be minimal on the countries that are downstream, while the benefits will be plentiful and can be shared. But the debate over who can lay claim to the waters continues. Today, talks between the countries have almost completely broken down, with no agreement met, despite the dam now being 90% complete and scheduled to be filled within 3 years. Whatever the outcome, this is a piece of infrastructure that's likely to reshape more than just rivers in the region. It's a site that hasn't been seen in the US for over 30 years. A new nuclear reactor nearing completion, 2 of them in fact. Yes, the country that has more of these than anywhere else has now finally started building them again, and it couldn't come at a better time. With fossil fuels falling out of favour, nuclear faces a possible comeback. But this monster of a construction project has been a long time in the making. Costs have spiralled sharply and mistakes have been made.
Proposal is well behind its originally intended schedule, double the original budget.
People didn't know how to pour concrete correctly. The design wasn't finished enough. Techniques had to be invented and then changed on the job.
And yet it could still mark the beginning of an American nuclear revival that not too long ago seemed impossible. When you think clean energy, you'll probably imagine wind turbines, solar panels, or maybe a hydroelectric dam.
Except hydroelectric, I am willing to cut
That's right,
credit to
nuclear power. It's not everyone's idea
does have
of clean.
some
the
good,
errors of the past and concerns about
work in
waste
that
have
regard.
made many of us sceptical about these places and the people operating them.
Now, if you'll excuse me, my fondue is just about...
There goes Albany.
But this is no joke. When the wind isn't blowing and the sun isn't shining, we need a reliable source of emission-free energy to fall back on, one that isn't years away from reality.
Coal is now extremely expensive. Natural gas is now extremely expensive. Wind and solar do not replace the functions of coal and natural gas, which is on-demand power.
Mark's a nuclear engineer and managing director of Radiant Energy Fund, which advises governments and companies on nuclear energy.
Even gas being on demand has been brought into question with the Texas blackouts of 2021, when we just didn't have the ability to deliver enough natural gas in very cold conditions to keep the whole grid going.
Now, we've been building nuclear reactors since the 50s, and it all started in the US. It was here that electricity was generated with a nuclear reactor for the first time, in a period when atomic power was still mostly known for weapons.
The peaceful atom is here now to serve what President Eisenhower has termed the needs rather than the fears of mankind.
Today, the US has by far the largest nuclear capacity of any country in the world, and yet it hasn't built any new nuclear plants for over 30 years. There are almost 100 reactors in operation across the country, but they were all made decades ago. A second reactor at Watts Bar in Tennessee was completed in 2015, but construction started on that back in the 1970s, so it's not seen as completely new. Now, there are reasons for America's nuclear decline, and they apply pretty much everywhere. In short, new reactors have become extremely expensive and they take a long time to complete, which isn't helpful when experts say we could do with more of them. These days, there are also a lot more regulatory hurdles and safety procedures to follow. That's largely down to what happened at 3 Mile Island in 1979, where one reactor in Pennsylvania had a partial meltdown and became one of the worst nuclear accidents in history. After that, nuclear's popularity began to decline, and plans to build dozens of new reactors across the country were cancelled en masse.
In a developing country, you're desperate. You take whatever power plants you can
usual,
get, whatever
boomers
power
ruining
plants the rich
everything.
world will finance for you. But in the rich world, we got a little bit complacent, and it meant that if enough people didn't like nuclear, why go through all that effort as a national leader or as a political party? Why put up with the opposition to nuclear when you could just not build anything or build something more popular like wind or solar?
It's not just the US that's finding it difficult to revive this industry. Hinkley Point C, the only nuclear power plant being built in the UK, is at least 18 months behind schedule. Even in France, which has a greater share of nuclear power than any other country, a new reactor at Flamanville is expected to cost 300 million euros more than first forecast. It's fair to say the US nuclear sector has never fully recovered. The last power plant to begin construction here was back in 1978.
Bundle, you never
Having
learn,
any
do
new
you?
reactors, let alone whole new plants, was starting to feel like
You
a thing
already
of the
got a
past.
timeout on
But that's all about
on
to
Rico's
change.
channel. Are you trying to catch one here too?
Industry, folks. We are back.
America's finally getting its first
Also, no
new
one
reactors
claims that
in
the Terminids did
decades, built
anything
on the
wrong.
site of
They're
the
just
existing plant
E710,
Vogel in
and
Georgia,
I
which has been
require
home to
E710.
two since 1989.
As such, they will
Located
perish.
east of Waynesboro, close to the border with South Carolina, Units 3 and 4 at Vogel are the
That's
only
not a war.
nuclear reactors currently under
The
construction
fight against the
in the whole
Terminids isn't a
United
war.
States.
It's just a slightly
Once
more
finished, they'll
hectic
provide enough
form of
clean energy
farming.
through nuclear fission to power 500,000 homes and businesses for 60 to 80 years.
You ruin
When
everything,
combined
not
with Units
those
1 and
fools.
2,
Are
Vogel will
you
generate
against
more
nuclear energy
electricity
bundle?
than
Because
any
if
other
so,
nuclear facility
I'll
in
feed
the
you
US.
to the Terminids myself.
The project's being managed by Southern Nuclear and Georgia Power, with Bechtel handling the construction. As you can imagine, building a nuclear reactor involves bringing together a whole lot of components, some of them small and others very large indeed. By far the biggest piece on each unit is the CA-20 module. 5 stories high and weighing almost 1,000 tons, they store used fuel, exchange heat and collect waste. Wall and floor sections were prefabricated on site, and putting the modules in place required the heaviest lifts on the whole project, using one of the largest cranes in the world. Installing the 2 steam generators needed for each reactor was another complex task. Assembled in South Korea, they had to be transported from the coast to the site by train. They're 25 meters long and also had to be craned into place. So, how much has all this heavy lifting cost, and has it remained on schedule? Well, a lot, and no. Back in 2009, when the project was first approved, it was set to total around $14 billion US, with a target completion date of 2016 for Unit 3 and 2017 for Unit 4. Now we're in 2022 and the work is only just wrapping up. And as for that price tag, well, it's looking closer to $30 billion US. That makes it a contender for the most expensive nuclear power project ever, and it's not even an entire plant, just an extension, albeit a big one. To be fair, a large public infrastructure project going over budget is not exactly unusual. It's kind of normal for the final cost to be somewhat higher than the original estimates, especially when the project's been running for years or even decades. But now it's costing more than double what it was supposed to, you can see why some people are a bit annoyed. As for the delays, well, a lot of it comes down to the way it's been managed. The company that makes the reactors, and that was previously the main contractor, has had a part to play. Vogel 3 and 4 are the first AP1000 units from the Westinghouse Electric Company to be built in the US. However, in 2017, the company filed for bankruptcy due to heavy losses from Vogel and the VC Star plant in South Carolina, where it was supplying a further 2 reactors. Although work on Vogel 3 and 4 was able to continue during this period, a new contractor, Bechtel, had to be appointed for the rest of the build.
We forgot how to build. Now, the theory was that because several AP1000s, the reactor design that was being used, were in construction in other countries, we could learn from those countries and learn how to construct it ourselves. But with the supply chains different, management teams different, engineering teams different, we just didn't learn from the AP1000s under construction in China.
Construction productivity was another challenge that's led to delays at Vogel, along with the significant amount of remediation that's had to be done. By that we mean having to redo certain jobs, and on a nuclear reactor that can be somewhat time-consuming. According to one report, almost 100 miles of cable, around 8% of the total used, had to be cut or replaced. Another report revealed how on one part of the project, an inspection to check bolts were tightened to a specific degree didn't happen. That meant they all had to be loosened and retightened correctly before the inspection record could be signed off. Then, in December 2021, it emerged that tens of thousands of these records had not been completed,
before it
creating
releases
a massive
tonight.
backlog.
Unlikely.
The tasks had been carried out,
I have not
but the paperwork
slotted
hadn't been
money
done.
aside to get wilds, so
But today,
it is not
with these
currently
problems now
part of
sorted, the mood is a lot
the
more positive,
set
and the
budget.
end is finally in sight. Construction of Unit 3 is now officially
I don't
complete,
remember if it's
and
on
in August
Throne or not.
2022, Unit 4 was at
It might be.
96%.
I don't remember.
That
but-
same month, Southern Company received some
But as it
much-needed
currently
good
stands,
news.
no.
The
There is
Nuclear
no
Regulatory Commission
current,
confirmed that Unit 3 conformed with its regulations.
plan
That gave the plant
wherein I would
clearance
have
to start
wild
loading
word
fuel
releases
and begin
tonight.
the startup sequence for the reactor, with commercial operation now expected in the first quarter of 2023. The plan is to have Unit 4 up and running by December that year. It may have taken much longer and cost far more than expected, but the conclusion of this project will be a big moment, not just for the people of Georgia, but the entire US. While there's no sign yet of a mad rush to build more of these things, more will surely follow, and several are already planned or proposed, but they're yet to begin construction. Once Vogel crosses the finish line and lessons have been learned, it could help kick these other
First
schemes
you
into
hate
gear.
on the hunting horn,
If
now you
Vogel
want
is
me
being
to be
finished
your
in a
hunting
time
horn.
when the alternatives
What
to
is
Vogel
this?
are extremely expensive
What is this? He
or
wants me
only
to be his,
a partial
his
substitute for what
minstrel,
nuclear power
his
would be.
wandering
The
musician.
conditions are right
after
to
he
move
hated
on and
upon
start
my
other
chosen
large-scale
profession.
nuclear plants,
Outrageous.
or to start on some new designs that people have been proposing for building around the US.
We now have proof the US remains serious about this important and still quite divisive form of energy thanks to the hard work that's been carried out with this project. It proves that nuclear power has a future in America, but to what extent, we'll just have to wait and see. What happens when a giant nuclear reactor comes to the end of its life? More than half of these hugely complex systems are now over 30 years old, and many have already been running for longer than they were supposed to. The answer sounds simple at first, you take it apart. But how do you dismantle something this big and hazardous, and why are some projects taking decades to complete? Well, let's take a look inside one power plant that sets a new standard for nuclear decommissioning to see how it's done. If you thought nuclear power was mostly a thing of the past, think again. Right now, there are more than 400 active nuclear reactors worldwide, and that number could grow significantly. It's a type of energy that's now considered much cleaner than fossil fuels when combined with renewables, even when you factor in the waste. That's why there's been a drive to build more power plants and maintain the ones we've got. But therein lies the problem. By 2050, almost 50% of the reactors currently in use worldwide are set to begin decommissioning. Now, in brief terms, decommissioning is the process of dismantling a nuclear reactor or facility when it's no longer needed. It involves removing the fuel, breaking down the various structures and components, extracting all the hazardous materials, and doing lots of decontamination. Afterwards, the site can either be used to put new reactors in, or for something else entirely. Why would a reactor be decommissioned? Well, it could be down to new regulations, running costs, or maybe it's in a country that's decided to phase out nuclear completely, like Germany or Italy. But this
Germany
power
and
plant
Italy
elsewhere
should
in Europe
apologise
is
to the
being
world.
decommissioned for a different reason. When Slovakia
They
joined
should
the European
apologise for
Union in
their pure
2004,
idiocy.
it did so under one key condition.
Their
Formerly part of
degenerate
the
weakness.
USSR, it would have to take apart all of the Soviet-era reactors it still had in operation, which no longer met the EU's safety standards. A pair of reactors at the V1 nuclear power plant in Bohunice, which had been running since 1978,
I mean,
were
Germany should be
unfortunately on the list. They were
sorry
among
to the world for
first
severing several
WWER
things, but
reactors, a
I
type
would
of
say more
pressurised
so than
water
the
design to
MP5.
come out of the
They're
Soviet
turning
Union.
off of nuclear
Over
reactors.
almost 3 decades of operation, they supplied enough
It makes them
electricity to power the
cowardly
entire country
degenerates.
for 5 years. But after the
And I
Chernobyl
shall not
disaster
accept
in
anything otherwise
1986,
until
the safety of
they
early Soviet
fix
reactors
themselves.
became a big concern for the EU. The 2 units were switched off in 2006 and 2008. Decommissioning began in 2011, and by 2022, both reactors had been fully dismantled. As well as being paid for by Slovakia, 7 other countries have contributed to a support fund managed by the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. In total, the project is expected to cost around $1.3 billion and is being carried out by Slovakia's state-owned nuclear company. Now, decommissioning is necessary, but still, 1.3 billion isn't cheap. Thankfully for some, it's being funded by those governments, as money from the private sector is hard to come by in 2024. Europe is still dealing with the aftershocks of the energy crisis, and the ultra-wealthy are more concerned with locking down what they have rather than splashing out for potential rewards. The richest billionaires and CEOs are building a wealth foundation that includes physical assets like gold, residential real estate, and billions of dollars worth of fine art. The QR code right here will unlock the high-powered world of art investing for you too, because that code takes you to our video sponsors at Masterworks. The art investing platform has distributed back more than $55 million in investor proceeds across their 22 exits, some of which went to investors who didn't know a thing about art, that were no longer
we're
needed
skipping
to
that
support the
because that's one of
dismantling
those
of the
companies that
remaining
I'm
equipment.
highly suspicious
These included
of.
the turbines, the transformers, and the switchboards. At the same time, radioactive waste from the operation of the reactor was processed.
Normally, if I'm
More
watching your
bits.
video, I will listen
Then,
to your
after a
ads
few
because
years
it
of
is
this,
only
work
fair.
began on
But
demolishing some of
if
the
it's a
structures
company
that
that
are
I
more
am
visible
highly
from the
suspicious
outside,
of,
like the
I should
cooling
not sit through
towers.
it, I think.
They were 120 metres tall, and there were 4 of them, leaving behind 50,000 cubic metres of concrete, most of which was recycled or used to backfill the holes. Next, it was on to stage 2, which is where we find the really interesting stuff, starting with arguably the most critical component of all, the reactor pressure vessel. Inside this is where you'll find the coolant, followed by the core itself. Yes, that's by far the most radioactive section of the entire plant, where the atomic fission takes place, creating the heat that powers the whole system. A giant crane was installed to remove the vessel from the reactor shaft before it was placed into a special pool. This is so it could be taken apart remotely beneath the surface. Why? Well, because this part of the job involved segmenting highly radioactive waste, and doing that underwater meant workers were shielded from the radiation. But before these pools could be constructed, they had to make space for them, and that meant removing the steam generators, which required more heavy lifting. Believe it or not, these are where steam is produced that's used to turn the turbines, which then generate electricity. At Boanica, the generators were almost 12 metres long, weighing 145 tonnes. And there were 6 of them on each reactor. Each one had to be transported across the facility to the former turbine hall where they were fragmented, in other words, chopped up into pieces. Massive circular saws were needed to slice through the 140mm thick steel casings and the more than 5,000 heat exchange tubes inside each one. But even with the reactors taken out, the shafts left behind also had to be broken down. That's because the concrete had become radioactive as well. The solution was to cut it into blocks, smash those blocks up with a hydraulic hammer, and send the rubble away for storage. Of the more than 800,000 tonnes of material that had to be sorted through, radioactive waste amounted to less than 1%, albeit that's still quite a lot when you do the maths. So how did they get rid of it? Well, the answer was by sending it to the waste treatment centre that happens to be on the same site. Here, the waste is either separated, incinerated, compressed, or a combination of all 3 before it's packaged up and placed in containers. These are then sent off to a repository like the one at Mahortse to the east, where the waste is sealed in reinforced concrete boxes surrounded by multiple barriers. As well as storage facilities like this, there are also fuel processing plants across Europe which also have to be decommissioned when the time is right. France has one of the biggest at Le Hague, which is currently going through the process. What are the differences between this and a reactor site? Well, because there's a lot more radioactivity to deal with here, a lot of the cleanup is done remotely via operated vehicles and robotic equipment. Where humans are allowed inside, contamination is everywhere, including on the walls. To remove it, special resins are applied to the surfaces, which are then peeled off, bringing all the nasty stuff with them. Back at Boanica, the plan is to have the entire site cleared so it can be reused for non-nuclear industrial activities by 2027. In the meantime, because it became the first plant worldwide to decommission a reactor of this type, its team of experts are now sharing their experiences. With countries from Armenia to Uzbekistan now planning similar projects, learning lessons from Slovakia could help give them a big head start. Overall, decommissioning is an immense job, one that's been made a lot harder by the fact that most reactors weren't built with this step in mind. But things are starting to change. Some countries like Canada have now taken steps to ensure that any new facilities are designed with end of life as a priority instead of as an afterthought. Then there's the rise of small modular reactors, an advanced and compact new alternative to traditional reactors, which many consider to be the future of energy. They can be installed and crucially disassembled far more easily than the ones we've just seen, although they're yet to be fully adopted. So
That's
while decommissioning is a huge
projects that I
task
really
at the
do
moment,
hope
that
works
might
out.
not be the case for much longer, which is just as well, because if nuclear is to become the major source of clean energy that many expect it to be, we're going to need to plan ahead. And as always guys, if you enjoyed this video and want to get more from the definitive video channel for construction, make sure you're subscribed to the B1M.
Still saying bioenergy made from people on giant hamster wheels is a viable
The
option.
essence of a bridge
I mean,
is not just that it goes over something, but that there's clear space underneath for a river, railway, or road. Maybe this is already obvious to you, but bridges present a unique structural challenge. In a regular road, the forces are transferred directly into the ground. On a bridge, all those forces on the span get concentrated into the piers or abutments on either side. Because of that, bridge substructures are among the strongest engineered systems on the planet. And yet, bridge foundations are built in some of the least ideal places for heavy loading. Rivers and oceans have soft, mucky soils that can't hold much weight. Plus, obviously, a lot of them are underwater. What happens when you overload soil with a weight it can't handle? In engineering speak, it's called a bearing failure, but it's as simple as stepping in the mud. The foundation just sinks into the ground. But what if you just keep loading it, causing it to sink deeper and deeper? Congratulations, you just invented one of the most widely used structural members on Earth, the humble foundation pile. How do they work, and how can you install them underwater? I'm Grady, and this is Practical Engineering. Today, we're having piles of fun talking about deep foundations. I did a video all about the different types of foundations used in engineering, but I didn't go too deep into piles. A pile is a fairly simple structural member, just a long pole driven or drilled into the ground. But behind that simplicity is a lot of terrifically complex engineering. Volume 1 of the Federal Highway Administration's Manual on the Design and Construction of Driven Pile Foundations is over 500 pages long. There are 11 pages of symbols, 2 pages of acronyms, and you don't even get to the introduction until page 46. And just a little further than that, you get some history of driven piles. Namely, that the history has been lost to time. Humans have been hammering sticks into the ground since way before we knew how to write about it, and that's pretty much all a driven pile is. The first piles were made from timber, and wood is still used all these years around the world. Timber piles are cheap, resilient to driving forces, and easy to install. But wood rots. It has an upper limit on length from the size of the tree, and it's not that strong compared to the alternatives. Concrete piles solve a lot of those problems. They come in a variety of sizes, shapes, and again are widely used for deep foundations. One disadvantage of concrete piles is that they have to be pretty big to withstand the force required to drive them into the ground. Some concrete piles can be upwards of 30 inches or 75 centimeters wide. It's hard to hit something that big hard enough to drive it downward into the soil, and a lot of ground has to either get out of the way or compress in place to make room. Steel piles solve that problem since they can be a lot more slender. Pipe piles are just what they sound like, and another major alternative is an H-pile. Your guess is as good as mine why the same steel shape is an I-beam but an H-pile. But no matter the material, all driven piles are installed in basically the same way. Newton's third law applies to piles like everything else. To push one deep into the ground creates an equal and opposite reaction. You would need either an enormous weight to take advantage of gravity, or some other strong structure attached to the ground to react against and develop the pushing force required to drive it downward. Instead of those two options, we usually just use a hammer. By dropping a comparatively small weight from a height, we convert the potential energy of the weight at that height into kinetic energy. The force required to stop the hammer as it falls gets transferred into the pile. Hopefully this is intuitive. It's pretty hard to push a nail into wood, but it's pretty easy to hammer it in. Well, it's a little bit easier to hammer it in.
Perfect.
There are quite a few types of pile drivers, but most of them use a large hammer or vibratory head to create the forces required. Maybe it goes without saying, but the main goal of a foundation is to not move. When you apply a load, you want it to stay put. Luckily, piles have two ways to do that, at least for vertical loads. The first is in-bearing. The end or toe of a pile can be driven down to a layer of strong soil or hard rock, making it able to withstand greater loads. But there's not always a firm stratum at a reasonable depth below the ground. Quote-unquote bedrock is a simple idea, but in practice, geology is more complicated than that. Luckily, piles have a second type of resistance, skin friction, also known as shaft resistance. When you drive a pile, it compacts and densifies the surrounding soil, not only adding strength to the soil itself, but creating friction along the walls of the pile that hold it in place. The deeper you go, the more friction you get. Let me show you what I mean. I have my own pipe pile in the backyard that I've marked with an arbitrary scale. When I drop the hammer at a prescribed height, the pile is driven a certain distance into the ground. Do this enough times, and eventually you reach a point where the pile kind of stops moving with each successive hammer blow. In technical terms, the pile has reached refusal. I can graph the blow count required to drive the pile to each step, and you get a pretty nice curve. It's easy to see how it got stronger against vertical loads the deeper I drove it in. Toward the end, it barely moved with each hit. This is a really nice aspect of driven piles. You install them in a similar way to how they'll be loaded by the final design. Of course, bridges and buildings don't hammer on their foundations, but they do impose vertical loads. The tagline of the Pile Driving Contractors Association is, "A driven pile is a tested pile," because just by installing them, you verify that they can withstand a certain amount of force. After all, you had to overcome that force to get them in the ground. And if you're not seeing enough resistance, in most cases, you can just keep driving downward until you do. But piles don't just resist downward forces. Structures experience loads in other directions too. Buildings have horizontal or lateral loads from wind. Bridges see lateral loads from flowing water and even ice or boats contacting the piers. Both can experience uplift forces that counteract gravity from floods due to buoyancy or strong winds. If you've ever hammered in a tent stake, you know that piles can withstand loading from all kinds of directions. And then there's scour. The soil along a bridge might look like this right after the bridge is built, but after a few floods, it can look completely different. Engineers have to try and predict how the soil around a bridge will scour over time, from natural changes in the stream bed and those created by the bridge itself. Then they make sure to design foundations that can accommodate those changes and stay strong over the long term. This is why bridge foundations sometimes look kind of funny. Loads transfer from the superstructure down into the piers. The piers sit on a pile cap that transfers and distributes loads into the piles themselves. Those piles can be vertical, but if the engineer is expecting serious lateral loads, some of the piles are often inclined, also called battered piles. Inclined piles take better advantage of shaft resistance to make the foundation stronger against horizontal loads. As important and beneficial as they are, driven piles have some limitations too. For one, they're noisy and disruptive to install. Just last year, I had 2 friends on separate trips to Seattle who sent me a video of the exact same pile
laundry
driving
list of things
operation.
that we need.
It's good to have friends who know how much you like construction, but my point is, this type of construction is pretty much impossible to ignore. In dense urban areas, most people are just not willing to put up with the constant banging. Plus, the vibrations from installing them can disrupt surrounding infrastructure. Pile driving is crude. In many cases, the piles aren't designed to withstand the forces of the structure they'll support, but rather the forces they'll have to experience during installation, which are much higher. They can't easily go through hard geological layers, cobbles, or boulders. They can wander off path since you can't really see where you're going, and they can cause the ground to heave since you're not removing any soil while you force them into the subsurface. The second major category of piles solves a lot of these problems. And wouldn't you know it, there's an FHWA manual that has all the juicy details. Drilled shafts, construction procedures and design methods. This one a whopping 747 pages long. A drilled shaft is also exactly what it sounds like. The basic process is pretty simple. Drill a long hole into the ground, place reinforcing steel in the hole, then fill the whole thing up with concrete. But bridge piers are often, as you probably know, installed underwater. Pouring concrete underwater is a little tricky. Imagine trying to pour a smoothie at the bottom of a pool. Let me show you what I mean. This is my garage special bridge foundation simulator. It has transparent soil in the form of super absorbent polymer beads, and you know we have to add some blue water too. You can probably imagine how easy it might be to drill a hole in this soil. It's just going to collapse in on itself. We need a way to keep the hole open so the rebar and concrete can be installed. So drilled shafts installed in soft soils or wet conditions usually rely on a casing to support the walls. Installing a casing usually happens while the hole is drilled, following the auger downward. I tried that myself, but I only have 2 hands and it was pretty unwieldy. So just for the sake of this demo, I'm advancing the casing into the soil ahead of time. Now I can drill out the soil to open the shaft. And now I'm realizing the limitations of my soil simulant. It was still pretty hard to do, even with the casing in place. It took a few tries, but I managed to get most of it out. So now I have an open hole, but it's still full of water. Even if your casing runs above the water surface and you try to pump it out, you can still have water leaking in from the bottom. In ideal conditions, you can get a nice seal between the bottom of the casing and the soil, but even then, it's pretty hard to keep water out of the hole, and luckily, it doesn't matter. Instead of concrete, I'm using bentonite clay as a substitute. It's got a similar density, and it's perfect for this demo because you can push it through a small tube.
I'll be right back.
If you get the proportions right. This is me pondering the life decisions that led up to me holding a gigantic syringe full of bentonite slurry in my garage. You can't just drop this stuff through the water. It mixes and dilutes, just turning into a mess. The same is true for concrete. The ratio of water to cement in a concrete mix is essential to its strength and performance, so you can't do anything that would add water to the mix. The trick is a little device called a trimming. Even though it has a funny name, it's nothing more than a pipe that runs to the bottom of the hole. As long as you keep the end of the trimming below the surface of the concrete that you're pumping in, or concrete simulant in my case, there's no chance for it to mix with the water and dilute. I'm just pushing the clay into the casing with a big syringe, making sure to keep the end of the tube buried. Because concrete is a lot more dense than water, it just displaces it upward, out of the hole. In underwater installations, the casing is often left in place. One advantage is that you can build a floating pile cap. Instead of building a big cofferdam and drying out the work area to construct a big concrete structure, sometimes you can just raise the pile cap into or above the water surface, reducing the complexity of its construction. These high-rise pile caps are used in a lot of offshore wind turbines, but not all casings are permanent. In some situations, it's possible to pull the casing once the hole is full of concrete, saving the sometimes enormous cost of each gigantic steel tube. I tried to show this in my demo. It's not beautiful, but it did work. Again, the concrete is dense, so the pressure it exerts on the walls of the hole is enough to keep the soil from collapsing. And because drilled shafts can be much larger than driven piles, sometimes you don't even need a group of them. Lots of structures, including wind turbines, highway signs, and more, are built on monopile foundations. Just a single drilled shaft deep in the ground, eliminating the need for a pile cap altogether. Another interesting aspect of drilled shafts is that you can ream out the bottom, creating an enlarged base that increases the surface area at the toe. This helps reduce a pile's tendency to sink, and it can help with uplift resistance too. Driven piles and drilled shafts are far from the only types of deep foundation systems. There are tons of variations on the idea that have been developed over the years to solve specific challenges. Continuous flight auger piles do the drilling and concreting in essentially one step, using a hollow stem auger to fill the hole as it's removed. Then reinforcement is lowered into the wet concrete. You can fill a hole with compacted aggregate instead of concrete, called a stone column or trade name geopier, if you're only worried about compressive loads. Helical or screw piles twist into the ground instead of being hammered, reducing vibrations and disturbance. Micropiles are like tiny drilled shafts used where there are access restrictions or geological constraints. And of course, there are sheet piles that aren't really used for foundations but are driven piles meant to create a wall or barrier. Let me know if I forgot to mention your favorite flavor of pile. Even though they're usually much stronger than shallow foundations, piles can and do fail. We've talked about San Francisco's famous Millennium Tower in a previous video. That's a skyscraper on a pile foundation that sank into the ground, causing the building to tilt. It seems like they mostly have it fixed now, but it's still in the news every so often, so only time will tell. In 2004, a bridge pier on the Leroy Selman Expressway in Tampa, Florida, sank 11 feet, more than 3 meters, while it was still under construction because of the complicated geology. It cost $90 million to fix and delayed the project's completion by a year. These case studies highlight the complexity of geotechnical engineering when we ask the ground to hold up heavier and heavier loads. The science and technology that goes into designing deep foundations are enough to spend an entire career studying, but hopefully this video gives you a little insight into how they work. It's a little hard to see a bridge's foundation compared to its other parts, but if you look closely, you can often get hints about how they're secured to the ground. In fact, one of my main goals with these videos is to connect ideas in engineering to things you can see for yourself out in the world, like, for example, on a road trip. Bearded Grady here. It's easy to tell this was shot after the main video, and there's a good reason for that. Today's sponsor, Nebula, adds new features and original content so often that I want to make sure I have something fresh to recommend to you. And it turns out that my friends behind Windover Productions and Jetlag have a brand new game show, The Getaway, based around a road trip with a very hilarious twist. All the contestants are creators, including Patch from Tierzoo. I got a sneak preview and it's just so well done. The trailer's out now and the series starts next week, just in time to pick up a subscription to the only place you can watch it, Nebula. Nebula is a streaming service built by and for independent creators. No studio executives deciding what gets the green light, no advertisements, and no algorithm driving the content into a single style. Just independent creators making stuff they're excited about with as few barriers and distractions as possible between you and us. My videos go live on Nebula before they come out here, and right now a subscription is 40% off at the link in the description. Plus, if you already have a subscription, now you can gift one to a friend. We have annual gift cards now. Give someone you love a year's worth of thoughtful videos, podcasts, and classes from their favorite creators, or just write it down on your list for ideas for future birthdays and holidays. You have a list, right? It's only $30 a year at nebula.tv/practicalengineering for yourself or gift.nebula.tv/practicalengineering for a friend. Thank you for watching, and let me know what you think. The Earth is pretty cool and all, but many of its most magnificent features make it tough for us to get around. When the topography is too wet, steep, treacherous, or prone to disaster, sometimes the only way forward is up. Our roadways and walkways and railways break free from the surface using bridges. A lot of the infrastructure we rely on day to day isn't necessarily picturesque. It's not that we can't build exquisite electrical transmission lines or stunning sanitary sewers, it's just that we rarely want to bear the cost. But bridges are different. To an enthusiast of constructed works, many are downright breathtaking. There are so many ways to cross a gap, all kindred in function but contrary in form. And the typical way that engineers classify and name them is in how each design manages the incredible forces involved. Like everything in engineering, terminology and categories vary. As Alfred Korzybski said, the map is not the territory. But trying to list them all is at least a chance to learn some new words and see some cool bridges. And honestly, I can hardly think of anything more worthwhile than that. I'm Grady, and this is Practical Engineering. One of the simplest structural crossings is the beam bridge.
Infrastructure projects don't get much more challenging than an airport. These places have to be both practical and symbolic. Oh, and construction usually happens on high security sites between round-the-clock flights. From Arctic tundra to massive man-made islands, sit back and get ready to take in how some of the world's most impressive airports were built.
I'm currently standing in the middle of one of the busiest airport runways in the world. But don't worry, it's all good. It's currently shut because construction teams back there behind me are working to resurface it before tomorrow's first plane touches down, pretty much where I'm standing. Now, that plane has already taken off and is currently in the air on its way here. So the race is seriously on.
Now, we know that resurfacing a runway bit by bit each night for over 3 kilometres might sound like one of the world's most boring construction projects. But this is no ordinary bit of road laying. It's a critical piece of infrastructure that millions of people, thousands of businesses, the UK's wider economy, and airports around the world all depend on. The stakes are insanely high, and what this team's trying to pull off in such a tight time frame puts them in a different league of pressure.
If a piece of the runway breaks out and ends up in an aircraft engine, the result's potentially catastrophic, because there's no room for a mistake.
If you've ever travelled into London, you're probably familiar with Gatwick Airport. It's one of the UK's busiest, home to more than 50 airlines flying to over 200 destinations. But when it first opened back in the 1930s, it was just a small flyers club. Over the years, it's been used as a public aerodrome, Royal Air Force Base, and then in the 1950s it was renovated and officially opened as London's second airport. For a while, Gatwick was run by a government agency, but in the 80s it was privatised and had to start finding its own revenue. Since its official opening, Gatwick's gone from seeing less than 500,000 people pass through each year to more than 45 million at its peak in 2019. But that all dipped massively when the pandemic hit in 2020. Just look at how aircraft traffic around Gatwick plummeted in March alone. To say that's been bad for business would be putting it lightly. For around 2 years, Gatwick was losing roughly £1 million a day on average. And losses like that make construction projects like this a tough sell for a business that needs to cut costs. But as travellers head back to the skies, Gatwick's working hard to return to full capacity.
It's difficult to overstate just how much goes into making every travel experience possible. Throughout this 1,600-acre campus, there are people issuing tickets, checking passports, manning security, loading bags, monitoring the weather, directing air traffic, and so much more. And being here with the team up close and getting to go behind the scenes shows me that the work never really stops. There are just a few hours of the day where that constant flow of planes slows down a bit, and even then there are hundreds of people getting ready for the next rush to begin the following morning.
Of course, the runway is the backbone of the whole operation. Without it, the airport becomes more like a shopping mall with a car park. If this single stretch of asphalt is out of service, the whole thing is thrown off. Flights get delayed, terminals get crowded, baggage claim gets backed up, and pretty soon you have a whole lot of stressed out travellers. And not just in the UK, this has a knock-on effect at airports around the world. Gatwick has 2 terminals, north and south, but there's just one massive runway for all incoming and outgoing flights, making this one of the busiest single runway airports in the world. There's a second smaller runway that's on standby, but it's currently only used in good visibility or for emergencies. The main runway is 44 metres wide and over 3.3 kilometres long, the size of more than 1,400 tennis courts. It was built 70 years ago with concrete and has been paved over with new asphalt over the decades, but it wasn't designed to last forever. On a busy day, the main runway can handle more than 950 arrivals and departures. At some points, 55 planes are flying in and out of Gatwick every hour, and flight paths need to be meticulously coordinated around the availability of the runway. Squeezed in between the waves of traffic, a gap is created for the airfield operations team to run in and make sure there's no debris or birds in the way. To make planning even more complicated, everything can change with a shift of the breeze. Planes actually work best if they're flying into the wind, so if the wind is blowing to the west, everyone flies in and out of the east. But if the direction of the wind changes in the evening, everything flips to the other direction. It's a 24-hour operation, and the margin for error is tight.
So Gatwick has an incredibly busy runway. It does up to 950 aircraft movements on a busy day, 55 movements an hour in the middle of the day. It takes quite a pounding on the surface. So what we're doing here is replacing the surface of the runway to make it last for about another 7 or 8 years.
I thought publishing a YouTube video every week was tough, but this is a whole new level of deadline pressure. For months, the construction team at Gatwick is working with military precision to repave the runway between around 9:30 PM and 5 AM every night.
And, you know, the stakes are really important. All of our airlines expect us to deliver the schedule every day. All of them will be queuing up at 6:30 in the morning, waiting to get on that runway. And if we don't hand that runway back on time, the airline schedules are screwed for the rest of the day, sometimes 2 or 3 days.
This will actually be the 5th time that the Gatwick runway has been rehabilitated. It was last resurfaced in 2012. This new batch of asphalt is designed to last around 7 years, and they're focusing the most resilient bits of it on the parts of the runway that the planes traffic the most.
It's not just your standard asphalt that gets stuck on the road outside your house or the pavement you walk down every day. So you've got a really high specification material, which is why we have to build a batching plant on site so that we can batch the material here ourselves.
As you're probably realising, this isn't your standard construction project. We're talking about an airport here, which means there's a lot of security. Before anyone, including me and the B1M film crew, can get to the construction site, you have to pass through the same security as if you were flying. That means every night, more than 100 people and 40 trucks full of material have to be screened before any work can begin. It's probably not a great idea to show up late for this shift. At around 6:30 every night, 2 asphalt production plants are switched on in preparation for the night shift. While it may look like the asphalt that's out in front of your house, this batch is made a lot stronger. It's going to be pummeled by hundreds of massive aircraft every day. About half an hour before any overnight planes are rerouted to the standby runway, Gatwick meets with Colas and the wider contractor team to plan the night ahead. Technically, this project isn't that complicated. The team is ripping up the old asphalt and laying down new material. It's the same process that's used on runways around the world. But here at Gatwick, they don't have the luxury of shifting all their flights to another runway while construction takes place. So at 9:30 PM sharp, a crew of more than 100 people start a pretty dramatic race against time.
Believe it or not, this is currently Gatwick Airport's runway. It's the middle of the night, but it is a hive of activity here. Hundreds of people in this construction team are working to take up the old surface of the runway, lay a new surface and get the runway checked and reopened again all before those planes that are currently in the air start landing.
The work moves in a sequence that's repeated every night until they finally get to the very end of the runway. First, the lights that guide pilots are turned off and removed. Then, a fleet of machines lift up the existing asphalt and take it to be recycled.
I don't know why he pronounces it that way every
machines
time.
that lay two new layers of asphalt.
Asphalt, bud.
The biggest challenge is making sure it cools in time before
Where
the
are you
first
getting that
planes
E?
land, and this
And
being
that F?
London, the rain is your enemy. Once the new surface is laid, a team of electricians put all the lighting back in place, ready for the next day.
Typical Brit doesn't know how
Now,
to
this is
speak
all
English.
happening in a matter of hours every night, while flights are landing just over 100 metres away on the standby runway.
It's a weird
and all while the
pronunciation. It
crew of
really
planes
is.
are lining
I've
up
never
just
heard
off the
someone
site to
pronounce
carry the
asphalt
first
as
passengers of
asphalt.
the day. If the team gets any more than 15 minutes off track, they need to move straight into one of the many contingency plans that are kept in a playbook.
We sat for weeks in rooms coming up with every conceivable failure you could possibly come up with. In a normal job, would you do it? No. But when every 15 minutes is critical, actually having the solution and not having to stand there for half an hour and work out what it is the difference between failure and success quite often.
If they're even a few minutes late cleaning up, or the asphalt isn't totally cool, there'll be a lot of angry airlines and passengers waiting to get moving.
he says it, my brain
Anyone
just
that's ever
immediately
travelled
like
through an
Asheville.
airport will know that's a demographic you don't
What
really
did
want
Ash
upset.
feel? Tell me, sir. I require this knowledge. You've mentioned it so many times. Reveal
Gatwick's
it to me, the
ambitions
secrets at
go
least.
beyond this project. Remember that standby runway they have in case of emergencies? Well, they're in the proposal phase of turning that into a fully functional second runway. The plan to do that has been in the works for years now, but it's faced a lot of opposition from people who say the added noise and air pollution would be bad for the region. But it would make construction projects like this a whole lot easier, and it would enable even more flights to pass through here every day.
So all the time we have to be really focused on the fact that we're here to deliver a service for our airlines, and if we don't do that, it has impacts that can literally go worldwide, and that's quite sobering when you start thinking about it, and it's why sometimes I try and avoid thinking about it too much. But yeah, that's just how interconnected worldwide aviation is. One runway resurfacing can knock on around the world.
Getting to spend the night with construction teams like this is a really humbling experience. You know, what looks like a simple bit of resurfacing isn't that. It's a major operation that's been months in the planning and it's taken hundreds of people to organise. The work these guys are doing is depended on by millions of passengers, hundreds of businesses and the wider economy. And for me, really underlines once again the impact of this industry. You know, it touches every single part of our lives and enables so much of our world to happen.
They're some of the biggest and busiest places in the world. In 2019, the last normal year, they collectively handled over 60 million tonnes of freight and more than 4 billion people. Initially able to operate with just a few hangars and an airstrip, the advent of jet engines saw things really take off, and as passenger numbers grew, so too did the airport.
Post pictures.
Today they're like mini cities with massive terminals, control towers, multiple runways, hotels, shops, car parks, maintenance hangars, logistics facilities, and a staff of thousands to keep them moving.
Have to go take a look. Oh, I see it.
Such
Okay.
insane scale makes them difficult to really fathom. So we've done a quick takeoff and compared them to easily relatable
Wait, but aren't
references to reveal
typically
their actual
female
size.
rabbits the larger
Fasten your
ones?
seatbelts, open your window blinds, and
If I remember
prepare to be
correctly.
amazed. This is the true scale of the world's largest airports.
I think so. I think that's actually pretty common in a lot of... Like, there are a lot of species where the females are larger than
When
the
it comes
males.
to
We're
airports,
one of those
most of us instinctively
less
think
common
of the
ones
terminals
because
themselves. Once simple waiting areas, they're now destinations in their own right.
Let me
and have
Google
become some of the
that,
largest
'cause I'm
buildings
saying
in the
it, but
world. Places that
I'm
many
not
of us have spent
100%
hours
certain.
wandering between connecting flights. The biggest of these is the main terminal at Turkey's new Istanbul airport with 1.4 million square metres under a single roof, and Terminal 3 at Dubai International with 1.7 million square metres spread across its 3 interconnected buildings. That's 2.3 and 2.7 times the floor space at the Pentagon, respectively. The size of a terminal is normally driven by an airport's capacity, and that is all about its runways. Runway lengths vary, but most tend to sit between 2.4 and 3.9 kilometers long. One exception can be found here, on the Tibetan Plateau in China. In this case, the reduced performance of engines at low air density and the greater speed needed for takeoff forced the little-known Kamdu Bandar Airport to construct the world's longest
female
runway,
rabbits tend to be
stretching for a
larger than the male
5.5
rabbits are.
kilometers. That's longer than 2 Golden Gate bridges laid end to end. But due to some extreme weathering,
I could have swore that I had seen that somewhere. I was
closed
like,
and it's been
why does that
replaced
sound
with a shorter
familiar?
one. The title is now held by Russia. Moscow's Zhukovsky International has a 5.4 kilometer runway that's equivalent to the distance from Rockefeller Center over Central Park and into Harlem. Alternatively, you can think of it as 61 Antonov AN-225s lined up wing to wing. But while size is important, it's what you do with it that really matters, and the world's busiest airports aren't actually the largest. Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson was the world's busiest airport in terms of passenger traffic from 1998 until 2019, when it served over 110 million passengers, equivalent to the entire population of the Philippines. But it lost the top spot to Guangzhou's Baiyun International in 2020 due to the pandemic. Atlanta's airport covers an area 39 times bigger than California's Disneyland, but that 19 square kilometers is kind of nothing. It's 7 times smaller than the biggest airport in the US, Denver International, which is more than twice the size of Manhattan. It's the same story over at one of the world's busiest cargo airports. After reclaiming nearly 10 square kilometers of land from the ocean in the 1990s, the 12.5 square kilometer Hong Kong International represented more than 1% of the city's entire landmass. It was officially the world's busiest cargo airport from 2010 until 2020, when FedEx's logistics superhub Memphis International reclaimed the title, helped by the huge growth in e-commerce. What's even more impressive is that with a 6.5 square kilometre land reclamation having just completed, and with only 24% of Hong Kong's land built upon, the airport represents a whopping 7.16% of Hong Kong's entire built-up area. Of course, not every city has the luxury of being able to easily expand its airports, and for some the answer is to have multiple sites all working in tandem. London's a pretty clear example of this. It has 6 commercial airports, and together they processed over 180 million passengers in 2019. That's enough capacity to send every Brit on an overseas holiday 3 times over. Wow. Spread out around Greater London, these airports cover a combined area of more than 30
just go on
square
holidays
kilometres.
now, because that's all I ever hear about
north of the Thames from the Isle of
Everything
Dogs
is
up to
about
Stratford,
them going on holiday.
and as far west as Hyde Park.
And nothing else.
For football fans, that's 461 Wembley stadiums. But even the combined size of London's airports
as far as
doesn't
I'm
come
aware, that
close
is
to the
their
world's
thing. That is all
largest
they've got
airport.
going on
One that
over
surprisingly
there
only serves around 10 million passengers each year, and that you've probably never heard of unless you're a fan of the Guinness World Records or pub trivia. Located in Dammam, Saudi Arabia, King Fahd International has an official area of over 776 square kilometres. It's bigger than 23 sovereign states, and if it was its own country, it would rank 173rd in the world, just ahead of neighbouring Bahrain. The airport actually got its enormous size during the Gulf War, when the US and coalition forces used it and the surrounding area as a military base and storage facility until operations could be transferred to the Ahmad Al Jaber Air Base in Kuwait. Today, a mere 36.7 square kilometres of the airport's official land area is actually used for operations. We're now hopefully not too much further away from international travel coming back after the pandemic, and with the industry expected to experience a bounce before returning to growth, the scale of these airports could soon be blown away.
I guess that's wrong. There's also knife attacks. And just attacks in general going on in England. But I don't think that's so much the English doing that, yeah?
Imagine building an airport
but every time I hear about the
place
English,
like this.
It's like 9 times out of 10.
It's one of the hardest spots in the world to land a plane.
They're going on
and
vacation
if you want to build,
somewhere,
well,
going on
anything
holiday.
here, then you're in for a pretty tough time. But far up in the Northern Hemisphere, hundreds of kilometres inside the Arctic Circle, Greenland is embarking on the biggest infrastructure scheme in its history. No fewer than 3 airport projects are now underway across a territory that's covered in giant glaciers and freezing tundra with only a tiny population. So what does it really take to construct the runways, terminals and everything else needed for international flights in such an isolated and cold location? And why is it even happening at all? Everyone's heard of it, but how much do you really know about Greenland? It's that big white block of land we've all seen on a map hanging down between Canada and Iceland. You might think of it as being remote, sparse, and more than a bit nippy without a great deal of civilization. And sure, temperatures here can hit minus 25 degrees Celsius, and it has the lowest population density on Earth. But aside from that, there's actually a lot more to Greenland than many realise. You see, it's not just a load of ice. Like the Faroe Islands, it's an autonomous territory of the Kingdom of Denmark, and humans do live here. About 56,000 of them, mostly in small coastal cities. Why not inland? Well, because the entire centre is covered in the only permanent ice sheet outside of Antarctica. It means that if you want to travel between these places, the only option is to fly. That's right, there are multiple airports in Greenland, including international ones, but they're small and only serve a handful of destinations. Only 2 are big enough to handle jets, and neither of them are close to the capital, Nuuk. To get there, you have to travel on one of the tiny propeller planes that are used across the island, and that is where the dilemma is. Greenland wants to become a bigger tourist destination, but that can't really happen when getting there is a bit of a hassle.
The Greenlandic economy is very dependent on fish. This means also that it has a certain kind of vulnerability to it, and there you wanted to strengthen the economy by building new pillars in the economy. One of the pillars being tourism. In Nuuk, where I'm situated right now, around 60% to 65% of everybody going to Greenland actually goes to Nuuk. And today you will then have to fly to another airport, and then you'll have to do a domestic flight to get to Nuuk.
Well, then that sounds perfect for you guys.
The solution? Well, build a series of newer, bigger airports that'll make this stunning country more accessible. It sounds simple when you put it like that.
We've got the money to build the airports,
kind in this part of the world
and
is
we've
never
got
straightforward.
enough people that we can send
but before we delve
to
into
visit,
those difficulties,
and it'll be
it's
easier
important
for
to
them to
outline
visit
what
if it's
Greenland
an
is
American
actually
territory.
getting with these new airports.
I'm liking the ideas, boys.
First of all, the
Gotta
capital's
annex
airport
it.
is
Gotta
being
have it.
completely
It's gonna be
overhauled and is going to become the main hub for international flights from 2025. Upgrades include more than doubling the length of the runway to 2,200 metres and a new terminal with an apron. It'll also be equipped with 2 taxiways, a new control tower and service buildings. A similar arrangement is happening in Ilulissat, Greenland's 3rd largest city, which also has an existing airport. The new airport being built there, alongside the one in Nuuk, will have the same length runway and a list of other improvements that'll be almost identical. Lastly, down in the south of the island, my god, how do I say that? Karkotuk. Lastly, down in the south of the island, the town of Karkotok is getting its first ever airport. With a 1,500 metre runway and capacity
I can
for
relate
just
to that.
200
I can
passengers
relate
at a
to that,
time,
looking
it'll be
at,
smaller
the
than the other
names being
2
like,
and used
how-
almost exclusively for domestic
How
flights.
do you say that?
Those longer
What
runways in
is that
Nuuk
word?
and Ilulissat will allow bigger planes to land and take off, meaning more passengers from destinations further away. They're also being fitted with instrument landing systems that make it easy to land when there's reduced visibility. In fact, that's just one of many
Tell you
challenges
every time you
pilots
read the
can face
Bible.
when
I mean,
trying to put a plane
fair,
down
there
in
is
this
a lot of
location.
Hebrew
The
and
giant
Greek in
fjords
there
surrounding
still,
some airports
and
can
Latin,
cause sudden gusts of wind.
and
Low-level
English
fog is not unusual,
is
and
only
runways are often covered in
somewhat
snow
related
or
to
frozen
Latin,
entirely.
not related
Those
particularly in any
sub-zero
way to Greek,
conditions
and
aren't
definitely
exactly
not
great for
related to
construction
Hebrew.
either.
The airport is located 300 kilometers
So
north
it can
of the
be
polar
it can
circle,
be
so you
quite a
have very
pain
long,
sometimes
winter
when
season
you
where
come
it's,
across some of
sort
the
frozen,
the
in
older
water,
names, and you're just like,
where you of course cannot work on cleaning up seabed, etc., etc. So
I make it even
there are a
worse
lot of
by
challenges in terms of that.
stubbornly insisting on using the King
So,
James
what's
version.
it like to build on one of the most inconvenient ground
So
types you can
I
imagine?
also get the fun of
Arctic
the whole,
tundra.
you know, gotta
it's where
use
you've got a very
the
cold,
old English,
barren,
or the
treeless
older
landscape
style
on the surface
English that we
and
don't
a layer
really
of
use anymore,
permafrost
so it's like,
underneath. It can be as hard as concrete in some
So if you're ever
places.
listening to
So
me
when
read
you've
the
got to do
Bible
any
and
kind of
I stutter
excavation,
or something,
like
there's
before
good
laying a
reason. It's
runway,
probably I'm
it's
encountering a
virtually
word
impossible
that
to do using normal
isn't
methods.
used in our
By
language
that, we
really
mean bringing in some
anymore.
excavators and getting them to dig away
Or I'm
happily
encountering
through the
a
lovely
name
soft
or
soil
something
that most
from-
airports are built
from
on.
a,
It's just not as simple as that
a
here,
language
which is why
system
main
that is
contractor
not even
Monk Civil
remotely
Engineering
related
has
to
had to use a strategy that's normally reserved for
But I do my best.
blowing the obstacle to bits with explosives.
My
For the
favourite
larger two
solution.
airports, around 6 million cubic meters of rock had to be blasted away for construction to take
I'm not gonna lie,
place.
the
That's more than
explosion caught me
twice
off
the
guard a
volume
little
of the
bit. I
Great
wasn't
Pyramid.
expecting
The
sudden
majority of the
detonation.
time that we have spent on construction so far has actually been drilling, blasting, and moving of rock. We have literally blown a mountain away in order to make enough space to get a 2.2 kilometer runway.
In Karkoktok, it was 2 million cubic meters. The material was then ground up and used to build the runways and foundations for the buildings and infrastructure. Over in Nuuk, the runway was done in 2 stages, with the southern end constructed first. When complete, air traffic moved over from the old runway, while the northern end of the new one was still being built. A map of the Ilulissat runway shows that some of it goes into the sea. That meant removing a thick layer of clay sediments, which then had to be backfilled to avoid settlement over time. To do this, a huge 200-ton crawler crane from Liebherr was brought in to handle all that dredging, as well as other tasks. These included placing large stones alongside the runway to protect it from coastal waters. Crew members had to rely on weekly shipments for parts and equipment, and worked long shifts to stay on schedule. Because while life in this part of the world might seem laid back and peaceful, the bitterly cold climate ensures the clock is always ticking. The winter months are when the mercury drops way below freezing, which makes any kind of construction here impossible, even with your biggest coat on. Between December and April, work had to stop entirely, and some jobs could only be done during a small summer period. As for when it's all due to finish, like with many large-scale infrastructure projects, there have been some delays. Nuuk's new airport was initially set to open in 2023, but that had to be pushed back to late 2024. That was mainly due to COVID and new regulations coming in since the original plan was drawn up. But it wasn't the only complication that appeared during the project's conception.
The runway in Ilulissat has unfortunately been a little bit delayed because we have faced some issues construction-wise. We had 13 weeks where we couldn't get supplies into the construction site. So the construction site was basically closed for 13 weeks because, well, the water was frozen. So you can prepare everything, but you can't set the date on when the weather is ready for you to start doing these kind of things.
Ilulissat is now due to complete in 2026, same as Karkoktok. Then there was the issue that came up earlier on. Before it was decided which companies would do the construction, a state-owned Chinese firm bid for the job. The trouble was, Greenland is a key strategic point for the United States. There's still a US Air Force base here, which is also part of a large missile defense system. The idea of Chinese-made airports close to a US military site made things a little tense, and the bid was dropped. Instead, Denmark would help build and fund the projects. Which brings us on in turn to the price tag.
Ridiculous
in total,
that they even
the scheme is
considered
expected
that
to cost
being
around
something
5
that they
billion
should
Danish
like.
kroner, which is about 700 million US
The fact
dollars.
that they even
Karkoktok
allowed
has been
that to
financed
be like a
solely by the
negotiation and
Greenlandic
just
government,
instantly
while
shut
the
it
other
down.
two are a partnership with Denmark, which owns a
Ridiculous
third
of
of the project.
them.
The money not covered by equity, which is around half of the costs, has
I
been
don't know if
borrowed
it's
from the Danish
ignorance or
Central Bank
malice,
and the
but
Nordic
it's
Investment
something.
Bank. Although it
Probably
might not
more
sound
the
like
first
much
than the
for
second,
3
but-
airports, for a country the size of this, it is a lot. The total figure is about 20% of Greenland's GDP. But it's what these airports could do for the economy in the future that is where the real potential payoff is. Currently, foreign tourism brings in almost 2 billion Danish kroner a year.
Fish!
With the new airports close
How
to
dare you,
opening,
fish.
that amount is almost certain to rise in the coming decade. Not long ago, building 3 major airports in a place like this would have seemed ridiculous. But thanks to some extreme construction, some amazing teams, and some very big ambitions, this amazing location is about to pull off something extraordinary.
This is not about building a second airport in Berlin or a third runway in Heathrow. This is about making development possible in a country that will be able to change also the economy of the country.
Once again, it powerfully demonstrates that not many places on this planet are out of reach when the people that work in this incredible industry really put their minds to it.
Hey, Ada, shut it! Good lord.
Here's a story about the most terrifying airport in the world. Your plane is diving straight for a mountain when at 700 meters they turn off the autopilots. You scrape over the rooftops of the city.
Hey, wait a minute, what are you doing this close to the factory? You're not supposed to be here. Go on.
And just over 3 kilometers out from landing and 300 meters off the ground, the pilot ignores their instruments, eyeballs a 47-degree turn, and touches down on a slither of runway surrounded by water on 3 sides. Heart attack averted, the plane door opens and you step out onto the asphalt of the legendary Kai Tak International Airport, Hong Kong. It's also the 5th of July 1998, and you were on the last flight to land here before it permanently closed. Skip forward 26 years, and this area's come quite a long way. What was once a relic of a bygone era is now the centre of one of the world's most expensive redevelopment projects. Most importantly, getting into it is going to be much easier as well, thanks to some world-class engineering and a new piece of equipment we've never seen before, which quite literally reinvents the wheel. This is Hong Kong. Forget terrifying airports, today this city lays proud claim to having the best public transport in the world. Its trains, trams, ferries and buses provide 9.7 million journeys every day. Almost half of all households are within 500 metres of an MTR station, and trains arrive on time an incredible 99.9% of the time. Part of the reason Hong Kong's infrastructure is so good is because it has to be. 7.4 million people live here, mainly squeezed into super tight pockets of housing, which are among the most densely populated on Earth. Between these urban centres are around 500 mountains and the South China Sea. So anything that gets built here has got to be built with infrastructure in mind. Back to Kai Tak. The site of the old airport is located right in the heart of the city, here in Kowloon Bay. In 2007, a plan was approved which would turn the 320-hectare site into a mixed-use residential, commercial and leisure district. The tip of the former runway is being transformed into a tourism and leisure hub, featuring a Foster & Partners designed cruise terminal which opened in 2013. The rest of the site, meanwhile, is being transformed into a premium office and commercial district and a very large park. At the top of the site, a 50,000-seat stadium is nearing completion and work is well underway on a large residential neighbourhood. When it's completed, 150,000 people are going to live on this site, making it one of the densest urban areas in the world. And connecting all those people to the rest of the city is a major challenge. The north of the site is bordered by 2 of the busiest roads in East Kowloon. To stop the development being cut off from everything else, a series of tunnels and bridges are being constructed around the perimeter of the site. But with such a dense network of roads, how do you build something that's big enough to meet capacity while not having any impact on the constant flow of traffic nearby? That's a headache for Hong Kong's civil engineers, who are dedicated to making sure that people's journeys around the city are as smooth as they can be. Balancing the needs of the development and the demands of heavy traffic was a problem the Hong Kong Civil Engineering and Development Department faced here, where a 140-metre-long tunnel was needed to connect Shin Kai Road to Choi Hung Estate. Now, with shallow underpasses like this, the easiest option is often to use the cut and cover method. This involves digging a trench and laying tunnel segments, which are then covered back over. But here, that would involve diverting 20 lanes of traffic, including 2 major arterial roads. No problem, time to fire up a tunnel boring machine and get digging. But actually, that's not an option either. Because Hong Kong is so dense, the land underneath this area is crossed by a series of water mains, electric cables, storm drains, sewers, and foundations for the Kwun Tong Bypass Viaduct. Had the tunnel been deep enough, that wouldn't be a problem, but for such a short route, a shallower tunnel was needed, which would expose a crucial flaw of TBMs. You see, when a TBM makes its way through the earth, it creates an effect called settlement. As it excavates soil, this creates weakness in the ground above the cutterhead as earth moves down to fill the void. Now, with enough clearance, this doesn't have any effect on anything above. But the alignment at Choi Hung lies just under 7 meters beneath the surface at its shallowest point. This effect of settlement, made worse by the weak alluvial soil, would pose a serious risk to the nearby utilities like this storm drain, which sits just 1.5 meters away from the tunnel roof. So, how do you solve a problem like the one at Choi Hung? Well, the answer was this: a rectangular tunnel boring machine. This was the first of its kind ever to be used in Hong Kong, and one of only a handful RTBMs in the entire world. Here's how it works. The rectangular shield houses 5 cutting heads. The one in the centre does the majority of the work, but the 4 in each corner rotate elliptically, creating a rectangular excavation. This gets dropped into a shaft and is pushed forwards by a hydraulic jack. To reinforce the tunnel, 92 concrete segments cast nearby are dropped in behind the RTBM one at a time. When the tunnel breaks through and is complete, the jack seals the gaskets and the RTBM is removed on the other side. But how is this safer than a standard TBM? Well, when a circular TBM creates settlement, that force is focused onto a point at the top of the cutterhead. Because the RTBM has a large flat surface, it spreads the effect of the settlement over a larger area, causing less disruption to anything above it. The Choi Hung Tunnel opened in November 2021, and the method has proved so successful that it's now being used elsewhere on the project, such as here at Sung Won Toi, where a new underpass is being constructed beneath 15 lanes of traffic. But what is this all for? There's a huge amount of effort going into using the next generation of tech. Surely this tunnel's being used for a major new highway or high-speed rail line. Well, no. Both the Choi Hung and Sung Won Toi tunnels are both pedestrian subways. Now, it might seem surprising that such a massive amount of work and innovation is going into something as simple as a pedestrian underpass. But that's kind of the point. Attention to detail on something as small as this is exactly what makes Hong Kong's civil engineers some of the best in the world, and what allows this city to keep moving. In the 1990s, Hong Kong needed to replace its outdated airport. The only problem was the same problem that always comes up in a densely developed city that's surrounded by mountains. Where do you put it? Well, the answer was actually to make the city bigger. And Hong Kong reclaimed 10 square kilometres of ocean before building what was then the world's largest airport terminal on top of it. 20 years later, that airport is itself now approaching capacity, and $18 billion is being spent to expand it and the city once again. When it opened in 1998, Hong Kong International Airport was one of the most advanced in the world. Built on a man-made island, the buildings and transport connections were world-class, while a dual runway layout let 28 million passengers pass through the airport in its first year alone.
Goodness gracious.
Handed back to China by the British in 1997, Hong Kong was uniquely positioned to act as a bridge for Western companies looking to get into those emerging Chinese markets. This, and the fact that it sits less than 5 hours flight from nearly half the world's population, pushed passenger and freight volumes to the extreme. The construction of a satellite concourse and second terminal in 2007,
but worse, the
as
Chinese
well as a
government being
concourse
given
in
that
2011 didn't
that
really
place
solve
back
the problem.
was-
And
I would
the
rather
need
the
to think
Brits have
bigger
it than the
became clear.
Chinese, but
After a 3-year study and a rejected plan to try and increase the airport's capacity by simply improving operational efficiency, a new 3-runway system was adopted. The immense project known as Master Plan 2030 is basically like constructing an entirely new airport next to the existing
Still bad
one.
decision. Yeah, I
There'll
mean,
be
a lot of
kilometre
the
new runway on reclaimed
post-war
land, enabling
decolonization
100
stuff
million
that
passengers
Western
and
nations
some
did
9 million
just
tonnes of
not
cargo
smart
to
ideas.
pass through the airport each year.
We should never have done it.
Once
it was
complete,
a terrible
the new
idea.
runway will take over operations from the existing North runway while it's reconfigured to allow runway 3 arrivals to access Terminal 1 without having to cross the centre runway. A 280,000 square metre new passenger concourse will support it, linking to a reconfigured and expanded Terminal 2 by a 2.6 kilometre extension to the Automated People Mover, or APM. Running between Terminal 2 and the new concourse, the APM will transport up to 10,800 passengers each hour. Behind the scenes, there'll also be a new $500 million high-speed baggage handling system that can move bags 3 times faster, and smart tech to streamline the departure process. With an additional 30 million passengers using the airport each year, the existing road and transport systems will be expanded, increasing connections to the city proper and mainland China. To accommodate all this, a further 6.5 square kilometres of land will be reclaimed from the sea, directly north of the existing airport. Due to environmental concerns over contaminated soil and increased shortages of materials like marine sand, the land will be built with a process known as deep cement mixing. This involves injecting cement into soft or contaminated soil, stabilising it and removing the need for environmentally damaging dredging to take place, before material is added to raise the land above sea level. With the land reclamation phase now nearing completion, work on the above-ground infrastructure is about to start. Despite the collapse in international travel during 2020 and the ongoing uncertainty, work has progressed, and passenger numbers are expected to return to pre-pandemic levels well before the project's completion in 2024. Set to contribute 4.6% of Hong Kong's entire GDP by 2030, this aviation mega-project is the key to the city's future competitiveness and role in the global economy. Underground tunnels that serve as secret bunkers crawling with aliens and lizard people. An array of strange symbols linked to the Illuminati and the New World Order. Sinister murals that hint towards the world apocalypse. And a cursed blue horse sculpture with piercing red eyes known as Lucifer. These are just some of the many strange conspiracies you might have heard about when flying through Colorado's Denver International Airport. Ever since its construction, outlandish rumours have been a hot topic among conspiracy theorists, and in recent years, ones the airport itself has fully embraced.
Welcome to Illuminati headquarters. I mean, Denver International Airport.
But mysterious murals and odd symbols might not be the only thing you've noticed in Denver.
By now, you've likely experienced some turbulence navigating around the construction at DIA.
As America's third busiest airport, with over 58 million flyers in 2021, Denver's racing to keep up with increasing passenger demand, and its $4.3 billion reconstruction project is aiming to complete by 2028. But it hasn't been without unexpected delays, all of which seems to be further raising suspicion among the conspiracy sleuths. So how does the world's weirdest airport plan to accommodate more travellers? And is it really all just a cover-up for something more cryptic going on behind closed doors? Welcome to one of the world's strangest construction projects.
I don't know why Denver decided to have such a strange airport built, but
Denver International's pretty much always been shrouded in controversy. Before opening back in 1995, its construction was a target of public opposition. Many believed the original Stapleton Airport was perfectly acceptable and that any new facility would just bring more traffic and pollution to the area. But Stapleton was already bursting at the seams, and the site wasn't nearly large enough for the size of expansion needed. So in 1989, Colorado began building an entirely new airport on the northeast edge of Denver, far away from anything else, and Stapleton was abandoned completely. The project didn't go well. The airport was supposed to complete in 1993, but a complex design, financial struggles, and some contractual disputes meant the first plane didn't take off until 16 months later in 1995. By that stage, the whole thing was $2 billion over budget. People began to question things, and it didn't take long before several conspiracy theories began circulating. Why was construction so delayed? What was that extra $2 billion really used for? Tunnels housing a new innovative baggage system failed to work properly, and a dedication plaque bearing the symbol of the Freemasons, a legitimate secret society, all raised eyebrows. The airport's strange artwork only added fuel to the fire. Many were also suspicious of the airport's sheer size. When construction was completed, it became the largest in the US by surface area at over 130 square kilometres. That's twice the size of Manhattan. Just like Stapleton, Denver began having trouble keeping up with increasing passenger demand over the years, and its facilities were aging quickly. Designed to handle up to 50 million people a year, the airport saw nearly 60 million pass through in 2021. And those numbers are going to grow to nearly 100 million over the next 8 to 10 years. To get ready for the future, Denver has devised a plan, and in 2018 it started work on 2 major construction projects. First off, the Great Hall is undergoing a $2 billion renovation. Transport to the gates will also be improved by adding and replacing outdated train cars. In the second project, concourses are adding some 39 new gates, creating space for more passengers and more planes.
We have Vision 100, which is really aimed at preparing all the different parts so that we're able to handle all the passengers. So the Great Hall program will add the capacity in our terminal to get people to the gates. We'll be increasing our security checkpoints by over 60%.
The Great Hall work is being done in 3 phases. Each aims to enhance airport security, improve overall operational efficiency, and increase capacity. Phase 1 was completed in late 2021 and created nearly 3,000 square metres of additional space for the Jefferson terminal. It also modernised the check-in space by installing self-bag drop units.
But Phase 1 of the Great Hall didn't come without a great deal of pain for air travelers.
You have to just be willing to read the signs and ask questions, pay attention and know where you're going.
Similar to the challenges seen in the airport's original construction, the project hit some turbulence early on.
Phase 1's completion is nearly 2 years behind schedule.
According to a report filed by Great Hall Partners, the contractors in charge of the project, the delays were down to the concrete. The material found in the terminal was weaker than expected and could not bear the weight of the equipment. Due to safety concerns, construction was halted completely. But when it was tested further by the airport, no safety issues were found. A load of back and forth was set off between the contractors and Denver International, and the internet got a whole new pile of fodder for its conspiracies.
The original Great Hall project was going to be completed through a public-private partnership, and that contract ended up being terminated a couple years ago. Now we're moving into the program where we aren't using a concessionaire.
That concessionaire is Hensel Phelps, who was brought in to complete the project instead. In 2021, Phase 2 finally took off, and that looks set to finish by 2024. This phase includes redesigning a new security checkpoint with improved technology. Much like European airports, the updated plan will see smaller groups of 30 to 40 people going through 17 lanes of security instead of all queuing up in one long line. Additionally, the balcony of the Great Hall is going to be extended out to create more space. Meanwhile, it wasn't until 2022 that the city's council approved the third and final phase of the project.
First time I've ever made encased industrial beams in this game. Every other time I've ever had access to them, it has been
It'll
ones
also
that I
upgrade
found.
facilities like bathrooms, floors and lighting. Overall, the
Kinda
airport
cool.
hopes the final project is
Actually
going to be
making
wheeled
some
up by
progress here.
2028. Now, like most construction projects, the renovations at Denver Airport have been pretty noticeable.
Walls are being torn out, retail stores moved, and some escalators aren't even there anymore. This is what it looks like in the airport's construction zone.
Giant white walls block off sections of the terminal's ongoing work, and nothing sets off conspiracy theorists quite like that. But instead of letting the rumours hold it back, Denver's taking advantage.
Our former CEO, Kim Day, she loved that we could show some personality. And yeah, we wanted to do something fun and creative to talk about the construction. And we like to embrace the fun side of things. So we developed a campaign around the conspiracies to go in the Great Hall.
Plastered along all these white walls are quirky posters alluding to the airport's conspiracy theories. There's even that talking gargoyle that interacts with passengers.
Oh, it's because of the conspiracy. Look at me, I'm a little know-it-all.
The marketing stunt has proved very successful for the airport. According to the public relations team, these efforts have resulted in over $1.5 million worth of publicity. Of course, if you were sitting on the actual Illuminati headquarters, then a fun little media campaign like this would be a great way of throwing people off the scent. You won't be surprised to learn that the official line in response to these conspiracies is all a bit dull. The artwork is just artwork, and the odd symbols merely represent the idea of a new international and global airport. And as for the tunnels...
Really, our tunnels are just to get baggage through the airport and, across our concourses.
Of course, Stephanie would say that, because that's what she wants us to think. And when we pressed her further about any other theories...
I cannot speak on that. I will neither confirm nor deny.
Together, the gate expansion and the Great Hall projects hope to help Denver Airport as passenger numbers continue to rise over the next few years.
We're also looking at additional runway capacity. So we currently have 6 runways that are operating. The original layout for the airport had 12 runways identified. So we're just starting the environmental work to take a look at where to put that 7th runway and anticipating it would be needed within the next 10 years.
In all, Denver seems to be on track to navigate its challenges and complete its work by 2028. Ready for the first major meeting of the New World Order. We mean increased passenger capacity. If I disappear in mysterious circumstances after this video comes out, then please never stop asking questions until you find the truth. New York is renowned as a world-class city. Its biggest airport, on the other hand, not so much.
JFK is the worst airport in the country when it comes to dealing with luggage.
At JFK Airport, a temporary system outage at customs left travelers waiting for hours in security lines.
A water main break flooded most of Terminal 4 at JFK International Airport yesterday.
Once regarded as one of the top airports in the country, John F. Kennedy Airport has somewhat fallen from grace. With its outdated facilities, frequent delays, and disjointed layouts, it now has a turbulent reputation among travellers. But that's all about to change, because New York's busiest airport is undergoing a massive $19 billion overhaul. With fresh amenities, expansion of spaces, and a brand new terminal, JFK will soon be taking off to new heights. So fasten your seatbelt, sit back, relax,
Indeed, Android,
and enjoy
indeed.
our explainer on how this New York aviation hub is going to take back its
And
world-class
unfortunately,
title.
despite my hope to escape having to make screws, I'm still making a lot of screws.
Originally called Idlewild Airport,
But
JFK was built to
we're
relieve
planning
congestion
an
of LaGuardia
expansion to
in
the current setup,
1948.
and I'm going to redo
It opened with
things
6
in the
runways
factory
and
see about
5 distinct
setting
and
up a
architecturally
more
stunning terminals.
functional
By
system.
the next decade, the airport was handling the largest amount of international air traffic in the world and was the first place to serve passenger jets. But
We're
JFK's
just working on
globally
getting
renowned
expanded
status
power
soon took a
infrastructure
nosedive.
built right now.
With increased demand and
Or
a
the-
terminal layout
the,
designed pre-jet
research
age, it
for
simply
it.
couldn't keep up. Today, with over 62 million annual passengers, it's still one of the busiest in the country. And yet, it consistently ranks as one of the worst hubs to travel through due to significant delays, a disjointed layout, and its bad accessibility from the city. Typically, terminals are controlled by the airport's owner or operator and are all connected in a central area. But JFK is different. Instead, it had 6 disconnected terminals, 5 of which are currently active, that are managed by the airlines themselves. That can make it difficult for passengers to transfer in between on layovers, and airlines can never divert to a different terminal because each one only accepts planes from their owner. And because the terminals have been rebuilt or demolished over the years, they're still numbered 1 through 8, just with a couple of numbers missing in between to make things even more confusing. It's not surprising that what was once regarded as the top airport by pilots and passengers alike now fills most travellers' heads with dread. With a projected 100 million passengers by 2050, well beyond its initial capacity, city officials have finally decided to act.
The panel has put forward a vision plan for the entire airport that will completely transform JFK into a unified, interconnected, world-class airport.
The plan consists of revamping the terminals and improving the roadway and transit system between them. At the heart of the project is the new Terminal 1. With 23 gates and 2.5 million square feet of space, it'll be nearly the size of LaGuardia's 2 new terminals combined, making it easily the largest at JFK.
Our gate capacity will offer global airlines the flexibility to upgrade aircraft when needed to meet demand. As it relates to the airline partners, we're talking about capacity. And remember, at JFK, it's very competitive. There's a big push to have access to gates.
The $9.5 billion project will include new departures, arrivals and customs halls, along with public spaces, amenities and state-of-the-art tech.
The new technology will include the use of biometrics to help provide a seamless experience through the airport. The terminal will also be home to a solar array by our partner, Alpha Structure, that will indeed be the largest in New York City, and it will enable the terminal to be fully resilient in the event of any power disruption.
Large open areas are going to be filled with natural light, something set to be warmly welcomed by passengers who've kind of become accustomed to those dark and dreary terminals. Set to finish in 2030, the new Terminal 1 is going to be completed in phases, with the new halls and a portion of the gate set to open by 2026. But while that may be the biggest new terminal, it's not the only one. Terminal 6 will stretch 1.2 million square feet across a 2-level concourse. There'll be a giant new check-in space with a centralised security area, which means travellers won't have to drag their luggage as far. This will open out into the East Hall with additional dining and retail facilities, which will ultimately link through to Terminal 5, making connections between the 2 terminals much easier. The construction here is due to finish around 2028. In addition to those big brand new terminals, the 2 remaining terminals are going to get new shops, restaurants and upgrades throughout. But outdated terminals are just one part of JFK's problem. To properly address the connection issues between these facilities, the airport is reconfiguring its roadway transportation network. With new roads, bridges and enhanced traffic tech, travellers are going to have an easier time navigating between the terminals. They're also reducing the number of roadway loops from 5 down to 2, in theory making it less confusing. All of that creates more space for cars to circle through and less chance of congestion. Also included is a multi-level parking facility with nearly 2,000 spaces and an eco-friendly timber exterior. A 122-metre new pedestrian bridge equipped with a rainwater harvesting system is going to link the car park over into Terminal 1. Now, as you might imagine, all this construction doesn't come without some disruption. The air train is being temporarily shut down at Terminal 1, which means passengers will instead have to take a shuttle bus to another terminal. And perhaps one of the biggest construction challenges is the location of JFK Airport itself. Because it's surrounded by dense neighbourhoods and congested highways, delivering and hauling away materials is not exactly straightforward. So instead of relying on trucks going against heavy traffic, workers are turning to another artery: the waterways. Barges carrying rocks and sand are going to navigate back and forth as far away as the New York Catskills, 40 kilometres to the north, as they're being pulled by tugboats. They'll float down the Hudson River and across the bay into a makeshift dock that's been constructed using temporary floating platforms on the western side of the airport. Now, city officials say this alternative could eliminate as many as 300,000 roundway trips on trucks throughout the course of the project. Just one of these barges equates to 200 truckloads alone. Less vehicles on roadways means less traffic and pollution created by the project. But the alternative can be a little bit more unpredictable. According to this report by the New York Times, a storm delayed one tugboat from reaching the dock because it was churning up massive swells around the surrounding bay. The city is also building its own concrete plant to produce the roughly 550,000 square metres expected to be used at the JFK works. That's enough to fill about 218 Olympic pools. Now, producing this much concrete isn't great for the environment, but officials hope that locating production on site will allow for easier reuse of materials, which can ultimately help to bring carbon footprints down. JFK was once a renowned airport among travellers and pilots, but as it's gotten busier, it hasn't been able to keep up with the increased demand. It's one of the many New York airports undergoing a massive overhaul to keep pace with the city's world-class status. While projects like this might be regarded as best in class when they first open, if they don't continue to update, then they're gonna get left behind. So it's important to upgrade, or else risk an unfavourable outcome. Thankfully, New York has recognised the risks and is working to fix it before it's too late. This was once the world's busiest airport.
Using footage from Flight Simulator for that. That was interesting.
Chicago's O'Hare International held the title for 3 decades and became one of the great American infrastructure projects of the early jet age. But in recent years, it's hit a bit of turbulence.
More long lines today at airports here in Chicago. International travelers were shoulder to shoulder for hours. Many people had to spend the night at O'Hare after missing their flights.
Though it still attracts more than 80 million passengers in a normal year, most of these people probably don't have this down as their favourite place to fly from. Delays, congestion, and a lack of amenities are common complaints. And since the late 1990s, the place has begun to feel more than a bit tired. But that's all about to change as O'Hare embarks on a multi-billion-dollar transformation. A mega project that'll give this aviation landmark a much-needed lift.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Chicago O'Hare International Airport.
O'Hare first started commercial operations in the mid-1950s and has since developed into one of America's leading transport hubs. Built on a site where military planes were made during World War II, the dawn of peacetime saw it transition into a new role as the city's international airport and start to break new ground.
An airbase built literally because bombers were being built
features
right
like
next door.
concourses, jet bridges, and direct highway access, things we now take for granted with airports, all appeared for the first time anywhere. Today, in almost every category you could think to rank US airports with, you'll find it somewhere near the top. Prior to COVID, O'Hare reportedly offered more destinations than any other. It was third by number of airlines, fourth busiest, 7th largest by overall size, you get the idea. It's big, bustling and important, but O'Hare is known for some less desirable reasons too. Terminals are often cramped, the facilities are not the most welcoming, and operators struggle to keep flights on schedule. These issues have been around for quite a while, and the planned modernisation of this particular airport couldn't come soon enough. Fortunately, one major headache of a job that needed doing has just been finished. To help the place operate more efficiently, O'Hare's runway system has just been totally restructured. Before, there were 6 intersecting runways, but now there are 8 running in parallel, which means more capacity. 4 new strips had to be constructed, 2 were extended, and old ones had to be removed. There were 2 more air traffic control towers added as well, all while the airport was kept running in the background. It's why the project took 16 years and $6 billion to complete. With that out of the way, attention's now turning to the project that'll probably make the most difference for passengers. The $8.5 billion O'Hare 21 scheme involves building an entire new terminal and revamping another, and the construction of 2 new satellite concourses. When it's all finished in 2028, the hope is that the airport will be better enabled to become an international hub that meets the needs of the 21st century traveller, hence the name. One of the main ways it hopes to do that is through the new look Terminal 2, and that's where the biggest chunk of money is being spent. More than twice the size of the existing Terminal 2, the $2.2 billion global terminal was designed to evoke the city of Chicago in several ways. Conceived by Studio Ord, a team led by local architect Studio Gang, The building's Y-shaped form was inspired by the Chicago River as it passes through the city, bringing terminal and concourse functions as well as domestic and international arrivals all under one roof. That roof is evidently one of the project's highlights. With steel trusses and wood cladding arranged in a pleated design, it'll maximise natural daylight and energy efficiency, with a glass six-pointed star called the Oculus at its centre. Below this, the building's three branches come together to form an area that apparently resembles a typical Chicago street, used for events, live music and informal gatherings in amongst the trees and greenery. Now, all of this has to happen while ensuring O'Hare operates as normal with absolutely zero reduction in service. And that's where the new satellite concourses come in. Equipped with flexible gates to suit both wide and narrow-body planes, they're being built before Terminal 2 gets underway, and for good reason. As work progresses on the main terminal, areas being worked on will divert to here, and because they're permanent, they'll give a huge boost to overall capacity once everything's done. Now, while work on Terminal 2 won't start until 2025, the improvements to Terminal 5, the one that seems to get the most criticism, have already started. Modernising this part of the airport involves adding over 30,000 square metres of extra space, including 10 new gates, a move that'll boost its capacity by 25%, and making the existing ones bigger so they can accommodate wider-bodied aircraft like Boeing's 787 Dreamliner. Areas like airline lounges are getting a makeover too, and the 25-year-old baggage handling system is finally being replaced. There are upgrades outside as well, including expanding the surrounding roadways and the parking infrastructure. It's the first major overhaul of the building since it was unveiled in 1993. All in all, there's a lot going on. To keep this project and their sanity on track, construction teams are going to have to manage vast amounts of digital information and make sure that the right people can get their hands on it at the right time.
In an airport project, a design document carries over 1 million objects. And that's a lot of data.
Müge Sumerol is head consultant at Rama IS, a company based in Istanbul that helps clients like airport builders implement new digital technologies.
Nowadays, the airports are much bigger and they have time constraints. So it's important that when people get together, work on that data, that they should be able to follow what the other person can do.
On massive projects like this, that's where tools like Ignite come in. It lets teams easily share files of various types and sizes and collaborate on them in real time. Bringing all of this information out of its silos and into one place creates a common data environment for projects. It's like a single source of truth that everyone can depend on, regardless of where they are or which device they're using. Everything from design updates to drone shots and 360-degree images captured across the terminal sites can be transferred instantly to one secure location, even in low bandwidth areas. With Ignite's integrations to some of the industry's most popular software, users like the ones Rama IS work with know their information is synchronized and protected from threats like ransomware.
We were looking for an environment, an infrastructure that would be easy to install, can work offline, online, and on-premise, as well as easy to maintain, so that we don't have a lot of support people. Ignite satisfies all those points.
I hope that they have a
technology will be critical to O'Hare 21, avoiding the kind of delays that crept in elsewhere at the
that
airport.
Is
like the People Mover,
like
which is finally back in service more than 2 years. Airport. Like the People Mover, which is finally back
Because
he had made a comment.
Like the ones Rama IS work with know their information is the industry's most popular software. Users like the ones Rama IS work with know their information is synchronized and protected from threats like ransomware.
Protected from threats like ransomware. So I'm going to point something out because I get what's going on. I'm pretty sure this is just an ad read. I don't know why. But they appear to be doing an ad read for this program that this airport is using. So, trade-off. You get convenience. All your stuff is stored in one place, yeah? Very convenient. Lots of information in one place. I love it. I love when things are easy. But, you know what else that means? Because he said protection from ransomware. It better be good. Because if all of your stuff is connected to that. Every bit of information going through this single hub. Man, if it gets hacked. Oh boy. Oh boy, do you want to see a security breach. That, like, these kind of things are convenient. Man, if you're using them, I hope they have good security.
We're looking for so that we don't have a lot of support people. Ignite satisfies all those points.
Technology will be critical to O'Hare 21 avoiding the kind of delays that have crept in elsewhere at the airport. Like the People Mover, which is finally back in service more than 2 years late. The inevitable challenges aside, the complex work that's about to happen in Chicago is likely to be repeated in towns and cities across America as the country works to upgrade its infrastructure while keeping everything moving. It's still early days for O'Hare 21, and the biggest part of the scheme is just about to start. But if this mega project can hold its flight path, then by the end of the decade, Chicago should have an airport to be proud of once again.
Now, if only Chicago had an industry to be proud of again. Who knows, maybe it will, actually.
It's no secret that the Dutch
the
are
current
big fans of
administration is
biking
a
culture,
possibility.
but there's another mode of transit holding the ultimate boarding pass in this country. With over 62 million passengers in 2023, Schiphol Airport ranks as one of Europe's busiest hubs. That's largely thanks to its centralised location and historical ties to long-haul destinations in other parts of the world. For decades, it was considered one of the region's top travel hubs, but in recent years, its reputation has faced a bit of turbulence, and many haven't been happy with their experience. Now, the airport's looking to redeem itself by investing over $3 billion on construction projects. From enhanced passenger amenities to an impressive dual taxiway, Amsterdam wants to redefine the travel experience. But doing all that in the middle of a live airport, with thousands of people and flights moving through daily, is no easy task. So buckle up. This is how Amsterdam is upgrading one of Europe's most hated airports. Opening all the way back in 1916, Schiphol Airport was initially a small military airfield. But it didn't take long to grow in size. By the next year, it was already one of the largest airports in Europe. For the next couple of decades, it steadily continued growing. That was until the outbreak of World War II. The airport became a frequent target of German bombings, and by the end, Schiphol lay in ruins, forcing Amsterdam to rebuild. Fast forward to today, and the airport boasts a total of 6 runways and a main terminal that's divided into 4 zones, each with separate piers and gates. For years, Schiphol has topped the list of the world's best airports, loved by passengers and airlines alike. As a frequent spot for layovers, it's been known for its navigable layouts, and with over 300 direct flight paths offered around the world, it's the top connected European airport. Then came the summer of 2022. Largely due to labour shortages following the pandemic, the airport was plagued with hours-long security queues, lost baggage claims, delays, and frustrated travellers. At one point, it had to introduce capacity caps to keep up with demand. The result of all that was that the airport's world ranking plummeted down 14 spots to 29th place in 2023. Even officials admitted its poor performance during that year. So, with a tarnished image, Schiphol is looking to turn things around with a goal of focusing on quality over quantity. To do that, the airport is spending over $3 billion in improvements and upgrades, all of which is going to help increase capacity, which will ease queues and smooth passenger experience. Some of the key projects include a brand new pier, enhanced lounge areas, and the completion of a system known as a dual taxiway. Here's how the airport is navigating all of that construction work. First up, let's take a look at the layout. Now, as we said before, Schiphol was designed as a singular terminal. It's connected to 8 separate piers, each with several gates. Soon there's going to be a brand new pier, and that's been steadily progressing. At 370 metres long and 40 metres wide, there'll be new shops, security and border control points across 3 different floors. The construction works so far have faced some delays due to contract disputes, but there's still been steady progress. When it's complete, Pier A is going to provide 7 additional gates, 4 for narrow-body planes and 3 for wider plane designs. More gates means that more flights are going to be able to pass through, and by implementing a combination of solar panels, biomaterials and a glass facade, the roof and overall design is going to be eco-friendly. Also included in this airport's mega investment is an enhanced Lounge 1. Nearly 20 years old, this area is a bit outdated and in need of a fresh look. To do that, over 24,000 square metres are being redesigned, including transforming a previous crew member area. That'll create an additional 5,000 square metres of space, with 23 new retail, food and drink spots for passengers to enjoy. Despite the ongoing construction works, parts of the lounge are going to remain accessible for passengers. But coordinating that with so many people passing through is more than tricky. So to minimise the impact, the project's going to be completed in phases and will take place mostly overnight. Perhaps one of the most complex and ambitious parts of Amsterdam's update is the completion of a dual taxiway system. Let's take a look at the airport's layout. Right now, the main terminal is surrounded by 2-lane taxiways that planes use to come and go. The inner circle moves clockwise, while the outer flows counterclockwise. Together, they nearly form a ring. But the circle remains incomplete between this section. Here, planes must instead use a single-lane taxiway, which occasionally creates a bit of a backup, causing unnecessary congestion and delays. But that's all about to change. When fully complete, the dual taxiway is going to connect the existing sections via a new aircraft bridge over the A4 motorway, some of which has been built already. That's right, Amsterdam Airport Schiphol has built a bridge strong enough to carry an entire plane over one of the country's busiest roadways. The new bridge stretches 250 metres long, 60 metres wide, and stands around 6 metres high. And while airport bridges are not exactly new, they're still an incredible feat of engineering to look at. A big bridge calls for a big space, and several buildings in the vicinity needed to be demolished and cleared. Over 350,000 tonnes of sand were deposited along the motorway to elevate existing taxiways to the same level as the new bridge. To support both an aeroplane and the 32 million kilogram bridge itself, a strong foundation is a must. Workers drove 900 poles into the ground, which will act as a base for the concrete platform. The building of this epic bridge required temporary road closures, and to minimise impact on both traffic in the airport and on the road, it was mostly done at night. There's loads more happening at Schiphol too. Other highlights include a revamping of the existing Pier C, a brand new baggage hall, and the renewal of structures like passenger walkways and bridges, all of which is expected to complete by 2027. Amidst all the logistical challenges, the evolution of Schiphol Airport throughout the decades reflects its commitment to innovation and resilience. From its beginning as a small military airfield to becoming one of Europe's busiest aviation hubs for some time, the airport has continued to soar to new heights. Despite recent challenges, it remains dedicated to restoring itself as one of the world's top airports.
With the United States preparing to host both the 2026 FIFA World Cup and the 2028 Olympic Games, Los Angeles International Airport is undergoing one of the largest public work programs in Californian history. With new and improved terminals, world-class facilities, and a long-awaited connection to the city's public transport network, this is LA's $14 billion airport upgrade. From its origins as an unpaved landing strip in the 1920s, LAX has grown into one of the world's largest aviation hubs, welcoming 88 million passengers and seeing some 690,000 aircraft movements in 2019 alone. But while the airport has consistently ranked among the world's busiest, it's also infamous for poor passenger experience and extreme traffic congestion. passenger numbers have more than doubled since the hub's last major upgrade ahead of the 1984 Olympics, and eyeing a new bid for the Games, Los Angeles World Airports have embarked on a 21st century overhaul. Though upgrades to runways and operating systems form a large part of the project, the most noticeable changes for passengers will be updates to each terminal, increasing aircraft capacity and improving traveller experience. The $1.9 billion redevelopment of the Tom Bradley International Terminal is the clearest example to date. With the terminal and concourses rebuilt from scratch, the project added 116,000 square metres of space and 18 new gates, 9 of which can accommodate wide-bodied aircraft like the A380. The terminal will be joined by a $1.6 billion new midfield satellite concourse in 2020. To accommodate projected growth, an 11-gate concourse alongside Terminal 1 and a new 12-gate Terminal 9 are already underway and set to be operational by 2028. But while the growth of LAX has put pressure on existing facilities for years, it is the congestion in and around the airport which is the biggest headache for travellers. With LAX lacking connections to other forms of transport, the only way to reach the terminals is via the notorious LAX Horseshoe, a 1.6-kilometre airport loop that often takes over an hour to drive around in peak times.
What?
The $5.5 billion Landside Access Modernisation Programme, or LAMP, was designed to cut traffic in the airport's core. At the heart of LAMP is the 3.6-kilometre Automated People Mover, or APM, which will connect the airport's terminals to new consolidated parking and rent-a-car facilities, and give LAX a long-awaited connection to the Los Angeles Metro. Operating 24 hours a day with 6 stations along its route, the APM will allow passengers to seamlessly transfer from the metro to their desired terminal in under 10 minutes, and is expected to carry 30 million people each year. Coordinating and building a project of this scale while keeping one of the world's busiest airports open is an extreme task that demands digital collaboration. With designers and engineers from 12 different trades working on over 180 design models across 33 offices in 22 cities and 5 different time zones, the expert team turned to Autodesk's BIM 360 platform. Using BIM 360 model coordination, the team is able to access information about the project from anywhere in the world.
I see.
Sharing
That's
their
why
models
they're
and
reading
federating
these.
them in Autodesk BIM 360.
Because the
Designers
YouTube
use the
channel is
software's
probably
automatic
owned by the
detection
company that
features to
makes this
identify
program
errors,
they're talking
track
about.
and address them before works were undertaken for real on site, avoiding expensive mistakes, saving time, and reducing risk. Giving the whole team access to see and understand the project digitally in 3-dimensional form from anywhere in the world before construction has been critical to the APM progressing on time and within budget. The teams on site are given high-quality construction issue information and can effectively build it right first time.
Well, my original statement still stands. I hope, for the sake of anyone using that
From
system,
upgrading runways and
I
expanding
hope that they
terminals
have
to the addition of much
very
needed transport
robust
infrastructure,
security.
all while keeping the airport operational, it's easy to see how the upgrade at LAX is the largest public project in the city's history. As work continues in the build-up to 2028, regular travellers are set to see one of America's most notorious airports cruise at new heights in the years ahead. If you enjoyed this video and would like to get more from the definitive video channel for construction, subscribe to the
Okay, I guess I have to subscribe to them,
an incredible ability to shape our world.
They've got the videos that I'm
whether winding through
looking
the jungle, stretching across a desert, or even moving underneath an entire city.
This kind of
infrastructure
stuff
like
always
this has the power
is
to level up economies and
immensely
transform travel
interesting to
for millions of people. Here we've rounded up some of our favourite and most epic railway construction stories from right around the world. So step on board, sit
Only
back,
negative.
relax,
They're British.
and enjoy this incredible journey.
Most unfortunate, but
Mexico. If you're looking for sandy beaches, ancient ruins and a taco or two, then this is your place. Every year, tourists flock to popular sites along this stretch of land called the Yucatan Peninsula. But getting here isn't easy, and bus rides to some of these hotspots can take several hours at best. Until now. Mexico is building a massive new railway across the peninsula called Tren Maya. Over 1,500 kilometers of track will run through the jungle, connecting major ruin sites, beaches and hotels. But ever since construction began, the project's faced a serious backlash, and works have even been halted on some occasions. Environmentalists and indigenous communities say the train poses a threat to the region, and they want the current plans derailed.
I am not systematically against the train. I am against the train the way it's being done right now.
Meanwhile, officials passionately believe that the positive economic gains will far outweigh any negatives, and are running the project full speed ahead. Welcome to the $10 billion railway in the jungle. Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula is the place to be. Nestled in the country's southeastern corner between the Caribbean Sea and the Gulf of Mexico, there's white sand, snorkeling and resorts. But it wasn't always like this. 50 years ago, many big cities in the region were still relatively undeveloped, and much of the economy relied on agriculture. Then, in the 1970s, Mexico began building hotels and airports in cities like Cozumel and Cancun. Now, millions flock here every year. But long before the tourists arrived, this area was home to one of the largest Mayan communities, a historical civilization of indigenous people dating back thousands of years. Many of the structures they built, like pyramids and temples, still exist today, and they've become popular spots for sightseeing. Chichen Itza is one of those Mayan cities full of ancient ruins. Tourists normally navigate these destinations through Mexico's bus network, starting in Cancun, but it can all be a bit slow. The ride to Chichen Itza is a 6-hour round trip at best, and that's a lot of time to spend on a bus. To sort this all out, in 2018 the country announced one of its biggest infrastructure projects yet, a 1,500 kilometre rail network called the Mayan Train, or Tren Maya in Espanol. It'll start from Cancun Airport and loop around the Yucatan Peninsula, stopping at places like Chichen Itza, Tulum, and the Riviera Maya, a cracking stretch of Caribbean coastline. Most of the route will go through areas that have already been cleared for use, including over the tracks of a previous rail network that was never fully completed. 21 stations, 17 stops and 42 trains on its rails, the network could transport over 40,000 passengers every day, as well as cargo. The near $10 billion project is headed by the National Fund for the Promotion of Tourism, or Fonatur, a Mexican government agency, and it's funded by tourist taxes. When it opens, passengers are going to be able to ride on one of 3 types of trains: standard, restaurant and long-term stay trains. Their exterior design is inspired by Mayan culture, and they can reach speeds of up to 160 kilometers an hour. That's quite a bit faster than a bus. Construction started in 2020, and it's going to be completed in 7 sections across 2 major phases, with the first aiming to open in 2023. The northern section will connect Cancun and Playa del Carmen, while the southern run will link the southern portion of Playa del Carmen to Tulum. And this phase will be fully electric. Construction teams are working on sites that stretch over huge distances, contending with remote locations, a jungle environment, and that extreme heat and humidity. Now, despite being led by Mexico's tourism agency, the train's out to benefit a lot more than just the tourists. It promises to generate thousands of local jobs and contribute to the economic development of the Yucatan Peninsula. But not everyone is aboard for the ride. Some fear Tren Maya won't economically benefit the smaller communities it aims to connect, and will simply serve tourists and the wealthy, or that only more established resorts will seek gains. While construction is making use of the previous train network, these tracks are being widened because of new train technology, and that's where the biggest controversy lies. Wider tracks means more people and more landscape being cleared to make way. Now, many locals are pushing back. The list of legal issues people have with the project is long. Over 25 injunctions have been filed so far. Despite the train having Maya in its name and design, many indigenous communities are strongly opposed to it. They say it threatens existing and potentially undiscovered historic sites. Officials are supposed to notify communities about the project, but indigenous leaders claim they weren't fully informed of the extent of the train's impact and that only the benefits were mentioned. They also say many of these meetings weren't presented in the locals' first language. The Mexican government maintains it made agreements with the local communities by holding assemblies and continues to offer a permanent open dialogue. As for the unknown sites, well, a team of archaeologists from Fonatur has been working to document anything excavated along the route, and so far they've recorded more than 19,000 artefacts and 160 burials. But artefacts aren't the only thing being uprooted.
Last year, the Mexican government announced that they needed to evict about 3,000 families in the whole Yucatan Peninsula. In Campeche City, there were like 300 families about to get evicted.
While some have been offered housing, many aren't pleased with that alternative.
The housing in Mayan communities are different from the Western house. They have a different design and different dynamics. Sometimes there are some really strong doubts about the materials that they are using, because you can just use any material in any place, because you have the climate, the weather, the geography, and other factors that you have to really take care about, because that could compromise the quality of life of some families in their houses.
Meanwhile, a rail project connecting Mexico's famous beaches to archaeological sites has become a major environmental hazard.
With parts of the track running directly through rainforests, savannas and mangroves, many activists are concerned about its impact on the peninsula's endangered species.
If you open up a new avenue for fragmentation and for colonization by people, that is going to destroy the jaguar habitat in that area. There's no place for that train to go along that route in the south of the Yucatan Peninsula.
So far, construction has already led to 120 square kilometres of jungle being cleared and nearly 9 million trees being chopped down.
This is the largest rainforest north of the Panama Isthmus. The next one is the Amazon. We cannot afford to lose it to this kind of thing.
The government argues that trains are more environmentally friendly than highways and that the railway's impact won't be too extensive because most of the route runs through existing tracks. Officials also say mitigation strategies like overpasses and underpasses will allow wildlife to cross safely. But that's not enough for some opponents.
A mega project can work and would benefit people. It takes like between 55 to 30 years through the design and implementation. Here is the opposite. They are in a rush.
How's the factory, Gordon? It's going well enough. We're working on just kind of unlocking new tech
Until
right
recently,
now,
the project
and
has shown no
I'm
signs of
pondering
touching
in
the
my head
brakes,
how
but
I want to
then
go
in
about the
2022,
redesign.
Trenmaier faced setbacks when the government announced part of it would be suddenly rerouted.
The hotels in Cancun and Tulum and all of that area decided that they did not want the train right there because it was going to disrupt the traffic to the hotels.
The new route would go over an historic and sacred set of underwater caverns, a move that could put them at the risk of collapsing.
That aquifer is absolutely the key for the development of life in the peninsula, human life or natural life.
You know how get rid of screws? I need more screws. I'm always short on
People
screws.
voiced their concerns and a court
In fact, I'm
ordered
trying to
temporary
think
suspension.
of how I want to set up
Not
a way
too
to
long after
have a
that,
specific
construction of another
production
section
area
of the
just
track
for
was
producing
temporarily
screws.
suspended. While many communities have voiced their opposition to Trenmaier, several others welcome the train's proposed economic impact. Government figures show about 80% of communities are in support of the project, with many pointing out that parts of the jungle have been cleared out before for similar developments. The United Nations Human Settlements believes the project will cut poverty by 15% and double economic growth by 2030. The train would allow local farms to transport goods more easily. It's clear there are mixed opinions on both sides of the tracks, but despite the disagreements, Rodrigo hopes to meet somewhere in the middle.
We really need to hit the brakes.
Milestone reached. Tractors
and
permit
think
pioneers
about
to
a
move around the
better
world in a manner similar to using legs, except with wheels and the rapid consumption of natural resources. They can also be automated to self-drive and deliver resources between truck stations, which in turn facilitate automation of loading, unloading, and refueling.
I'll be honest, these two are not
This city
as important
has
to me.
big
Hypertubes will probably be
plans,
nice
and
later on.
when we say big, we mean big. Skyscrapers.
But
the
as it currently
Olympic
stands,
Games,
I don't
massive
have
new mega projects
much use
pushing
for
the
either of
bounds
those
of
things.
engineering.
I don't
And
see
it's all
blueprints
happening
working out
down
super
under.
well outside of
The
like
next decade will see
setting
a
up basic
transformation
stuff
on an
that I
international
can
scale,
build
and
with
it's all beginning
relative
right
ease at
now
the
with the
moment
biggest
anyway.
infrastructure project in the state's history.
But
a
hard
new
to say,
metro
hard to
that
say.
burrows under the city itself. But this isn't Sydney or Melbourne. This is Brisbane, Australia's fastest growing city. Now, if you haven't heard of Brisbane before, then you're not alone. But the city has lofty ambitions. That much was clear when it won the bid for the 2032 Olympic Games.
The Games of the 35th Olympiad are awarded to Brisbane, Australia.
Brisbane is Australia's third largest city, but it's growing at a phenomenal rate. Around 1,000 people move into the region every week. While the Olympics are a part of Brisbane's rebranding as an international destination, it won the bid precisely because of the city's commitment to its ambitions and the massive new infrastructure already being planned. That includes the $6.3 billion mega project Cross River Rail. It's a 10.2 kilometre rail line with 5.9 kilometres of twin tunnels that dive under the Brisbane River and Central Business District. Essentially, they're building a massive new railway right below downtown Brisbane. The project includes
but Gordon,
4
the problem
new underground
is I don't have
stations
any
and
recipes
8
to get me
upgraded
around
stations,
screws
plus the
right
development
now.
of
Like, I've
3
not
new
got-
Gold Coast stations.
Trust me, I don't want to make them. I hate how many of them I've needed so far.
A network that is,
But
hasn't
I
been
also
upgraded
don't have any
for quite some
alternative
time.
to them
So
at
we've
the
got,
moment.
stations in the inner suburbs, which some of them date back to when they were first built, were in the late 1800s.
That's Graham. He knows a lot about this project.
So I'm the CEO of the Cross River Rail Delivery Authority. It's really the biggest infrastructure project in the city's history, in the centre, and what it'll do is change the way in which people actually move around the city.
Cross River Rail seeks to rectify a major problem with Brisbane itself. You see, the city is defined by its river, for better or worse, and this river is a beast.
The Brisbane River is quite a large river. It's tidal and several hundred metres wide, and it's quite deep. So it creates a bit of a barrier, and it sort of separates the city from north to south. But it's a meandering river as well too.
Right now, there's only one crossing over the river, severing the city into 2 distinct halves.
In 1979, there was a bridge built across the river. But that's really the only crossing, and that constrains the way in which the rail network can operate. It constrains it to 24 trains per hour. Cross River Rail provides a second crossing of that river, but actually goes under the river.
The new railway will ease pressure on the current rail network, which
This world
is near
purely
capacity.
single player at the moment. Yes,
Transformation
this
that we're
is just
doing basically unblocks
this
that
is like my
bottleneck that's
first
in the middle
ever
of the city,
proper playthrough
which
of the game.
is really tied to that historical development. So we're
Outside
really
of
sort
this, I've only ever
unshackled
done like one little session
Untying
where
this
I
knot will unlock
was basically just
enormous
learning.
economic potential, as well as
This one
revitalising
is like my
previously
first time actually
disconnected
taking a proper
precincts.
crack at it.
The construction of the rail itself already provides the
So-
city with 1,500 jobs a year. There's a business case too. One report predicts the project's benefits will outweigh the costs by 1.9 billion Australian dollars. And for every dollar invested, the project will return $1.41 in benefits for Queenslanders.
the development. In some economic forecasting, multipliers take it to sort of $15 to $20 billion worth of growth, and in the order of 35,000 jobs around, just basically as a result of the interconnectedness that you're going to get out of having the rail system and then the development around those.
Perhaps the most important reason for the construction of Cross River Rail is the population explosion.
I mean, I appreciate it. It does feel that way. Like, as it currently stands, I'm feeling very much like I need to rip all of this down and try again, because the current setup is nowhere near as
the region on par with
efficient or space effective as it could
be. More than 80% of this growth is going to happen just
but
outside
I'm figuring
Brisbane,
things out,
while
and some of that is just I didn't have the tech
is going to occur
to do
in
it.
the Brisbane
To do stuff a certain way
this
before.
Means that jobs are
Now I
continuing
do,
to sprout
and
up
now
in
I'm
the
trying to
city
figure out
while people
what
are moving to the suburbs.
What my new
surrounding
plan
it.
will be.
And there's a vital need for better
First
public
things first, I think I want to move these. I want to move them back, and I want to upgrade them into the improved
travelling
variants,
public
the
have to
industrial
walk
storage.
about 10-15 minutes really to get to the centre of the CBD from the railway station.
I think I'm going to do that.
Not
so
to
we're
mention,
going to need a
these
lot
new
of
stations will link up with the Olympic Stadium, transporting the millions of expected tourists in 2032.
I think that's our first big
building under a major metropolitan area
right
is no
that.
easy feat, and the engineering challenges themselves have been immense.
When you see it up close and personal, it is an engineering marvel. It's almost like doing, open heart surgery in the middle of the CBD, digging an excavation down, down about 50 metres below the CBD. That was to get below all of the services, get below the footings of the current high-rise office buildings and so forth. So it's actually the deepest hole ever dug in Brisbane, and we're putting the station into that because the tunnels have to weave their way
That will not happen
underneath
for
the
a
middle
while.
of
Well,
the city.
so
The tunnel boring
I'm not
machines
even
do what
talking
they
just
have to do
like
to get under the river.
the
rock
most
is very
efficient
hard.
way to do it.
They just ate it
I'm
up.
even more just
the
talking.
Albert Street station sits 31 metres
It's not as
below
efficient
the heart
right
of the
now
city,
as it could
and
be,
in such
and
a
some of
densely
that is
packed
just
area,
growing
every bit of
pains,
space
like
counts. That's where these
not knowing what
mezzanines come in.
technology I have
They make use of
available
these
and
massive
what I'm going to
tunnels
need
by
and
creating
stuff like
a
that.
pedestrian level directly above the train tracks. Now, mezzanines aren't anything new, but the way these ones are being built is new with this segmental bridge technique. That's a pretty common practice for building bridges above ground, but constructing something like this in a tunnel underground is a whole new challenge. Here's how they're doing it. Each mezzanine beam is precast in massive concrete segments weighing up to 70 tons. They're then lowered down through this hole in the heart of the city into tunnels that will become the new train station. Because an underground station is a lot more cramped than a wide open space above ground, equipment was custom made.
Thankfully, we've
to
got a
fit
good
the
bit of
site.
steel right
Next,
now.
those three
so I just need
segments
to
are
set up
connected into
or
one
find out how
single
much I
beam, which is
need to
picked
get
up,
those properly
rotated
built.
90 degrees, and then placed onto the cavern arches to form the mezzanine level. This was all made possible thanks to the early integration of a digital twin of the entire project. It's essentially a virtual version of the Cross River Rail using software from Bentley. It was even first-person navigable, just like a video game. The model is so detailed that those on site can use it in real time, essentially as an X-ray, to see behind walls or what's behind them. It's also meant that other future projects in the city could access the model and plan around the new stations down to the millimetre. The digital twin has enabled engineering and construction decisions to be taken quickly and efficiently, reducing overall costs. Design flaws could be spotted and fixed before they even became a problem, while the progress of the entire project could be seen from every angle as it happened.
We haven't gone exploring much. We did a little bit earlier today, but
and brief ministers and the
you're right, Gordon. Let's go take a look around and see if we can find some
also using the model to ensure accessibility.
stuff to
Once the
try to
project's
get us
constructed,
better
the
set
digital
up.
twin will be used by operation and maintenance service providers.
When we started out on doing our 3D modelling, which we see as one of the sort of things that we're very proud of, there was no single solution that was actually going to give us what we want. Bentley, project-wise, provided the common data environment, which is the platform that we're using now. And really, they've been able to help us adapt. And as we've evolved the project and the model, Bentley have been part of that journey with us.
Cross River Rail is now well on its way to being delivered. Early works began back in August 2017, and major contractors commenced construction in late 2019. The project's set to open in 2026, well ahead of the 2032 Olympic deadline.
Using the Olympics as a means of a catalyst for that type of activity, is a really positive thing. We need to be Olympics ready.
The next decade is going to see phenomenal changes for Brisbane and southeast Queensland. And when you look at projects like this, you realise those changes have already begun. Construction projects don't come much bigger than this. HS2 is a new high-speed railway being built right up the heart of Britain, with the promise of economic growth, low-carbon travel, more capacity, and some of the fastest trains on Earth.
High Speed 2 is one of the world's biggest infrastructure projects. It'll start right here in the heart of London and run across through and under England's countryside to the Midlands and one day beyond. But building it is far from easy.
The project has gone several times over budget and faced delays and staunch opposition. It's now known more for its setbacks and the decisions of those in power than its benefits or the incredible engineering that's going on. An idea to bring a country closer together has become divisive.
HS2 will generate jobs, skills and economic growth.
It is just a waste of money, a terrible waste of taxpayers' money.
And that's not just a UK issue, we're seeing this everywhere. When public money is involved, the stakes get much higher, the scrutiny gets more intense. And when things go wrong, it can become difficult or even impossible to stop. So how much say do we really have over the massive projects like High Speed 2 built with our money? Can our government ever stop once they've started? And does there come a point with these projects where they're just no longer worth it?
We can now travel over land at the rate of 30 miles an hour. Think of it, ladies and gentlemen. 30 miles an hour. Houston, departure point for 175 trains every day.
We need to build new railway lines in our country. We haven't built a line north of London for 120 years.
It will redefine the way we travel around our country, I'm absolutely convinced.
Finally giving the home of the railways the fast connections they need, and none of it makes any sense without HS2.
The way that UK government makes decisions with ebb and flow depending on the political weather, that's not how you deliver major infrastructure.
We're in a climate emergency. We need to be doing sustainable creation, not destroying the country. This project is absolute madness.
In the whole side of HS2, the only
the irrational leftist woman that's screaming about how digging a tunnel is going to destroy the universe. That checks out.
Like many countries, the UK is divided. There are big economic and social differences between the capital and the rest of the country, and there's little sign of anything changing. Back in 2009, the government proposed a new high-speed railway to better connect London and the north of England, spreading wealth up the country. 3 years later, that project was approved and billions of taxpayer cash was set aside for it. It's called High Speed 2, which is often shortened to HS2, and it's being built in 3 stages. Phase 1 runs from London to Birmingham, Phase 2A will carry the route to a town called Crewe, and 2B takes it to Manchester and originally Leeds. High-speed trains would then continue on to other parts of the country at normal speeds, using the existing network, so those living in the wider north and Scotland can benefit too. The trains will have a top speed of 225 miles an hour, the fastest in Europe. Now, to do that, they need a track that's as straight and flat as possible, but drawing a straight flat line up England isn't easy. Some 90% of the Phase 1 route will be up on bridges and viaducts or dug below ground in tunnels and cuttings, making it an immense feat of engineering. A journey north from London will begin here in a new 3-storey terminal at Euston. It'll have the UK's longest concourse, a prefabricated geometric roof and 10 platforms built some 8 metres below ground.
This site down here at Euston is where that massive new terminal is going to start to rise in the years to come. Now, it might not look like much right now, but just getting to this stage has been tough going, and the team has faced all the kind of challenges you might expect them to face when clearing a site like this in the heart of a major city. Existing buildings, neighbouring properties, traffic, services, and of course the current live railway running into Euston alongside them.
After Euston, trains will arrive at Old Oak Common, where there'll be additional links to Heathrow Airport, Wales and the South West. The first landmark outside London is the Colne Valley Viaduct. It'll run for 3.4 kilometres across several waterways and become the country's longest railway crossing. Next up is the 16-kilometre Chiltern Tunnel, the longest and deepest on the entire route, sitting up to 90 metres underground. Then it's another tunnel, but this one is less about length and depth and more about what's above it. The UK has over 300,000 hectares of ancient woodland. That's trees that have been around since 1600. Despite weathering the ages, some of those trees now find themselves in the path of HS2. Instead of cutting them all down, planners have tried to limit their destruction, and one way is to go underneath them, like up here at Long Itchington Wood.
This is one of HS2's new tunnels, and just behind me back there is where construction teams are working away to dig this route deep beneath England's countryside. Now, when you're down here, you can't help but be blown away by the scale of the engineering that's going into this project. In years to come, people on trains are going to pass through here in a matter of seconds. They'll be drinking a coffee, doing some emails, and they probably won't even notice.
But to make that leisurely experience possible, construction teams are putting in the grind, using 2,000-ton tunnel boring machines like this to cut a path. The machines feature a cutting head at the front and a system that quickly takes soil back up to the surface in these pipes along the sides of the tunnel.
I wish terraforming was a thing in this game, but I'm fairly certain that's one of the things that the devs have said explicitly that they have no intentions of ever adding to the game.
24 metres a day.
Which is unfortunate, and also a little strange considering this is a game about, like,
the Long Itchington Tunnel will run for 1.6 kilometres and be the first to complete across the whole route when it finishes in 2023.
It's just one example of some of the massive feats of engineering that are taking place between London and the Midlands to enable this high-speed line to run. In time, those incredibly fast trains are going to run across the ground I'm currently standing on, through this cutting, and on towards Birmingham.
The last stop before Birmingham is the Solihull Interchange, currently billed as the world's most eco-friendly railway station, with connections to the airport and the exhibition centre. Phase 1 then all culminates at Birmingham Curzon Street. It's the first intercity rail terminus built in the UK since the 1800s, and it'll feature an arched roof inspired by the railway pioneers of that era.
It's all a lot of work and money to connect London and the Midlands, but there's a payoff. Economic growth.
The idea is that the billions being poured into this project will be paid back, and that millions of people will have their quality of life improved. High-speed rail effectively brings major cities and population centres closer together. Businesses can access larger customer bases, supply chains and labour pools. Integration and trade are improved, productivity goes up, and commuting longer distances becomes possible. You no longer have to buy a house in an expensive region in order to work there, and that takes pressure off the housing crisis. HS2 will slash journey times. Getting from London to Birmingham will take just 45 minutes, 37 minutes quicker than today. But better connectivity between regions is about more than just speed. There's another key word in all this: capacity. If you take a look at the UK's rail map, you might question whether this project makes any sense. London already has a direct connection to Birmingham and Manchester via the West Coast Main Line, so why build another? Well, because it's one of the busiest railways in Europe. It's used by intercity, local and freight trains all at the same time, and things can get crowded. HS2 will be just for high-speed
the only one that can literally
It'll mean
snipe
getting
me
up
off
and down the
before I'm
country
even,
quicker
like, actually
and free
up
up
there.
much-needed space on the existing lines.
The hope
also
is that
the
this
hardest
will
for
make
me to
taking
deal
a
with
train
right now
an
because
obvious
of my
choice
frames.
as compared to driving or catching a domestic flight. It's designed to be the world's most sustainable high-speed railway, offering carbon-free travel from the day the trains start running.
It all seems like a good idea, but there are some who question whether the UK actually needs this high-speed line at all. Unlike some other countries renowned for their high-speed rail networks, the UK's major cities are all much closer together. That's a factor that's perpetuated the lack of an extensive high-speed network in the UK to date, and one reason why it hasn't cultivated much homegrown talent or expertise good at building it. The guy tasked with assembling and leading the team that's having a go for the first time in decades is Mark Thurston.
HS2
Not
is a
thrilled to
once-in-a-generation
see stingers,
project.
but
We will connect all the major cities on that corridor in our country at high speed. Clearly make a massive difference to the way we decarbonise our transport system. I mean, it is unprecedented. Over 300 sites alone just between here and the West Midlands. But also, again, if you look around us here in Euston, we're right on top of the local community. So how do we build this railway sensitively in a way that respects people who've got to kill their lives, for some years yet, until this railway is fully commissioned?
Now, you might be wondering who gets the say over whether or not big, expensive projects that impact so many people's lives like this get to happen. Well, it's complicated, but stick with us because grasping this will help you better understand how your tax money is being spent. The UK is a constitutional monarchy. The sovereign is in charge but delegates all their power to a democratically elected government and lower house of parliament called the House of Commons. Like many countries, we elect people from each region to sit on that parliament and represent us. The political party that wins the most seats forms the government. They get to control all the government departments and decide which laws are introduced and debated in the House of Commons. They pretty much set the agenda. Now, we decide which candidate or party we're going to vote for based on what they say they're going to do. And in the UK, the two major parties, the Conservatives and Labour, both advocate the principle of a new high-speed rail line. So, in a way, the people chose this. The elected UK government formally decided to build HS2 back in 2012. After a lot of debate and consultation, finally in 2017 Parliament overwhelmingly passed a bill giving the government special powers to build, operate and maintain Phase 1. When Boris Johnson then became Prime Minister in 2019, he commissioned the Oakerview
Please stop
Review
hanging out
to
just
advise
over top
his
of me,
government
making your
on whether and
noises.
how
That's
to
it.
proceed with the project. Then he made the final call.
The Cabinet has given high-speed rail the green signal. We are going to get this done.
At that point, with powers already obtained from Parliament back in 2017, Boris signed the final notice to proceed with the project. Permission for Phase 2A followed in 2021. To try and get a better understanding of this complicated process and how it's used to approve projects like HS2, I went to see Stephen Glaister. He's Emeritus Professor of Transport and Infrastructure at Imperial College London, and he was a contributor to that Oakerview review.
The parliamentary process, of course, is very important with a big scheme like this. You can't build a railway in this country without parliamentary approval. The government has made a decision in principle to build this scheme, so it's a matter of policy to build the whole scheme. The parliamentary process is to allow people that are badly affected to make their case about how their interests should be dealt with.
In 2012, when the project was first backed, it was given a target finish date of 2026 for Phase 1 and 2033 for Phase 2. The initial budget was set at £32.7 billion. That's a lot of cash. It gets funded by something called a grant in aid from the government, which in turn gets its money from the taxpaying public, people like me and you. Small amounts gathered from millions of us can create a hefty budget,
it's like, wait, no, I already
and
have
that's what puts
ready
most
access to
national
coal.
infrastructure
Why am I
projects
gathering
in a
some?
completely different budget galaxy to skyscrapers or other buildings funded by private companies or people. Even tech giants like Google, Facebook or Apple don't spend more than a few single-digit billions on their flagship projects, and they're some of the richest firms in the world. Now, you'd think that combining such a big budget with the UK's history as the birthplace of the railways would be a winning formula, but HS2 hasn't gone to plan, and public opinion now is generally far from positive. Data from May 2022 shows that only 7% of Brits strongly support HS2, compared to 19% that strongly oppose it.
So what happened between the original business case when people were sold HS2 and all those benefits made it feel like a bit of a no-brainer, and today? Well, the short answer is that the ambitious dream of redefining how people travel has begun to clash hard with the realities of making it happen.
Many are unhappy with the choice of route. Residents and businesses have had to be moved out of the way. Thousands of people have been served with compulsory purchase notices, and others have seen their properties plummet in value.
These initial works mark the start of years of heavy construction and a crash in the value of property nearby.
I
Sadly,
never
this
understand
is
that
often the
complaint.
trade-off
That
when
is
building
such a boomer
infrastructure.
complaint
To benefit
have.
millions, a minority are asked to pay a heavy price.
That your house resale value has gone down. That seems like such a non-issue outside of like the
Yeah, I mean, if you look at what we're doing
you know,
here, just at Euston alone, right on top
the
of
boomer
local
idea
community,
of like,
a large
oh
railway
well,
station just
I
behind
should
us,
be able to buy a house for
massive demolitions in the
$10,000
background
and
here
then
just
2
to
years
sort of
later
clear a
having done
footprint for
nothing,
the station.
sell it
So
for
to your point, those tough
$100,000
decisions
and then
are
say
made.
that
You could point to
kids
multiple
nowadays
examples
are
of them all along the route.
stupid
However,
and don't
some
work hard
property owners
enough.
feel they've been offered
It's like,
unfair
okay,
valuations
bud,
and
okay,
have
sure.
criticised how they were dealt with. But perhaps the biggest source of contention has been the project's environmental impact. Even with sections like the Long Itchington Tunnel, which aim to protect ancient woodland as much as possible, around 24 hectares will be lost on Phase 1 across 25 sites. That's around 34 football pitches. HS2 say this only amounts to the partial destruction of these habitats, and they're planting millions of new trees in return that they are responsible for maintaining.
Come this way, bud.
You
If
know,
you want to fight,
point-to-point
come
city
over here.
high-speed connections in place, that has that economic effect. But to do that, we've had to be really sensitive about the impact on the natural environment. Got a target to plant some 7 million bushes and trees along the route. We're getting close to north of 700,000 already. We're very sensitive to and it's sympathetic to that natural environment.
Now, you could argue that people and businesses might, in time, adapt and move on from the difficult compulsory purchase of their land. But trees that have been around since the time of Elizabeth I aren't coming back anytime soon, and that's tough for some to swallow. The anger has boiled over into numerous protests, from sites way out in the country to the heart of the capital.
In a park in front of Euston Station, some people who want HS2 stopped have set up a protest camp.
There are 80,000 people here and they all walk through the open countryside here. HS2 is a concrete electrified scar that will cut them off from their access to countryside.
Many also believe the project poses a huge threat to animals and other plant life, even though efforts are being made to protect species like endangered bats, and the scheme is projected to leave behind 30% more wildlife habitats than exist currently. HS2 claims it's been employing more stringent environmental standards than in many other countries building high-speed tracks. And right there, you have one of the reasons why this project, which was already pricey to begin with, is now set to become the most expensive high-speed railway in the world. That 32 billion figure from earlier was only the initial budget from 2012. After just 1 year, the estimate had risen to 42.6 billion. It then went up to 55.7 billion in 2015, and that's the number that Parliament passed the bill on in 2017. 2 years later, HS2 put the cost at around 88 billion, while in 2020, the Oakerview Review found the bill could go as high as 106 billion. Today, the government puts the cost somewhere between 72 and 98 billion.
What was that button that let you?
And with billions
like,
more in what's
quickly
called
ping
future
something
cost
on the
pressures
map?
now being reported, that number isn't final. The current global inflation and supply chain challenges could all start to have an impact too. 44.6 billion is now going on Phase 1 alone, more than the entire project was supposed to cost at first. And almost £15 billion of that has already been spent. We asked HS2 for comment on these budget issues, and they responded that the project remains within budget, meaning the latest budget that's been set. They added that the original budget was worked out using simple calculations and 2011 rates that didn't take the scheme's full complexities into account. Whatever your take on this, the cost now is a lot more than what was in the budget when Parliament chose to approve it. Would our elected MPs have made a different decision if they knew how much it would eventually cost?
Parliament was asked to make a decision in principle, but they were offered a set of costs which were much less than the outturn cost. Had they been offered at a cost of 100 billion, they might have come to a different answer on behalf of us all.
The project's been hit by delays too. Phase 1 was supposed to finish in 2026, but now it's 2029 at the earliest. As for the entire network, which was meant to wrap up by 2033, it could now be as late as 2041. 2B hasn't cleared Parliament yet, so exact details of what it will look like and where it will go remain uncertain. A bit of a case of to be or not to be.
Along the route, there have been some unexpected complications which have had pretty dramatic consequences. In 2019, ground conditions had become, in the words of HS2's then chairman, significantly more challenging than predicted.
He revealed that the 2015 cost estimate for Phase 1 was made without the benefit of any investigation of ground conditions or similar levels of detail across all areas of scope. More time's been needed for ground settlements, adding to the delays, and there have had to be route changes further north to avoid obstacles like salt mines. It's also been revealed that the cost of buying up property for Phase 1 is over 3 times more than first thought, at around £3.9 billion. That's according to figures provided to us by HS2. They added that every home, business and piece of land is unique, and there are sometimes different opinions between owners, their professional advisors and HS2 about the value of a property. In all cases, we seek a fair deal for both claimants and the taxpayer.
There have been delays to the stations too, including here in Euston. The latest designs were only revealed in March 2022, 7 years after the first images were made public, and after construction here had already begun.
And yet, there's more. One major decision has sparked anger and disappointment in the region that was supposed to benefit most from this project. London's one of the world's top financial centres, with a higher GDP across its metropolitan area than anywhere else in Europe, and a habit of spending big on infrastructure.
But many other parts of the UK, like here in Leeds, haven't seen the same levels of infrastructure and public services investment, creating a north-south divide that's only getting bigger. The north of England has long suffered with outdated transport systems, while the capital continues to get more big projects like the Elizabeth line. One of the current UK government's big pledges at the last election was to level up the whole country. Now, that involves boosting local economies outside London, and building a high-speed train line to them would be a good start.
To try and really understand the north-south divide and what a high-speed railway could do for this part of the country, I caught up with Henry Merrison from the Northern Powerhouse Partnership. It's an independent body that represents businesses and civic leaders across the north.
How much of a north-south divide is there in the UK, and is it getting better or worse in your view?
So our analysis of the most recent ONS data, which is collected for all the regions of the UK, shows that London has really bounced back. And the challenge is that the rest of the country is still lagging behind. And in reality, under this current government, we're not making huge progress. It may take longer to see some of the benefits of some of the levelling up projects, but they're often too short term, not focused enough on long-term productivity, and so unlikely to yield the longer-term benefits we need economically.
But this is exactly the kind of issue that HS2 was designed to fix. So now the people of the north can look forward to Phase 2B being completed and all the economic advantages it's going to bring. Then there's Northern Powerhouse Rail, another major programme of upgrades which would link with HS2 as part of a new integrated rail plan for the region. Sounds like things are looking up at last.
But there's a big problem. When those costs were getting out of hand and it was decided that part of the route had to be shelved, it was the bit that runs right here to Leeds that took the hit.
That route we showed earlier, going all the way up to Leeds, is no longer happening, and that Northern Powerhouse Rail scheme has also been downgraded. The eastern leg of Phase 2B will now terminate near Nottingham, over 70 miles away. Trains will still be able to go further north, but only on existing non-high-speed lines. Although the intention is to get to Leeds eventually, and ideas have been put forward, nothing's been confirmed. There's just a study, which in itself is set to cost a further £100 million.
The original plan, which was to deliver HS2 in full and Northern Powerhouse Rail from here through Bradford across to Manchester, is now not being delivered. So losing both with no certainty exactly over what will replace it, there's a notional promise from government of some HS2 trains coming to Leeds. Well, we don't know how frequent or what the capacity will be, so we don't really know the value of that.
So we are talking to the government now about the eastern leg. Certainly having travelled in around the Midlands and the North a lot on rail, you see the stark difference between the sort of frequency and regularity of services compared to London and South East. So that's, I think, where we need to sort of put our focus next, working with the Department for Transport.
But that's not all of it. The project is still being scaled back, and again it's the north that's affected. Even while we were making this film, another key section connecting to the West Coast Main Line was cut. It was through here that high-speed trains would have continued on as far as Scotland. The government says it's now committed to finding the best solution to take HS2 trains to Scotland, and will explore alternatives to deliver similar benefits. There's issues to iron out in Manchester as well, like the decision to build the main station on the surface rather than underground, which has been criticised by some local officials.
Currently, a journey from London to Leeds in the UK looks like this. Now, this trip is taking me 2 hours and 13 minutes. Under the original plans for HS2, that would have been dramatically cut to just 1 hour and 21 minutes. But when Phase 1 completes, the difference will be just 20 minutes. From what we were promised with HS2, that original dream, this fantastic railway connecting all parts of the UK, or certainly the north, has public opinion shifted now?
I think that the public opinion is wary of a government that isn't prepared to keep its promises to the north of England. In this country, we're entirely dependent on who the occupants of number 10 and 11 are, for whether Leeds gets a mass transit system, or whether Leeds gets its HS2 station, or whether Leeds gets access to a train line that's supposedly for its own benefit.
Now, that doesn't mean the north isn't getting anything at all. Billions have been spent to upgrade transport links across this region through that new integrated rail plan. But for many people up here, that doesn't make up for the loss of high-speed rail, which they were promised by the government.
The integrated rail plan represented 36 billion cuts to what had originally been promised, and that, rather than just being an economic problem, it's also a political problem for a government that claims it's levelling up.
If you had to describe HS2 in a single word, what would that word be?
Start. And the problem is that I don't think this government intends to finish it.
To their credit, those currently working for HS2 are doing their best to move on from the past and politics and just focus on constructing the railway. But despite the good job that teams on the front line are doing, it's clear that what's currently being built is a long way from what was put forward at the beginning, and there's little sign of this project ever being stopped. So is it time for a radical rethink, or does this railway now simply have to be finished, no matter the cost?
HS2 might have gone from an ambitious dream to a bit of a nightmare, but the UK is far from the only country to have had a few difficulties when it comes to building new infrastructure.
In fact, many other public-funded railways have also fallen behind schedule and gone over budget. California High-Speed Rail in the US and Stuttgart 21 in Germany are just two examples. Big energy projects don't seem to fare much better either. The Olkiluoto 3 power plant in Finland and China's Three Gorges Dam both faced big challenges. But it's not just the setbacks that feel repetitive. Infrastructure schemes like these all seem to fall back on the same vague, positive-sounding and almost unquestionable counter-argument to their problems. The promise of long-term economic gain.
The almost counter-trump cards to all the delay, the controversy, is this card of economic gain, economic growth. And actually this is going to be, it's painful now, but it's going to be worth it in the long run, don't worry. Where's the line? How many more billions, how many more cost uplifts, how many more unexpected events before we say, actually, you know what, this just isn't worth it anymore, it's just too much hassle and we're never going to see the benefits? Or are we locked into this now, whatever it takes?
There's no mechanistic way of deciding whether or not something's worthwhile or not. At the end of the day, it is of course a decision for government on behalf of the nation. People do not understand what this is going to cost the taxpayer. If you take 100 billion and divide that by the population of the country, it turns out to be over £1,000 per head. Bearing in mind that HS2 will be of use, direct value to rather
your
small
brain's operations are outside typical parameters.
Another way
Time
of looking at that is £100 million a week, every week, for
Not my sustenance budget.
Are there days where you question whether or not the whole thing's worth it?
No, not really. Not really. I mean, you've got to believe in a project like this to do my job and all the people that work with me. You've got to believe it's an important project. So, of course, as you say, there are swings and roundabouts, and all big projects have sort of dark moments. But the highs more than outweigh the lows.
Do we have to just keep going and see it through, or is there a line where we're just spending too much money and taking too much time for not enough economic gain?
Well, I think ultimately that's a big question for the politicians, but let's be really clear. One of the things we did in my first sort of 18 months is reset the budget for phase one. I inherited both the budget and the time frame, which proved to be undeliverable. But taxpayers generally can and should have confidence that we've set ourselves up now to deliver the project for the budgets we've committed to government.
When done properly, the payoff of big public projects can be huge. They have the ability to shape our world and change its course. Better connectivity between countries, cleaner, more affordable energy, lifting people out of poverty, limiting the impact of natural disasters. It's all made possible by infrastructure projects. That's why so many national governments look to schemes like this and approve them despite their financial, social and environmental costs. Infrastructure has the potential to make a big lasting impact and enable countless other aspects of our societies, all with the added benefit of creating something very tangible and quite literally concrete to show voters.
But the bigger the rewards, the bigger the risks and the costs. The stakes all round get much higher and everything becomes magnified. Yes, things go wrong in other parts of construction. We've seen unfinished skyscrapers, which usually happens when private developers run out of cash. But when it's public money that's on the line, that word unfinished becomes unthinkable.
I do think that there's a problem in the British system, and maybe in other countries too, whereby governments get committed to a controversial idea, and because it's controversial, they make firm promises. And then if it turns out on further investigation not to be such a good idea, they defend the idea rather than being able to review it.
I've said many times, this project divides opinion. It draws a huge amount of public money, it's disruptive, it takes a long time, and people struggle sometimes to justify the investment in it. But of course, those railways that invested in high-speed rail have never regretted it.
Britain's High Speed 2 is a potent reminder of the power of infrastructure. It shows us once again what the construction industry can do and the impact it can have on so much of our lives. The teams pulling off the extraordinary feats of engineering to create this railway are quite literally writing this country's next chapter into its land. For whatever the mistakes of this project's management or the discourse around its very existence, that's something that can't be taken away from these amazing people, and it'll inspire future generations of engineers. And yet, around the world, the impact of what teams like this do places them in a firestorm of debate. Infrastructure schemes almost always face an uphill battle to deliver on their pledges and restore faith with the people they'll serve. We might be the ones coughing up the cash, but we're not calling the shots. While governments can be voted out, once projects like this get going and the train has left the station, there can be no going back. HS2 epitomises the story of the infrastructure megaproject. Huge benefits are laid out for future generations that citizens of today must bear the cost of, just as our predecessors did for us. The promise of a bigger prize ahead is used to counter painful issues and becomes the lens we see them through. Fear of stopping drives people on. Supporters and detractors are selective with their facts. We're told that we'll one day forget it all and only experience the benefits, but that verdict is cruelly deferred by decades. Only time will reveal the true extent of HS2's success and whether the decision to carry on was really worth it. But like so many infrastructure projects around the world, it will undoubtedly leave its mark on this nation. It's not the first massive scheme in history to daunt people with its costs, challenges and ambition. And it won't be the last.
It will redefine the economic geography of our country. It will transform the way we think about low carbon travel in our country. I think, frankly, certainly if you're based in the Midlands and you live in the Midlands and the North, you won't realise the true effects it'll have until it's open.
Like so many of the world's biggest infrastructure projects, Britain's High Speed 2 promises enormous benefits, requires huge amounts of money, is grappling with immense challenges, and contains enough nuance and trade-off to sharply divide opinion. But for whatever you may think of this and other big public projects like it, it's kind of time that more of us sat up and took notice of the extraordinary influence the construction sector has on all of our lives, and the massive projects being built with our money and in our names.
This high-speed train's arriving in Nanjing after its 190-mile-per-hour journey across China. On board are people going to work or seeing friends in the city. Their passengers making use of what's now the biggest high-speed rail network anywhere in the world. But that statement doesn't really come anywhere near close to explaining what this actually is. 2/3 of the world's entire high-speed rail network is now in China. In the 12 years since its first line opened, the country has dramatically outbuilt every other nation, and now plans to double the size of its high-speed network in just the next 15
way
years.
back over there, but
travel times have fallen, the country's economy has boomed, cities have exploded, and the rest of the world's been left wondering how they'll ever come close to building at such an insatiable pace. This is the unstoppable high-speed growth of China's high-speed rail network, explained. There are high-speed rail networks around the world, but then there's the network in China. It's an insanely large web of track that's helped to ignite an economic powerhouse. In little over a decade, the country's built enough high-speed lines to almost circle the globe, and the system welcomed 1.7 billion passengers in 2019 alone. To put that into context, the UK built a high-speed rail line between London and the Channel Tunnel in the 2000s that's equivalent to 0.2% of China's current network. The new HS2 line was first proposed in 2009, and Phase 1 of it is due to complete in 2033. The US has one high-speed line in the northeast, but it's arguably not actually high speed, and California's new line won't open before 2029. Of course, the approach to high-speed rail in these countries is very different, and we'll come back to that a little later on. To properly understand how this jaw-dropping network came to be and where it's headed, you need to look at the story of modern China. Since the 1980s, the country has roughly doubled its GDP every 8 years. More than 800 million people have been lifted out of poverty, and between the year 2000 and 2018, over 47% of the population has risen to middle-class status. Cities few had heard of 20 years ago are now vast metropolises. Across the country, skyscrapers soar above your head, factories teem with activity, and trade booms. This isn't all down to high-speed rail. The fast lines have played a huge role in accelerating the country's growth since 2008, but before that, train systems were under pressure. Faced with buckling infrastructure, state planning for high-speed rail began in 1990, and the first line between Beijing and Tianjin opened in 2008, cutting travel between the two cities from 70 minutes to 30. Other lines were quickly introduced, linking the cities of Shanghai, Wuhan, Chengdu, and more. Initial trains were imported or built under technology transfer agreements with foreign train makers. But since then, Chinese engineers have become leaders in the field. The country now has the world's longest high-speed rail line between Beijing and Guangzhou, the world's fastest high-speed line between Beijing and Shanghai, and the world's first commercial maglev line, reaching a top speed of 267 miles an hour. As of 2021, China's high-speed rail network stretches for 37,900 kilometres, while its entire rail track length runs for over 141,000 kilometres. By 2035, the high-speed network will have grown to 70,000 kilometres, and the total rail length will extend over 200,000 kilometres. China's case for high-speed rail continues to strengthen. The lines it's built have drastically shortened journey times, improved safety, reduced carbon emissions, and allowed many Chinese people from rural or less developed areas to access the country's massive cities. Studies have also found that tourism increases by around 20% in provinces connected to the high-speed network. The plans for expansion are intended to build on this success, but also to address the country's wealth discrepancy problem. The rich coastal region cities of Beijing and Shanghai have a far higher nominal per capita income, sometimes more than double or quadruple that of those living inland. Beijing hopes new lines will grow more regional hubs. By 2035, all cities with a population of more than 200,000 will be connected by rail, and those with more than 500,000 people will have access to high-speed rail. The strategy also helps Beijing with its desire to unify the country. A standard rail line was built from Beijing to Tibet despite its small population, while a high-speed line links the capital directly with Hong Kong, a special administrative region. In the central government's own words, the high-speed line to the northwestern Jiangxing province, native home to the Uyghurs, was partly built to promote what it calls ethnic unity. So how has China built such a massive high-speed rail network, while other countries have been left standing? The first reason is demand. The US has 8 cities with more than 5 million people. India has 7, Japan has 3, the UK just 1. China has 14. The Shanghai-Beijing line alone serves more than 300 million people. This unprecedented rate of urbanisation, combined with rising household incomes, creates a need for the fast delivery of people and goods across the country. At the same time, China's heavily congested airspace often causes flight delays, and high-speed rail is not only cheaper, but also hugely more reliable. The high levels of demand allow the Chinese government to make massive investments in high-speed technology and infrastructure. The sheer scale of the country's ambition, combined with a credible plan to build such a big network, and the fact that nearly all of China's rail is controlled by the state-owned China Railway Corporation, means that high volumes of materials can be ordered and produced at once. The country's also standardised nearly every aspect of construction. Embankments, track, viaducts, electrification and communication systems are all the same, no matter where you are in the country. This lowers construction costs, enables off-site manufacturing and cuts build times. In Europe, high-speed rail costs around $25 to $39 million per kilometre, while in the US it's around $56 million per kilometre. In China, it's down at $17 million, up to 2/3 lower than other countries. Of course, there's a few things that bring the cost of building down. In 2021, more than 40% of China's population, around 600 million people, still live on less than $5 a day, and labour costs are low.
Get that other one out of its
Land
shell.
acquisition is also easier than elsewhere, partly due to the country's geography and political system. The process of moving people out of the way of a new line in the US accounts for around 20% of the project cost. In China, that's less than 8%. The country's also kept high-speed rail fares low for the average person. Tickets are a quarter of the cost of other nations. Interestingly, this often means foregoing making any profit on the lines constructed. Instead, China sees the social and wider economic impact of its high-speed network as more valuable. As he took office in February 2021, US Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg said he'd like to see America lead the world in high-speed rail. While it may be possible to set the country on a course towards that during his term, the chances of the US overtaking China by building 70,001 kilometres of track in the next 2 decades feels remote. Though high-speed rail may seem out of reach to many, the current economic crisis could be an opportunity. In 2008, China responded to the global financial crisis by investing heavily in high-speed infrastructure, stimulating its economy and creating jobs. Today, that network is the lifeblood of this huge, ambitious, beautiful, and complex country. This is a Japanese bullet train. If you want to get somewhere in this country fast, then it's got you covered. An engineering marvel formed in the aftermath of the Second World War, it's carried more than 10 billion passengers at speeds of up to 320 kilometers an hour and helped create the world's third largest economy. But that's not enough for Japan, and the country is now building the world's fastest passenger train, a system that'll move at twice the speed of the bullet trains and cut journey times in half, all by doing away with one fairly fundamental component: wheels. Using magnetic levitation, these new trains will hover 10 centimeters above the track, eliminating the friction that comes with being in contact with the rails.
Such a cool tech.
But the new line has proved deeply controversial, grappling with delays, skyrocketing construction costs, and a fierce debate over environmental concerns. Now nearing completion, the world is awaiting to see whether the project will successfully hover above its challenges and make a quantum leap for transportation, or prove a step too far. Japan kind of knows a thing or two about trains. The country was the first in the world to develop high-speed rail with the construction of the Tokaido Shinkansen line between Tokyo and Osaka in 1959. Back then, the Japanese people, and indeed the rest of the world, were sceptical of the country's massive investment into rail, and many thought it would soon be outdated in an exciting new era of air travel and highways. Nevertheless, the first high-speed line opened in October 1964, ready for Tokyo's first hosting of the Olympics. It cut the travel time between Japan's two biggest cities from nearly 7 hours to just under 4. Proving an instant success, the line served more than 100 million passengers in less than 3 years. That same trip on a modern bullet train now takes 2.5 hours. When the new Chao Shinkansen line opens, it'll be done in just 67 minutes.
Good Lord Almighty.
At full speed, the Chao Shinkansen train will move at 500 kilometers an hour, although a 2015 test run hit a world record 603 kilometers an hour. Now, it's pretty widely agreed that those kind of speeds are basically impossible for a conventional bullet train to hit. They eventually will become limited by the friction that's created by their wheels. To solve that problem, Japanese engineers looked back in time to a technology that's actually been around since the early 1900s. Magnetic levitation, also known as maglev. In fact, concepts for maglev trains date back to the 60s, and the world's first and so far only commercial maglev line has been in operation since 2004, running between Shanghai's city centre and its airport. The Central Japan Railway Company, or JR Central, has modernised this technology using superconducting magnets. Electromagnets are cooled to -269 degrees, allowing the trains to levitate higher above the tracks. But the trains need to be moving at speed before the magnets come in. Once the train reaches 150 km an hour by itself, maglev kicks in and the carriage is lifted off its rubber wheels. The train then interacts with a set of coils in the track, one used to levitate its mass and the other to propel it forward. Now, without the wheels, the carriages can travel at incredible speeds. The trains are also completely autonomous, controlled by the track rather than a driver, a measure which, it's claimed, makes collisions or accidents far less likely. The Tokyo to Nagoya line has been under construction since 2014 and is expected to open in 2027. A further extension linking Tokyo to Osaka will begin to be built straight afterwards and open as early as 2037, 10 years ahead of schedule. Unlike the existing bullet trains whose tracks hug the Japanese coastline, Chao Shinkansen will be 90% underground, cutting beneath the Southern Alps. 256 kilometres of the 285 kilometre long line will be in tunnels. The reasons for this are twofold. Firstly, maglev trains work better when they travel in the straightest line possible, and burrowing beneath the mountains avoids Japan's more earthquake-prone coast. Although in taking this approach, JR Central has ended up digging some of the deepest tunnels Japan has ever seen. That's raised a number of environmental concerns, especially in the Shizuoka prefecture, where tunnelling threatens the basin of the Oi River, a major water source for the region. While environmental studies have found that the risk of disturbing the basin is low, local governments have criticised those reports for being, in their words, insufficient and hasty. The incumbent governor of Shizuoka even ran on a platform opposing the railway, successfully winning an election in June 2021 where Chao Shinkansen was a key issue. This controversy, combined with unexpected hurdles in the construction of new stations, has taken the project's cost from $13.7 billion to a staggering $64 billion, making it one of the most expensive megaprojects ever undertaken in the country. The hefty price tags now leading many in Japan to question whether the new line is worth it at all. Indeed, there are quite a few drawbacks to Japan's maglev. Once completed, it'll be more expensive to run than regular high-speed trains because it consumes more energy, though you could argue that it will enable greater economic growth. The trains also won't be able to hold as many passengers within their smaller carriages, and they won't travel as frequently. Traditional bullet trains run on the Tokyo-Osaka line roughly every 3 minutes. Because maglev track switches take more time, it'll only be possible to run a maglev train once every 10 minutes. Japanese rail companies have also previously been able to make a lot of money by selling their technology overseas. But a noticeable new player has emerged on the scene since the advent of the first bullet train back in 1964. China. It's now the king of high-speed rail, and the country's home to 2/3 of the world's entire high-speed network. While none of its intercity lines are maglev, China is beginning to develop its own version of the technology. In July 2021, it tested a maglev train that reached 600 km an hour, almost breaking the record set by Japan. That train could theoretically go from Beijing to Shanghai in 3.5 hours, faster than the 4.5 hours it takes by plane. China doesn't need to buy Japan's technology, and the rest of the world is still playing catch-up with regular high-speed rail.
Thank you, Raboza.
So why is Japan so intent on building this maglev line, and why did the government grant JR Central a loan to finish it 10 years ahead of schedule? If Chao Shinkansen is successful, then it has the potential to create a commutable distance between the country's two largest cities, linking the regions of Tokyo and Osaka in a pretty profound way. It's a prize that's becoming increasingly alluring around the world. Megacities are systematically being made of China's Pearl River Delta through strategically placed infrastructure, while less formally the boundaries between cities in the northeastern United States, from Washington DC up to Boston, are being blurred. It's the same in Western Europe. Merging major cities like this has the potential to create economic powerhouses on a scale we've never seen before. When the bullet train first began construction more than half a century ago, the world ridiculed it. But it ultimately allowed Japan to grow, connecting regions and sharing prosperity. In the decade that followed its opening, Japan went from an economy that was just 10% the size of the US to the world's second largest. Of course, we'll need to wait and see if this new line can levitate the country to further success.
You need to check your Bitcoin
but moving
farm?
people between major cities in record-breaking time would open up a whole new world. Say you want to travel across Europe, or China, Japan, India, even parts of the US. You could take a train if you wanted to. But in Africa, a large-scale train network doesn't really exist, and for the fastest urbanising area on the planet, that's a problem. To fill this pretty critical infrastructure gap, Africa is undergoing a railway renaissance, and it's being built in large part by China.
$15.8 billion Chinese-built railway is meant to supplement the current line built by British colonialists.
These megaprojects are more than just impressive feats of engineering passing through safari camps and the East African desert. They're symbols of better connected societies, economic opportunity, international alliances, soft power, and a shifting balance in the world of construction.
So that's what you're talking about. You're referring
really
to that.
Understand why China is building railways
game
in
that you've
Africa,
been playing,
you have to rewind a bit.
The extract
We
one,
could
yeah?
go way back, but let's start here. the Bandung Conference in 1955. Leaders from 29 Asian and African nations met in the hopes of working together in the wake of Western colonialism. From that international solidarity came the Tazara Railway, which opened in 1975.
The railroad was financed and mostly built by China, and it provided the landlocked country of Zambia with 1,860 kilometers
stream
to
been
Tanzania,
quiet,
and the way to export its copper to global market without crossing white
We
minority
did a little bit of
ruled
Helldiving at the start of stream, but since then we've just been
Chinese
chilling,
investment in Africa has
listening
exploded from about $75
construction
million
project
in 2003
videos mostly,
to roughly $2.7 billion
and
in
seeing
2019.
about spinning up our
Now,
industry
more
in
than
this game a little bit more.
30% of China's investment in Africa is in the construction sector.
China has become the most important source of development finance in Africa. In the past, we talked about railroad imperialism, but now nobody's really investing as much as China in this railroad connectivity.
China's built a massive high-speed rail network in a matter of years, and it's now bringing that expertise to Africa. Two of its biggest investments in East Africa are the Addis Ababa-Djibouti Railway and the Kenya Standard Gauge Railway. The $4 billion Chinese-built line across Ethiopia stretches 756 kilometers from the landlocked capital of Addis Ababa to the port of Djibouti. With commercial operations beginning in 2018, it's now the backbone of the Ethiopian National Railway network. Construction involved modernising an old, deteriorated meter-gauge railway by upgrading it to the Chinese electrified railway standard, making it the first of its kind in East Africa. The locomotives are supplied by Chinese contractors and are built to withstand altitude differences of up to 2,000 metres, daytime temperatures of up to 50 degrees Celsius, and cold nights. One promise of the railway was to provide convenient, air-conditioned travel. Passenger volumes haven't been as high as expected, with only 84,000 people travelling in 2019, and the service isn't always reliable. But a big part of the railway's long-term potential is in freight transport. More than 90% of Ethiopia's international trade passes through Djibouti, and the new line carries roughly a quarter of all Ethiopian imports and exports. Still, freight volumes haven't come close to reaching their full capacity yet, and unsurprisingly, the railway is struggling to turn a profit. 70% of the project was funded using loans from China's state-owned Exim Bank. And in 2019, both passenger and cargo combined only brought in $40 million, well below the $70 million cost of actually operating the line.
The problem is, like, if you don't have freight or passengers that go through the railroad, then of course you cannot generate enough income to repay the loans. And so this is kind of a vicious circle.
Over in Kenya, the Standard Gauge Railway opened in 2017. With a route length of 480 kilometres, the $3.8 billion high-speed railway is Kenya's largest infrastructure project since it gained independence in 1963. Construction, led by China Road and Bridge Corporation, involved building long viaducts, deep cuttings, and long embankments to navigate the rugged terrain along the route. As you might expect, building a project of this scale through the stunning natural habitats that Kenya is known for has proven to be a difficult balancing act. Two sections of the railroad running through national parks faced protests from conservationists over concerns that it could threaten the wildlife. In response, designers added 14 wildlife channels and elevated sections of the track. Now complete, the railway is a game changer for both trade and transportation in the region. The passenger service has cut travel time from Mombasa to Nairobi from more than 10 hours to roughly 5 hours with a $10 economy ticket. In its second year of service, the Kenyan Railway transported 1.7 million passengers, and the freight service ferried roughly 5 million tons of goods on Chinese-supplied locomotives.
China's approach to infrastructure development is attractive for African countries because China isn't just providing the finance, it's also this kind of one-stop shop that can supply everything for the life cycle of a project. When dealing with China, things are simple. You don't have to balance multiple actors' interests or take them into consideration.
But once again, things have gotten messy when it comes to money. China's Exim Bank financed 90% of the project, and now Kenya is struggling to pay back its loans. And because both of these railways are built to a Chinese standard, any major upgrades or even parts that need to be replaced will have to come from China. China's investment in foreign infrastructure goes way beyond these railways. Around the world, it's financing and constructing hundreds of infrastructure projects through its massive Belt and Road Initiative.
Based on their own development experience, the Chinese are believers in the power of infrastructure and its ability to catalyze economic activity. Engaging with partners that have this appetite for infrastructure development works for Africa.
In Africa alone, China's estimated to have won almost half of all engineering procurement and construction contracts. But those contracts haven't come without controversy.
So
the country's
annoying.
been accused of unfair labour practices in Africa, including bringing in its own workers instead of hiring locally.
Like I can't
Some studies have shown that Chinese firms
them in
actually
line
do
that
hire
way
large
because
numbers of
the
local employees, but
little
the top
gap
management
there.
positions are still dominated by Chinese staff. The construction of the Ethiopian railway employed roughly 20,000 local workers in Ethiopia and 5,000 in Djibouti. There's no African standard for building railways, so trying to link up colonial-era tracks with newer Chinese standard lines is a massive undertaking. That's all to say that China's involvement in African infrastructure is a complicated, nuanced investment. But relying so heavily on a single country to finance your development is a risky bet.
You have Africa needing basic industrial infrastructure, your railways, your roads, your ports, your energy plants. African countries not having the kind of financial war chest needed, and with Western lenders kind of reluctant to invest in massive infrastructure. And the Chinese kind of coming and saying, hey, we can do this. Not only can we provide the finance, but we can provide the skilled workers, we can provide the construction companies. What option does Africa have?
China's revenue from construction projects in Africa skyrocketed from the early 2000s to now.
Learn to do it
It's dropped
themselves,
off a
maybe,
bit
like
since around
like the rest of us
2015.
did. It's always an option.
While it's not clear how
Don't
long the
have
money
to
will
be
keep
owned by
flowing,
foreign,
China's railways in
governments,
Africa are laying the tracks for a
But
long-term relationship between the
that's
two
Africa.
locations.
They can choose what they
If
want
that
to do.
partnership lasts,
If they
then
like being
China's
owned
railway
by
legacy
others,
could stretch
then
far beyond
so
its
be it,
own
I
borders.
suppose.
One of the world's most ambitious construction projects is being built right here, in the middle of a desert. 6 of the Middle East's wealthiest countries have come together to construct a railway that will stretch for more than 2,000 kilometers and better connect the region. But with desert sands to cross and mountains to tunnel through, the project's challenges are immense and matched only by the price tag that comes with tackling them. If it works, the new line could unite the Gulf, reshape its transportation sector, reduce its carbon footprint, and kickstart a whole new era of economic development. Welcome to the $100 billion railway in the desert. Before we get into how the railway is built, it's important to understand why it's being built in the first place. Let's start here. February 1981 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Leaders from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Bahrain and Oman met to form a political and economic alliance called the Gulf Cooperation Council, or GCC. As a group, they've made a lot of money off oil and gas, and that means their economies are largely tied to the oil market. Now, around 2008-2009, oil prices plummeted amid the Great Recession, and the GCC economies took a hit. That's where the railway comes in.
Diversifying the economies of the Gulf states away from oil and gas will help them develop stronger economies. And the railway lines will help, for example, will connect the nation's ports with manufacturing hubs, will connect nation's ports with urban centers.
In 2009, the GCC approved a massive railway project that would link all 6 member states. The cost would be divided among the countries, with the entire project estimated to be between 100 and 250 billion US dollars. The most expensive elements being Saudi Arabia's metro project and Etihad Railway, an $11 billion 1,200 kilometre freight and passenger railway that stretches across the Emirates from the Gulf of Oman to the Persian Gulf. The country's first national rail network is being constructed in 2 stages. The first was completed in 2016 and spans 264 kilometres from the Habshan and Shah areas in Abu Dhabi to the port of Ruwais.
In the popular perception, the Arab Gulf states are flat, desert countries, and to some extent that is certainly the case, but in the northern parts of the Emirates and northern parts of Oman, they have rugged mountains that reach 3,000 meters in elevation. Parts of this railway system have been just as challenging as building a railway system in the Rocky Mountains of the US.
It's a tough working environment, to say the least.
Right, so we got
It can
that.
get so hot in the summer that some construction sites operate at night when temperatures are closer to a cool 30 degrees Celsius. That's around 86 Fahrenheit. Sand makes for difficult, shifting terrain. Etihad learned from others who'd built in the desert, including China, Saudi Arabia and Mauritania. Those nations found solutions like turning sand dunes to clay over many years, monitoring the shifting dunes and planting walls of vegetation to block wind and sand. Etihad Rail's locomotive design includes a sand filtration system and a sand plough to help it navigate the desert. In Stage 1, Etihad Rail constructed 20 overbridges, 2 underbridges, 10 road underpasses and 18 smaller
Trying to figure
underpasses
this
for
out
future use.
because it's not wanting
The
to
company
cooperate
also
at
built
all.
2 factories to produce concrete railway sleepers made from locally sourced raw materials, which form the base of the tracks. Each sleeper is 2.6 metres long and weighs 340 kilograms. They're attached to the main rails with a fastening system and are used to help stabilise the track and ensure the train can travel smoothly at speeds of up to 200 kilometers an hour for passenger services. But this first route isn't transporting passengers just yet. Instead, it's carrying up to 22,000 tons of granulated sulfur across 110 wagons each day. The element is extracted from the oil fields in Abu Dhabi and processed for export at the port of Ruwais, where it goes on to be used in manufacturing everything from batteries to fertilizers and even fireworks. Etihad Rails transported more than 30 million tons of granulated sulfur for the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company as of mid-2021.
And even there, it wasn't quite where I wanted
They say
it.
that a single train
That's
journey reduces carbon dioxide emissions by 70 to 80% compared to if those trips were made by trucks. That's pretty significant for an economy with one of the biggest carbon footprints in the world. The efficiencies also helped make the Emirates the world's top exporter of sulfur, bringing in $679 million in 2019. Much of that sulfur likely went to China, the world's largest importer, who also happens to be involved in Stage 2 of the project. Stage 2 construction began in 2020 and will extend the network 605 kilometres from Guwayfat on the border with Saudi Arabia to Fujairah on the east coast. A $408 million US contract put China State Construction Engineering Corporation and South Korea's SK Engineering and Construction in charge of the design and building of 139 kilometres of rail line. Once complete, the network will link the country's major industrial ports and trading centres, enabling more than 50 million tonnes of goods to be transported each year.
A country like Saudi Arabia and a country like the United Arab Emirates, they are huge in area and they contain immense potential for other natural resources that could and would be developed in the next few decades, and the railway would help these governments tap these so far untapped natural resources.
Even with progress being made on the Etihad rail network, the GCC rail project as a whole hasn't always gone according to plan. They briefly blocked Qatar from the organisation, putting its role in the railway project into question. And the pandemic and oil prices have caused logistical delays and cuts to infrastructure spending, which have pushed the completion date back by years.
The vision of Gulf leaders has emerged from being a vision of ambition and sometimes unrealistic ambition to a vision of pragmatism.
Etihad hasn't said exactly when the railway will be open for commuters yet, but when it is, it might be a tough sell for a country that loves its cars. One 2020 survey in the UAE found that 83% of people depend on cars, while only 13% use public transport.
It's primarily an economic value at this point, and the human side is not fully developed yet. And if there's a question around this project, it will be about the willingness of the population to jump on the railway line and to go from city to city.
Still, the railway is a huge part of these countries' plans to become more sustainable and diversify their economies. And it's given rise to a new industry, which means new jobs. Both Saudi Arabia and the Emirates have developed rail studies training programs.
The Gulf economies have grown exponentially over the last 3 decades or so, and the railway lines are more of a complement to the immense economic growth that the Gulf states have experienced over the last little bit.
The Emirates may be known for its oil wealth and glitzy, futuristic developments, but Etihad Railway is a glimpse into leaders' long-term strategy to build a more connected, unified Gulf.
Cultural shifts take time, technological shifts can happen more or less overnight.
If you enjoyed this video and you want to get more from the definitive video channel for construction, subscribe to the B1M.
So, you want to build a road. First is perhaps the most impossible feat, finding a route. That's because roads have a particular shape that Earth often does not. Both linearly and laterally, they're fairly flat, but not completely flat. Flat roads are dangerous. A flat turn will increase the potential of a car skidding off, so road designers slope the corners inward to counteract centripetal force and give the car more friction. The higher the speed and the sharper the turn, the more slope the turn needs, meaning there is a theoretically safest slope for a turn. The American Federal Highway Administration has a formula that converts design speed and turn radius into a suggested slope, but that's only their interpretation of it. Road designers and mathematicians endlessly shoot academic papers back and forth debating the merits of this and other super-elevation formulas. Some suggest more severe banking on turns to accommodate the higher centers of gravity of trucks. Others argue that steeper slopes are not worth the benefit due to the issues they create for slower-moving vehicles in the event of snow and ice, and it gets far more complex than that. But this is all largely irrelevant because, at the very, very most, the sideways slope will be about 12%, but it's normally quite a bit less, and it's only on corners, so overall, a relatively flat cross-section is needed regardless. Linearly, in the direction of travel, even less of a slope is tolerated. In order to allow heavily loaded trucks to safely climb and descend, highways should rise or fall no more than 6 vertical feet or meters for every 100 horizontal. So, in combination, the narrow accepted range of linear and lateral slopes presents a challenge when you need a road to go over this: Colorado's Rocky Mountains. Originally, America's interstate designers didn't dare attempt to traverse these peaks. I-70 was originally supposed to end in Denver, leaving the state as the only in the region without a trans-mountain interstate. After intense lobbying, though, Washington relented. Designers would have to find a route through. The E. Lionel Pavlo Engineering Company was tasked with identifying the cheapest, flattest route through the mountains. 1 year later, they returned with these 7 options. At first glance, the northern route seemed best, as it best subscribed to one of the most tried and tested road routing shortcuts: rivers. You see, any route through the mountains is going to require a certain amount of earthwork. If the slope is perpendicular to the road, you cut a flat section into the slope at great expense. By one estimate, a 50% slope doubles construction cost. But using Earth to achieve the required gradient in the linear direction is even more expensive, simply due to the sheer distance and volume of Earth involved. So, considering they're either going to need to flatten linearly or laterally, road builders would much rather do so laterally. The best place to find routes like this is by rivers. That's because they typically center mountain valleys and fall rather gradually. For example, the mighty Colorado River only drops about a mile of elevation across the 280 it traverses through the state, despite being surrounded by terrain steep enough for a mile of elevation gain to occur over a mile of horizontal distance. The gentle riverside linear gradient is perfect for road construction, leaving the primary gradient correction to the lateral direction, which can be done at lesser expense. Therefore, on a per-mile basis, this northern route was far cheaper and less complex. The only section that couldn't easily sit at a reasonable grade was here, traversing the Continental Divide, where they'd need to build a tunnel. But after that, the road would follow the Fraser and Colorado rivers, each shepherding a flat, mellow path through the mountains. But the Pavlo Engineering Company didn't ultimately suggest this route. Its justification was first that this northern area of Colorado was relatively sparsely populated, even by Rocky Mountain standards, meaning this route would be of lesser use to those actually living in the state rather than traversing. And perhaps more crucially, even with the relatively simple geography, it was a far longer, less direct route. This meant that, even though the southern route would require traversing 2 high elevation passes rather than 1, Pavlo thought it could be built for some $55 million less. It would just require some creativity. Inevitably, this route too would require a tunnel. That's because it crossed the Continental Divide, the geographic split between the side of the country where rivers drain into the Atlantic and the side where they drain into the Pacific. Inherently, rivers from one side don't connect to those on the other, meaning there generally are not mellow mountain valleys for roads to follow up and across the divide. There's simply a wall of massively high, massively steep peaks, meaning traversing it was going to require either a massive feat of engineering to create an interstate standard road climbing up to nearly 12,000 feet or 3,700 meters, or the construction of the world's highest elevation road tunnel at 11,000 feet or 3,400 meters. Incredibly, given the gradients and weather in the area, the tunnel was ultimately selected as the more practical option. That left the other pass. The interstate was definitely going to go through Silverthorne, and it was definitely going to go through Vail, but standing between the two towns was a similarly formidable stretch of mountains. Initially, the answer was to just go straight, climb up this valley, then tunnel under Red Buffalo Pass. This would require building a similarly daunting tunnel, but it would keep the highway on its straight, efficient route through the state. The only issue was that the land surrounding this pass was part of the Forest Service's Eagle's Nest Wilderness Area, a stretch of pristine protected nature that was not supposed to be disturbed by anything. This, along with the ascent of the environmental movement more broadly, led to massive public pushback. They argued that it was bad enough for the highway to be disturbing the environmentally sensitive area at all, but for it to pass through one of the highest categories of protected land was simply untenable. As the official in charge of the Forest Service, the final call rested in the hands of Orville Freeman, the Secretary of Agriculture. In a shock decision, after alignment planning had already started on the Red Buffalo route, he said no. I-70 would have to divert elsewhere. The alternative was clear: Vail Pass. With its more manageable gradients and comparatively lower 10,600 foot, 3,200 meter elevation, this route could actually be navigated without a tunnel. The downside was that the 10 miles or 16 kilometers in added length would lead to an estimated 94 cents in additional fuel and maintenance cost for every driver. But at least, after years of debate, study, surveying, and consensus building, finally, Colorado's Trans Mountain Interstate had a route. Now, they just needed to turn it into reality. Up to this point, much of the work had been done from top down. When it's time to build, though, this orientation flips as road construction happens one layer at a time from the bottom up. Vail Pass is undeniably steep, but by Rocky Mountain standards, not impossibly steep. In fact, while the section from Vail to Vail Pass reaches a grade over the preferred range of 0 to 6%, the pass averages roughly a Colorado comfortable 4.5% grade. Linear grade, in other words, was a challenge, but the lateral would prove an even bigger headache. To transform undulating, unruly topography into a uniform transportation throughway, planners start by turning in their overhead projections for a map of a different sort, a side cut. Now it's time to create a path flat enough and wide enough for a road. This starts with building a road base, which, in turn, requires the earth-moving processes of cutting and filling. Process is straightforward enough that their name does most of the explaining. Fill earth where it's needed, and cut away where it isn't. At its simplest, cutting and filling begins first with surveying in the field, then with measurements made, moves to paper, becoming an exercise in rudimentary math. First, the proposed route is broken into 100-foot or 30-meter sections called stations. Then, at each station or half station, planners look at the side cut and figure out where dirt needs to be added and where it needs to be removed. If a road's going into a hillside, for instance, the cut will be on the uphill side, the fill on the downhill side, with the earth from the cut being moved to the fill. On flat land, there's likely to be more fill than cut, as a road will be positioned to sit higher than its surroundings so water will shed off the road's shoulder rather than pool. Once the amount of earth required to move is figured out at one particular station, it's on to the next station to do the same math, then the next after that. And once all these values are figured out, the planner now has a rough sense as to how much earth will need to be moved and how much time, material, and money it will cost across the entire length of the roadway. According to a Florida Department of Transportation cost estimating model, this part of the process, cutting and filling or excavating and embanking for a divided 4-lane highway across a rural landscape, would cost in itself over $1 million a mile, which makes up nearly a quarter of the per mile price. Though a task that's easy to wrap one's head around, it's one that requires a fundamental reshaping of a landscape and thus a lot of money. And this estimate's for the flat state of Florida, not Colorado, a state where protruding peaks and a rocky disposition make it easy for earth-moving costs to shoot a mile high. Before I-70 crested over Vail Pass, it was US Highway 6, a small 2-lane road cut into the north side of the canyon that was notorious for its sharp turns and difficult driving. It was dangerous to the point that motorists often avoided it, opting for the smoother, safer, but exceptionally indirect US 40. To build a bigger road, effectively 2 US 6s, while making the road safe enough to move unfamiliar Americans across at a 60-mile-per-hour clip, it would need to be a lot more earthwork. But in such a tight space, in such a pristine and delicate environment, there would also be major constraints. The first was this tiny creek. While a waterway that only a fraction of Coloradans can actually name, Black Gore Creek was and is critical to the communities below, filling the recreational reservoirs near the pass, supplying drinking water to Vail, and eventually dedicating its flow to a section of creek below the town of Vail that's earned the distinction as a gold medal water for trout fishing. Black Gore Creek is important. Locals knew as much and federal planners knew as much, so when it came to figure out where to flatten out enough space for a road base, the question of what it would do to the watershed became an important one. Runoff is a tricky business in road building. It first presents a challenge during construction, but handled improperly will remain a challenge for the lifespan of a road. On Vail Pass, this challenge was exacerbated by perpetually sandy soils, rapid snowmelt in late spring, and pounding rainfall in midsummer. With the passage of the National Environmental Policy Act of 1970, I-70 contractors were just beginning to understand environmental impact statements and pollution laws when they were awarded contracts to get the interstate over the mountain. Now, rather than just being fast, they had to be diligent too, or face the fines. City officials downstream from the project, for their part, were concerned about construction, as the loose soil at the pass was already silting up the town's water supply before any construction tore out grass and vegetation upslope. So contractors, as they do today, meticulously tested the water to ensure that sediment hadn't risen to unacceptable levels under their watch. To keep these levels low during construction, teams placed hay bales and sandbags to slow runoff and direct it to settlement basins. Water would inevitably make it to the stream, but if they slowed it and let the particles settle to the bottom, it wouldn't carry too much dirt down with it. But these are temporary problems with temporary fixes. There's also the challenge of dealing with water once a road's complete, and this is such a critical concern of road building that the US Department of Transportation Project Development and Design Manual dedicates an entire chapter to the subject of water. Basically, the question this entire chapter revolves around is how to best move water around and off roadways without ruining the nearby surroundings. The answer begins above the cut and starts during the construction phase. The very moment a road base is established, it's a race to revegetate the slope above the road with grasses and shrubbery that will hold the land in place when it rains. Generally, planners look to keep the uphill slope no steeper than a ratio of 2 to 1. For every 2 units the slope extends horizontally, it may safely rise 1. With a harsher environment, Vail Pass planners opted for slopes of 2.5 to 1 or less, and to give grasses their best chance, sprayed hillsides with mulch on the steepest sections, and placed netting to help the seed take hold. For natural depressions that served as drainages for the hillsides, teams placed thirsty willows and boulders to both naturalize the landscape and slow the flow. On Vale Pass, and generally in highway construction, builders will make the most of these perpendicular drainages and actually cut uphill ditches running parallel with the road to divert runoff headed for highway to the drainage, then below via culvert. Where applicable, paralleling ditches, culverts, and revegetation have proved tried and true techniques to manage runoff and mitigate erosion in Colorado and elsewhere. But in the narrow confines below the pass, neither simple cut and fills nor their drainage systems were always applicable. To ensure that road fill wouldn't spill into Black Gore or 10 Mile Creek, planners instead opted for retaining walls. Where rock formations made a smooth 2-to-1 cut impossible, explosives blasted sheer walls out of troublesome rock formations, while netting and planted topsoil placed above mitigated future rockfall. And what's unique to this particular section of interstate are the sections neither blown into the rock nor cut into the mountainside, but the 23 separate sections of the interstate that float across the landscape on bridges that were placed to account for the fact that almost the entire road from Vale to the pass sits on a fault line with a series of still-shifting historical landslides. With the cuts and fills, the exposed rock cuts, and the bridges, this section of roadway is practically a highway building handbook on its own, and as an exemplary road of nearly every trick and technique available to road engineers, it wasn't cheap. When Vale Pass was proudly dedicated in 1978, estimates put the cost of the 24-mile, 39-kilometer section at an estimated $91 million. Adjusted for inflation, that's nearly $427 million total, $18 million per mile, or $11 million per kilometer. And yet, with all that money spent, driving over Vale Pass doesn't feel as if you're passing over an engineering marvel that's conquered a landscape, but rather a road that almost seems a part of it. With a delicate landscape front of mind, while crossing Forest Service land and connecting ski resorts and a host of other recreation hotspots, every last detail along the pass, from the red-tinged concrete to match the local rock, boulders strewn across revegetation areas, and Frank Lloyd Wright-inspired retaining walls, to the manner in which rock was blasted to make it look more natural, this section of interstate was built to fit the landscape and the values of the area around it. Something that's not lost on contemporary planners who have carefully codified these specific design traits for future additions or alterations on the pass. In this way, though, I-70 is the same as any other road, designed uniquely to fit its environment and best serve a particular purpose. But even once designed and built for that environment, the environment is constantly shifting, which means that roads, especially those as complex as I-70, need constant management in order to stay safe. With its tight turns, steep gradients, and volatile weather, the entirety of this road is treacherous, but with their inherently limited resources, the Colorado Department of Transportation focuses its efforts most on the sections that are most dangerous and most disruptive to close down. Eisenhower Tunnel, that highest road tunnel in the US, is one such spot. Even under the best conditions, the slower speeds of the tunnel turn it into a choke point that causes massive, notorious traffic backlogs. If the tunnel closes, an entire interstate's worth of traffic must divert onto the winding, treacherous 2-lane Loveland Pass, which turns a bad traffic situation catastrophic. But there simply are not alternatives. The next shortest diversion is 2 hours long over another treacherous mountain pass, so CDOT does everything possible to keep Eisenhower Tunnel open. This starts with some controversial rules. Hazmat trucks carrying fuel, chemicals, or other hazardous materials are not allowed through the tunnel. The logic is that a fuel tanker fire, for instance, would be absolutely catastrophic in such an enclosed space. While the tunnel does have its own fire department that can handle smaller incidents, its remote location means that getting full resources to combat such a hazmat incident could take hours, in which time the tunnel could be damaged to an extent that could take months or years to fix, let alone the risk to any drivers trapped inside. What this means is that hazmat trucks must take the treacherous Loveland Pass instead, which CDOT plows up to its near 12,000-foot, 3,700-meter peak all through the winter, making it Colorado's highest year-round road. Of course, navigating a fuel tanker up a steep, winding road to 12,000 feet in the middle of a Colorado winter is far from safe, so trucking industry advocates argue that this policy is effectively trading the safety of truck drivers for the convenience of ski commuters, but after a recent feasibility study reevaluating the policy, CDOT maintains that it's the best balance of safety overall. But even I-70 itself is plenty treacherous in the winter. After all, this is the highest elevation section of interstate in the US. Given their proximity to the Continental Divide, both sides of the tunnel are flanked by steep mountain faces, and with steep mountain faces come avalanches. This is Mount Bethel, and these two tree-free corridors are the telltale signs of an avalanche path. If an avalanche were to trigger without warning, the snow and debris could bury the roadway for hours or even days, and potentially even bury people. Therefore, CDOT triggers avalanches themselves. At the start of each winter, the department positions Obelix trigger devices at the top of slide paths on each side of the tunnel. These remotely triggered egg-shaped capsules shoot out a concussive blast from the bottom that, if the conditions are right, trigger an avalanche in the snow below. This allows CDOT to close the interstate during a low traffic period to assure nobody gets caught up, and trigger avalanches regularly enough that no single slide will catastrophically bury the roadway. But especially in a landscape like Colorado's, the priority list of road safety issues is constantly shifting, meaning CDOT has to adapt. In recent years, Glenwood Canyon, 80 minutes to the west, has become the interstate's new most sensitive section. It follows the Colorado River through a deep canyon with 1,000-foot walls, and in the event of a closure, there is simply no viable diversion route. What normally takes 30 minutes turns into a 4-hour trek across rural 2-lane roads, effectively cutting off the entire western slope from Denver. But in 2020, the road was shut for 13 days as a wildfire swept through the canyon, and even that was the least of its issues. As the fire burned the plant life whose roots kept soil in place, rainstorms cascaded into massive mudslides that would bury the road and potentially drivers. Unlike avalanches, mudslides can't be remotely triggered during a managed closure, forcing CDOT to rather close the highway whenever heavy rain was forecasted, bifurcating the state just by the threat of weather. With shifting threats and ever-changing demand, managing a road like I-70 is an endless job. CDOT and its personnel constantly face new challenges to keep this crucial conduit flowing. After all, it's a road whose existence was once thought impossible, but considering its impossible existence has transformed the entire state's economy and human geography, its operation is now just simply crucial. With decades having now passed since I-70's original construction, it's due for upgrades, and plenty are happening right now thanks to funding from the $1 trillion federal infrastructure package passed 2 years ago. Now, this was something where congressional and public opinion was split evenly down party lines, and the media coverage about the passing of the bill often framed the issue in terms of who's winning and losing politically. That's why I've been using our sponsor Ground News to research issues in a way that lets me see past this partisan spin. It's a website and app developed by a former NASA engineer on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven way to read the news. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the sources reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. And you can directly compare related articles from different sources to see what details are emphasized, exaggerated, or left out. I especially like the blind spot feed, which highlights stories that are disproportionately covered by one side of the political spectrum. Now, you may be thinking, why should I pay attention to partisan sources? But if you lean right, you may have missed this story, and if you lean left, you may have missed this story. I think it's important we understand how our current media environment operates and the impact it might have on our politics so we can engage in constructive dialogue. And maybe we can even challenge some of our own assumptions. You can go to ground.news/Wendover to get 30% off the Ground News Vantage plan, which includes a feature called My News Bias. It's basically a dashboard for your news diet, showing you what your top news sources are, whether you engage with different perspectives, what topics you're interested in, and a lot more. Go to ground.news/Wendover or click the link in the description to see how your reading habits change over the next month and support an independent news platform working to make the media landscape more transparent.
Alright, I think we're gonna wrap it up here in the next minute or two, and we'll go right over into Mr. Rico, and hopefully by tomorrow my voice will be back. Because as it currently stands, it's not very thrilled with me.
I'm currently driving through one of the longest undersea
Though
tunnels.
I can't promise I won't play more of this with Helldivers not letting us progress the
Now,
war
I've
effort
travelled
right now.
all over the world. I've seen some
my
amazing
temptation is
construction
to just
projects.
be a factoryman again for a bit.
But this
I like the
is a feat of
factories.
infrastructure like
So,
nothing else.
the place might look a little different next time that we're back.
Something you just won't see anywhere else. An
But it
entire
is what it
roundabout
is.
underneath the Atlantic Ocean. I have never seen a roundabout under an ocean.
But alright, let me close that down. Alright, for those of you who have stuck around, I appreciate it. Long stream today. And I haven't talked a whole ton, but I've kind of been feeling that this was probably going to be an issue the whole time. My voice is just going to keep getting worse. So, I will probably be back tomorrow. That'll be the plan, at least. Regardless, you all have a wonderful rest of your day. God bless y'all, and you have a wonderful time. Stick around for that raid, okay?
I'm not even gonna bother. That's a Churchill. I can't do anything to that.